A serene, angelic figure posed a hypothetical question to the young man kneeling before her. What if you were transported to another world? You'd rejoice at getting a second chance at life. That being said, this grand scenario was merely the opening for a sound-only broadcast. Picking up streaming as a hobby is not recommended. By night, a young man slept soundly in his bed. His daily life took place at the prestigious Sistal Royal Academy in the Roge's Kingdom of Adarashia. After classes, he walked past a fellow student bidding him farewell and returned to the solitude of his dorm room, thinking, finally home now. The moment the door closed, his calm demeanor shattered, replaced by a look of intense strain as he tightened his headband, preparing for another stream. Slipping back into his persona with ease, he leaned into the microphone with a wide grin, greeting his audience enthusiastically. Yo guys, it's me, Streamer. Oh, thanks for tuning in today. How was everyone's day? He then announced the start of the chat/advice segment, exclaiming, all right, time for the chat/advice segment. First letter. The first letter was from a man named Akuta, a B-rank adventurer. Akuta recounted how a new member joined his adventuring party, but his only skills were supportive magic, scouting for enemies and repairing weapons. Believing this to be useless, Akuta, as the party's leader, kicked the young man out, leaving him to cower in dismay. After processing the story, the streamer's face broke into a cold, condescending smile as he asked, "Are you stupid?" It felt so good to watch him cry. He immediately elaborated on the foolishness of this decision, explaining that scouting magic helps avoid dangerous monsters, and repair magic saves the party from having to go to a repair shop, an incredibly handy skill. As he spoke, his listeners flooded the chat, calling Akuta a horrible leader and questioning his arrogant tone. His voice rose with intensity as he delivered his verdict, declaring that he didn't care about Akuta's status, and admonishing Akuta, if you don't have proper judgment, just resign right now, or you wanna wait until everyone's dead. The streamer's audience of 10,000 listeners reacted with fervor, praising his refreshing, if harsh, take, with one listener commenting that Akuta should get on his knees and beg for that support user to come back. He decided to move on to the next letter, uncertain if his previous advice had any effect but preferring to avoid any potential trouble. The new message was from the son of an upper-class family, who explained that he was already engaged. The letter continued, revealing that the sender had fallen for a new transfer student and was considering choosing her instead, concluding with a shocking and selfish demand for the streamer to die, so the sender could marry the new girl, leaving Kanata utterly appalled. This outrageous sentiment caused an uproar among his diverse audience. In one home, a family listened in disbelief, shouting in outrage and questioning if the writer had any thought for his own family. Even royalty was incensed, with a king, seated on his throne and flanked by guards, declaring that this was not a matter to be dismissed lightly. The condemnation was universal, crossing racial boundaries, as a group of demonic beings chimed in, advising the letter writer to first earn his fiancée's trust and to stop judging people solely on their appearance. Watching the stream, Rebecca's expression twisted with jealousy as she imagined herself confronting him, shouting that she wanted a girlfriend too and calling him a dumbass, much to the confusion of Akuta beside her. His broadcast finished for the day, Kanata signed off, telling his audience he'll see them tomorrow. He held a small device, wondering if this is how streamers felt in his previous life, admitting to himself that it was quite fun. As he sat in his room, the identity of the anonymous streamer was made clear. His real name is Kanata, and in this world he is a transfer student. The next day at school, an instructor lectured the students, explaining that magic is fundamentally about imagination, demonstrating his point by conjuring a small, crystalline magical construct at his fingertips. Listening to the lecture among his classmates, Kanata reflected on his circumstances, realizing that it had been some time since he was reincarnated into this world. He reflected on his past excitement upon discovering magic, but now, surrounded by others who could also wield it, the novelty had faded. It was nothing special anymore. Kanata had quickly realized the potential of his power, and, seeking to understand it, took the magic ranking exam, obtaining a prestigious rank S, and enrolled in the Royal Academy, a school for the richest nobles and most powerful commoners. However, his presence drew the attention of a flamboyant, blonde-haired student who believed himself to possess unlimited power. Two other students cornered him, their expressions filled with disdain. One sneered that he wasn't welcome, citing his lack of family name, while the other bluntly told the pleb to beat it. His observation was stark and immediate. The nobles clearly did not like commoners. He understood that no matter how hard one tried, changing one's social status was nearly impossible in their eyes. He decided to handle the situation with disarming politeness for the time being, clasping his hands together with a serene smile, telling them he wouldn't know the answer to their unspoken grievances, and suggested it would be best to ask the teacher. The tense standoff was broken by the hurried arrival of a young woman, Maria Adarashisu, who ran onto the field, apologizing for being late. The blonde prince began to scold her, but Kanata interjected, telling the prince that if he had time to talk, he had time to perform. Ignoring the conflict, Maria turned to the teacher, thanking him for his kindness. The instructor waved off her apology, reassuring her that it was fine and no one was blaming her, correctly guessing she had been busy helping around the house. The prince's attention shifted upon hearing the teacher mention Kanata's rank's achievement. With a confident smirk, he stepped forward, brushing back his hair and declaring that he would take the turn instead, striding past a non-plus Kanata. He took his position before the practice targets, confirming with the teacher that he simply needed to aim fire magic at the target and that a fireproof seal was in place. He gave it his all. After the prince's spell struck the target dead center, the teacher announced that they could allow one more person. He called out today's Kanata's turn, go ahead. With the prince and his cronies watching smugly, Kanata stepped forward, arms crossed, ready to show his own capabilities. He unleashes his power and a colossal explosion erupts from the target, obliterating it completely. The sheer force of the blast stunned the onlookers. Maria gasped, her eyes wide. Kanata himself seemed taken aback, muttering that he might have overdone it. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of his display. The teacher, holding what little remains of the target, addressed the class with a smile, praising the splendid show of power they just witnessed. He then dismissed them for individual training, but the other students slumped over, their motivation completely gone. As Kanata walked away from the training grounds, the prince watched him go, his face contorted in disbelief and rage, seething, unable to accept that a mere commoner could possess such strength. His fury was interrupted by Maria's approach. One of them, trembling with indignation, loudly accused Kanata of obviously cheating. Her expression instantly hardened at the accusation as she asked, "You two, what do you think you're doing?" A cold, intense glare silenced the two nobles. They recoiled in surprise at the sudden address from Lady Maria. She warned them to stop letting their foolish pride get in the way, stating that this has nothing to do with social status. With a sharp crack, she drove her fist into a nearby stone pillar, shattering the rock. She explained that there's a certain quality possessed by people like him. Quality that allowed them to pass the exam. Meanwhile, as Kanata stood alone, another student approached him. A young woman with elven ears called out, startling him. She told him his magic was amazing and that she was impressed. Kanata could only offer a quiet thank you in response. In the background, the prince and his followers bowed respectfully to the elf girl, addressing her as Your Highness. She smiled warmly at his response, formally introducing herself, confirming that she is indeed Lady Maria, a member of the royal family and also the youngest of the three princesses. Kanata, however, was overwhelmed by the stares of the other students, internally wishing they could just get this over with quickly. She then began to explain that he must be wondering why conflicts keep arising around social status. She tried to dismiss her, saying it's nothing, but she ran a few paces ahead and turned back to him. She insisted that he should hear what a certain mister has to say about the matter, her expression becoming serious. She winked, pointing a finger at Kanata as she offered a final piece of advice. He shouldn't go around provoking people, even if he's angry, asking if he understood. Later that evening, under a starry sky, the prince stewed in silent frustration, leaning against a tree. Nearby, Kanata looked up at the night, sighing to himself that the others were the ones who started the confrontation. His thoughts on the day's events led him to his new project, remarking that his equipment reminds him of a work terminal he acquired after enrolling here. Seated before a multi-monitor setup, he began his broadcast, greeting his viewers as streamer, asking how their day at work or school was. He continued, explaining to his audience that he had to do a great deal of tinkering to upgrade the basic terminal into a proper personal computer. While this world possessed a network that linked terminals, access to technology and entertainment for the general populace was virtually non-existent until now. To create a platform akin to a streaming site, Kanata had utilized his limitless power. He notes that if anyone else were to attempt streaming, their magical power would be depleted in a matter of minutes. During his stream, he reflected on the awful events of the day, lamenting that the arguments about status between nobles and commoners seemed to be a never-ending cycle. Suddenly, a special, colored message appeared in his chat feed from a user named Anonymous Princess, expressing her happiness at hearing his voice again. The unique format of the message caused a stir among the other viewers who recognized it as a sign of a hardcore fan. The message was more than just a comment. It's a formal letter of gratitude that also contained a donation. As Kanata read it, wondering what it is. Following the message, a notification confirmed the transfer of 10 gold coins, the sound of the currency clinking as it was deposited. A wide, heartfelt smile spread across his face as he cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting his gratitude to the mysterious princess. "Thank you, princess." He stared at the coin, his mind racing. The donation was massive, equivalent to 100,000 yen from his past life. He asked, "Didn't you also send me some yesterday?" He worried aloud, asking his benefactor if they are stealing from their parents, concerned about the source of such a large sum while the chat buzzed with speculation, asking, "You're not stealing money from your parents, right? You sure it's okay?" She boldly offered herself as a candidate to be his lover, reassuring him that all of this money comes from her own pocket. She boldly offered herself as a candidate to be his lover. He gently deflected, reassuring her that he isn't meeting anyone in public and that his identity is safe. The princess thanked him, expressing hope that they might find a chance to meet in the future. Meanwhile, in her own chambers, Princess Maria Adarashisu lay on her bed, unable to contain her feelings, admitting to herself that she couldn't help falling for him and that she loved yet another side of him. Every new facet of his personality she discovered only deepened her affection. A blush spread across her face as she clutched her chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of her emotions. With a sigh, she rolled about on her bed, before reaching once more for the device that connects her to him. Gazing at the screen, she reflected on how truly strange he is. He appeared from nowhere like a comet, captivating people with his charisma and influence in the blink of an eye. In her mind, she saw him as a guiding figure, one who has already saved so many people through his kind words and insightful guidance. She admired his clear objective and his unwavering opinions, but most of all, his boldness, his willingness to face any and all backlash head-on. Holding the device to her ear, she shivered. It felt as if his voice had seeped directly into her mind, as if every inch of her very being had been marked by him. This profound connection solidified her resolve. She realized she didn't want to merely offer financial support, she wanted to devote herself to him completely. Her devotion solidified into a singular, overwhelming purpose. With hearts in her eyes and a look of pure ecstasy, she declared her new reason for being: she wanted to live for him. As has been noted, the streamer had already amassed a large following in Adorasia, but she was not alone. From this point forward, more and more people with similarly terrifying feelings would continue to appear across the land, individuals consumed by the same intense fervor. This growing obsession formed a powerful catalyst, with Princess Maria at its very heart. She and others like her, their faces alight with fanatical devotion, gathered in spirit, all focused on the object of their fixation. Yet the one who had inspired such passion, Kanata, remained completely unaware of the forces coalescing around him. His ignorance, however, would not last. A major incident was brewing on the horizon, an event that would inevitably cause him to meet these very fans, with many looking forward to the next livestream. In this world, the reincarnated Kanata continues his activities as the sole streamer from another world, concealing his limitless power. Even while enduring harsh treatment at his school, his secret life provides a steady income, with another 10 gold coins chiming in on his device, which led to one outcome. His streaming has attracted a particular kind of audience, one overflowing with obsessive listeners, chief among them a Yandere princess who has declared she will sustain his living. Deciding to avoid the crowds, Kanata strolled casually down a less traveled path on his way back from the academy, his hands laced behind his head. His thoughts drifted to an earlier incident in the library. Rebecca had noted that things had become more of a pain since the explosion magic incident. Nearby, the prince and his associate scoffed, questioning how a commoner could get good grades and dismissing it as a fluke. He then recalled a more recent spectacle. The prince had cornered the elf girl, Maria, loudly proclaiming his love for her from the bottom of his heart. Kanata, who had been planning to stream to lift his spirits, could only watch the scene unfold, thinking he couldn't possibly pass through. He wondered if the prince was the third princess's fiancé, but Maria gently turned the prince down, explaining that her heart was already destined for someone else. She clarified that it wasn't a matter of fate. She was allowed to find her own love, and there was already someone she wanted to give herself to. A small, robotic avatar representing his viewers gave a silent thumbs up in approval. The rejection sent the prince running away in tears, shouting for her to be happy and not to worry about it. Returning to the present, Kanata leaned against a wall in sighs, musing on how lucky Maria's partner must be. He admitted to himself that she was certainly his type and an elegant beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Maria was just around the corner, having heard everything and deeming his eavesdropping to be the lowest of the low. She stepped out, startling him. Kanata threw his hand up defensively, apologizing and claiming this was his way home. With a sharp gaze, Maria informed him that his shadow was visible the entire time. She quickly dismissed the situation, laughing and assuring Kanata that it was just a joke. Visibly flustered, he stammered out his thanks and began to hurry away. As he departed, she paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The accent she just heard felt familiar, though she wondered if it was merely her imagination. Later, in the privacy of her room, her attention was fixed on a screen. With a look of pure excitement, she exclaimed his name, revealing she had been eagerly waiting for his broadcast to begin. Kanata, in his streamer persona, energetically greeted his audience. The chime signaled a donation, and she was overcome with bliss, melting at the sound of his voice and declaring her love. A moment later, she snapped back to reality, surprised by the large sums of money being sent. Her demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination. She declared that she is the one who provides for the streamer. She expressed concern for the other donors, suggesting they should prioritize themselves, lest she feel guilty for the system she implemented, and that she must now focus on the day's first letter. On the stream, Kanata read a viewer's question aloud, acknowledging the common knowledge that demons are a race to be opposed. He pondered if living peacefully with demons is truly so bad, as conflict only leads to more suffering. He admitted that he didn't fully grasp the issue. His words sparked a flurry of reactions from his audience. Some accused him of betraying humanity, while others noted he has expressed similar sentiments before. The idea of good demons was raised, but it was clearly a taboo subject. Listening intently, Maria recalled that he had said something like this before, drawing a parallel between the prejudice against demons and the discrimination faced by slaves. A memory surfaced of townspeople discussing the supposed savageness of another group. The memory jolted her back to the present, inside her moving carriage. Her eyes widened in shock at something she saw outside. She urgently commanded her attendant, Seabes, to stop at once. Tearing out from the carriage, she was confronted by a horrific sight. Caged individuals cried out in despair. One begged not to be looked at, while another, a young girl, pleaded with a well-dressed lady, asking if she was her new master and promising to do anything to avoid being with. She stood frozen before the horrific scene, her attendant Seabes confirming her fears. It was indeed a slave market. He assumed her knowledge came only from her studies. As Maria clenches her fist in frustration, he explained that powerful nobles and ministers still partake in the trade behind closed doors, making any legal reform nearly impossible. She questioned him, her voice trembling, asking if slavery isn't a relic of the past, in response to her desperate plea to do something. Seabes could only admit his own powerlessness. He explained that he has heard of someone who offers guidance to those who have lost their way. Her expression hardened with resolve. She held up her communication device, a familiar icon glowing on its screen, and realized who Seabes must be referring to, the streamer. If she is truly serious about this, she concluded, then asking him for help might be her only option. The desperation of the enslaved was palpable. A man trapped in a cage wondered aloud if anyone can truly find a solution to their plight. With a firm click, Maria began composing her message. Meanwhile, Kanata was in the middle of a stream when a message caught his eye. It's from the nameless princess, and her request was staggering. She wants to abolish the slave market. He expressed his shock that slavery even exists in this country, a sentiment that earned a mockery from other viewers. He challenged her, suggesting that if she truly holds the status of princess, she should be the one to try and change the law. He continued speaking directly to the princess, admitting that dealing with old regulations would be a difficult task. Her actions could save countless lives and bring hope to the enslaved. His words act as a catalyst. A fire ignited in her eyes as she declared her intention to go to her father, the king. As Sebas reeled in shock, she commanded Sebas to prepare the carriage at once. This decision sparked a revolution. Maria spearheaded a movement that swept the nation, ultimately leading to the complete eradication of slavery and the establishment of strict enforcement to prevent its return. In a vision of the future, a blindfolded Maria stood under the moonlight, vowing to forever follow and believe in the person who showed her the path forward. Therefore, she now stands at the academy, applying the same conviction to a new problem. She declared that discrimination is a threat to peace and proclaimed her intent to act as a mediator between the commoners and the nobles. Just then, a notification chimed from her device. She glanced at the screen, only to find the comments have devolved into a petty argument, with users bickering over who is most deserving of being with the streamer. The stark contrast between her grand ambitions and this trivial squabble left her utterly stunned and speechless. Her bewilderment quickly curdled into fury. She demanded to know what the others are talking about, calling them trash. With manic intensity, she declared herself the most suitable person for the streamer, punctuating her claim with a flurry of donations. Her declaration was met with a hesitant response from the streamer himself. He admitted he is flattered by the sentiment, but clarified that he dislikes people who quarrel in public for all to see, labeling such behavior as a nuisance. His words struck her with the force of a physical blow. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face as a devastating realization dawned on her. The streamer hates her actions. She quickly recovered from her despair, her expression hardening with new resolve. She declared that she understands and will do her best, vowing to get along with the others for his sake. As she made this promise, the streamer mused aloud that getting along with demons is also important, idly wondering what the Demon King is like. His casual remark sent a shockwave through his audience. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. His viewers, a diverse crowd of faces filled with panic and anger, erupted in a unified plea, begging him not to speak of such a topic. He remained completely oblivious to the uproar he has caused, having touched upon a great taboo of this world. With a dismissive hand gesture, the horned woman declared, "You bore me. Killing you isn't worth the effort. Return only when you raise stronger, fools." Akita, defeated on the ground, recognized a swirling vortex of energy as a warp portal as the horned woman taunted. "You humans would call this more powerful than SSS class, correct? There's no way you could hope to fight against it." Her expression softened into contemplation as she clutched a pendant at her chest, silently wondering, why must we fight for centuries on end? Is this truly the right choice for us? As she walked through a grand hall, two of her demonic subordinates gazed at her with reverence. One of them called out, "Lady Shraza, she is as strong and beautiful as always." She continued on, musing to herself, "Still, what point is there to question what has been common sense until now?" One of her attendants pointed out, "The adventurers dropped something interesting earlier." Holding the device, Shraza wondered, "Streamer, who in the world?" Later, a different subordinate of a spectacled demoness named Kikiki explained the device's function. Using that to listen to him is popular. She noted, "But where we are right now, doesn't he have a signal apparently?" Holding the device, Shraza considered, "I see. It might be useful for info gathering." Having reached a decision, she turned to Kikiki and a small, floating familiar, giving a direct order, "Go make something that'll get us this signal you speak of." Sometime after, Shraza sat intently before a newly constructed computer terminal as Kikiki and the familiar stood by, watching her anxiously. The subordinate asked for her assessment. "How is it?" She suddenly stood from her chair with a sharp sound, startling another attendant. Shraza declared, "Well, it'd at least help kill time." A few days later, Shraza sat before the screen. On the screen, the streamer asked, "What do you all eat today?" "Personally ate some egg toast myself." Shraza, who revealed, "I had meat. It was a bit much for breakfast." She slumped over her desk, a blush of frustration on her face, chiding herself, "Why do I do that? It's not like he'd respond." Despite her internal conflict, his calming streams had become her daily routine. She recalled her initial assessment of him as someone merely killing time. As she sipped from her cup, she pondered his true nature, recognizing the immense magical power required to broadcast one's voice across all directions. She came to a startling conclusion, in other words, a human with more mana than me. How interesting. This realization made his next words resonate with shocking force. The streamer questioned, why do humans and demons even fight each other? The only thing that increase is death counts, so isn't war meaningless? The sentiment struck Shraza so profoundly that her attendant, noticing her stunned expression, quietly asked streamer, you ray of the same opinion? He continued, clarifying, if only we didn't focus on fights and have our leaders start peace talks with each other. Shraza listened, utterly captivated. A faint, amused smile touched her lips as she covered her mouth, thinking, this fool. Yet in that moment a profound shift occurred. From then on, Shraza began to see him as a comrade. Her deep thoughts were then immediately derailed by a more pressing matter: what should I have for dinner? Her newfound sense of kinship prompted her to action. She sent a massive donation, startling the streamer with its size. He expressed his gratitude, this much, I am happy you support me, but prioritize yourself, all right? Unseen, Shraza simply resolved to become his personal wall, laughing with manic glee, moments like these are when I am the happiest. Fufu, fufu. Her delight was cut short, however, when a notification announced another large donation, this time from the nameless princess. Shraza's joy instantly curdled into fury as she heard the ding of the donation. When a subordinate cautiously asked Lady Shruza, is something wrong, she snapped back, absolutely. Her possessive fixation was beginning to mirror that of a certain other princess. Her anger was momentarily forgotten as the streamer mused aloud, I wonder what the demon lord looks like. Don T, you want to find out. The directness of it caught Shraza completely off guard. You want to see me? She scrambled back to her terminal, typing a furious reply. On screen, Kanata noticed the new comment, reading her message, which playfully accused him of mimicking the demon lord, and eagerly accepted a meetup. Immediately after, another message popped up, noting, you really are interesting, streamer. I'll try thinking positively too. Her voice echoed from within her private chambers, calling for aid. More importantly, I have an urgent matter to look into. Help me out. The matter, however, was a deeply personal obsession. While bathing, her thoughts were consumed by the streamer. She reflected on her status, I am the demon lord, an existence that rules over many. Yet found herself completely fixated on this faceless child of humanity. Her desire was singular and absolute. Oh, streamer, faceless child of humanity, I want you. She mused, if it's you, then I'd be fine letting you rule over my body. As her fantasy deepened, her subordinate Kikiki entered, politely interrupting, it's time for your departure, my law. Kikiki, noticing her dazed state, asked, did you get dizzy? The demon lord deflected, claiming, today's water is a bit hot, you see. But her subordinate countered, but it's the same as usual. Her mind, however, remained lost in desire. She desperately wished to meet the streamer, to see his face, to touch him with her own hands, and to hold him in her arms. She wondered what she must do to make such a wish come true. Her resolve hardened as she focused on her goal. She knew he resided in the human realm, and with a determined gaze she vowed, the human realm, is that where you reside? I'll offer you everything I have as a demon lord. With her decision made, she took flight, a winged silhouette launching from the spires of her dark castle. Questioning, so would you grant me everything I wish? Her journey began not with the streamer, but with a show of force. She materialized before a terrified human king. A predatory grin spreading across her face as she announced, now then, first thing's first. Meanwhile, far from the machinations of demons and kings, Kanata began to stir in his bed, stretching as he slowly woke to a seemingly normal morning. His quiet awakening was shattered by Zeus, who burst in complaining about the noise outside. He urgently shouted, look at the news. It's a bit noisy today, huh? In a bustling castle town, the news spread like wildfire. Citizens gathered in the streets, clutching newspapers that declared it's a ceasefire. The demons sent a non-aggression request. The public was abuzz, connecting this sudden peace to the recent broadcast. One person asked, hey, didn't streamer just talk about this? Was the demon lord listening? While another wondered, just how big of a man is he? Rumors circulated that every country now considers him a person of great importance. Far from the political upheaval he has caused, Kanata sits by a window, looking out with a placid expression. Completely unaware that his fame and influence are skyrocketing, he idly wonders, I wonder if we have a festival. Having finally completed his task, Kanata stretched, wiping sweat from his brow with a wrench still in hand. Announcing that he was starving, he decided to eat outside and promised to explain everything to his audience later. He stepped out into a bustling town square, the sounds of a lively populace filling the air between the timber-framed buildings. Strolling through the crowd, he mused that spending days outside wasn't so bad sometimes. Taking a large bite of some skewered food, he marveled at how great it tasted, but his thought was cut short as he was suddenly splattered with sauce, prompting him to shout an annoyance at whoever spilled it. The commotion came from a burly man with a shaved head aggressively confronting a woman in a hooded cloak. He yelled at her to watch where she's going, pointing at the stain on his shirt and demanding she make it up to him. The woman apologized meekly. Watching from a distance, Kanata realized it was a scam. He observed that the scammer's tactics were particularly low, and noted the absence of any soldiers nearby. He wondered with a sigh if this world was somehow testing him, pushing him to get involved, considering that while dealing with such things was a pain, doing nothing would be worse. Steeling himself, he called out to the thug, addressing him as Old Man. Kanata stepped forward, calmly stating that the woman only bumped into him and questioning the man's extreme reaction. The thug turned his attention to Kanata, aggressively asking what he wanted. With a confident smirk, Kanata cracked his knuckles and told the man to let the woman go. In a flash, he seized the thug's arm, effortlessly twisting it. The man cried out in shock, stunned that someone with such thin, stick-like arms could possess such power. Panicked, he quickly made an excuse about being late for work and fled the scene. With the man gone, Kanata turned to the hooded woman, muttering that the scammer could have at least apologized. The woman looked up at him, her face still obscured by her hood, and asked what was wrong. She pulled back her hood, revealing a delicate face with large, light-toned eyes, and explained that his voice simply sounded familiar. Kanata was taken aback, wondering if she could be one of his listeners. The thought of a romance with such a cute girl crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it as a misunderstanding. She stood flustered, admitting that she could have chased the man away herself but might have injured him in the process. Kanata urged her to go home before anything else happened, telling her it's all right. Internally, he reflected that he's this secretly strong type, leaving the girl to wonder what he meant. Following his advice, she formally thanked the stranger whose name she did not know. Kanata brushed it off, saying that helping a pretty girl has lifted his spirits. She demurred, suggesting there are many people prettier than her. He scratched his head, thinking to himself that if she isn't considered pretty, the standards in this world are terrifyingly high. Her gaze then fell upon his hand, and she asked what happened to it. Kanata looked down, surprised by her sudden concern. He quickly explained that it's just a bruise from cleaning up the day before, reassuring her that it will likely be fine by tomorrow, recalling a brief memory of clumsily dropping a stack of books. In response, she gently touched his cheek, telling him to be careful. She remarked that he's a nice person, unlike the boys from her academy, leaving Kanata momentarily stunned by her touch. He pulled back, flustered, asking if his earlier actions counted as sexual assault. She calmly reassured him that it's fine. The conversation shifted as he asked if she thought he was younger than her. She admitted she thought they were the same age, revealing that she just turned 17 this year, though she's a bit short. Kanata, surprised, confirmed they were indeed the same age and apologized. To prove her point about not being a child, she puffed out her chest assertively, telling him not to worry as she's used to this sort of thing, and her body has grown up just fine. The display was too much for Kanata, who recoiled in embarrassment, covering his face. He thought to himself, what a peculiar personality she has. With their strange encounter concluded, they parted ways in the street. She bade him farewell, hoping they can meet again if chance allows. He waved back, reminding her to be mindful of her surroundings. As he walked away, he pondered the interaction. He recalled seeing a cross on her attire and wondered if she was a sister in training, but ultimately decided it didn't really matter. Within a grand, sunlit hall, Maria Adarashisu ascended a wide staircase, announcing that she had returned. Now face to face with Maria, the sister began to offer a welcome but trailed off, suggesting circumstances prevented a simple greeting. The sister expressed her concern, having heard that the saintist was involved in a scammer's fraudulent scheme. She found it a depressing piece of news. She insisted that such a thing never would have happened if more people were aware of Maria's true identity. Maria listened, her expression unreadable and severe. The sister continued her lament, finding the situation painful given that Maria's presence is irreplaceable to the kingdom, serving as a key figure in negotiations with other nations. In response, Maria paused, clasping her hands piously, and reminded the sister of their doctrine: all humans are equal and one must remember to despise the sin, not the person. Later, alone in a vast chamber, she reflected on the day's events. She recalled that there was a good encounter amidst the bad, a kind gentleman. Her contemplation ended with a furtive glance to ensure she was truly alone. Her entire demeanor shifted, a nervous tension filled her. She pulled out a small communication device, which beeped as it activated. In an instant, her composure shattered. She leaped up with a cry of pure ecstasy, knocking over furniture in her explosive joy. The streamer's divine voice is here. It was revealed that this revered saintess is also a deeply obsessive listener, her adoration for the voice bordering on a slight insanity. It really is a wonderful voice. Outside the church building, under the night sky, the sister reflected on the saintess's amazing and constant calm. She remained completely unaware of the truth within, where Maria arrived, overwhelmed by the streamer's lovely voice. This was her secret ritual. Every day she purified her body, preparing herself to be ready to offer everything to him at a moment's notice. The person known to the world for her unwavering calm was in private consumed by a fervent, almost religious devotion to the streamer. She collapsed onto her bed, trembling with pleasure, her lower abdomen clenching just from the sound of his voice. As she lost herself in the moment, another young woman with glasses entered the room, looking on with deep concern at the scene before her. She continued to watch the stream, her attention fixed on the small device. On the screen, Kanata proudly presented his hands, no longer hidden from view. "Tada, I can show off my hands now," he announced, asking his audience, "You guys watching?" He positioned his fingers over the device, a playful challenge in his gesture, and asked, "Can you guys see them clearly?" Kanata proudly presented the new magic item he had completed that morning, a camera specifically designed for showcasing his hands during his streams. He checked the feed on a separate device, nodding in satisfaction. He explained to his viewers that the bruise on his hand hadn't healed yet, which is why he still needed to wear a bandage. He briefly considered that he should have worn gloves to keep his identity hidden, but then dismissed the thought with a laugh, confidently declaring that there's no way anyone could identify him just from his hands. A horrifying realization dawned on Maria, her face paling as she stared at the screen. Lady Shrasa, holding a first aid kit, asked with concern what happened to them. Unaware of their specific reactions, Kanata read the flood of concerned comments from his general audience. He reassured them, explaining that he was just a klutz that morning and warns them to be careful around bookshelves. 2 hours later, he remarked that the stream is more fun because of his audience's energy. As he prepared to move on, he muttered to himself to be mindful of the camera. A notification pinged on his screen, and his expression darkened with confusion and annoyance. He realized the notification was a video message, and it was a threat. A burly man with a scar introduced himself as Mantis, the leader of the Thief Guild, holding a knife to the camera. The message continued with several of Mantis's shadowy subordinates, who collectively promised that they would find the streamer and kill him in a painful manner. After the final taunt to spend his last days shaking in bed, Kanata grinned defiantly into his camera and retorted, "Right back at you." He internally concluded that the thugs are just envious and hate his very existence. Meanwhile, as a cascade of donations poured in for Kanata, Maria enshrouds a watch with frustration, unable to understand the hatred directed at him when he earns so much money simply by streaming anonymously. She considered the man's threat from the stream. Under the light of a stormy sky, she reflected that threatening people was a serious offense, one that could easily lead to imprisonment. This line of thought led her to ponder 2 key questions the thief had clearly overlooked. Hours later, the consequences began to unfold. In a desolate, rocky hideout, the members of the Thief Guild lay scattered and defeated amongst their broken weapons. From the carnage, a single figure fled into the night. Mantis, the guild's leader, gasped for breath as he scrambled away from the bodies of his fallen comrades, cursing his luck. His frantic escape was cut short. He couldn't understand how they had found him, but before him stood a line of armored soldiers. The sight drove him into a rage. He blamed the streamer for his humiliating retreat, screaming defiance as he brought his fist down, shattering the communication device that had started it all. An unseen force sent him flying. He cried out in pain as he hit the ground. A new figure appeared, calmly observing his fall and remarking that she hadn't expected a mantis to be so weak. Beside her stood the adventurer Akita, who dryly asked if she could avoid causing him so much trouble. The figure was Maria, now clad in the robes of a holy sister, a cross clutched in her hands. She chided the man on the ground for making things more difficult. Unseen by the humans, another pair watched from distance. A powerful, winged demon cursed his luck, remarking that he would have avoided the area entirely if he'd known humans would arrive first. Pinned to the ground and utterly defeated, Mantis could only stare up in terror, demanding to know who his mysterious assailants were. The forces that had descended upon him were a strange and terrifying coalition, all united under one banner. Believers of the streamer, a horned demon lord, a serene woman of the cloth, and a stern elf princess all delivered the same verdict: judgment must be passed. Among them, two figures stood over the terrified thief. The woman, dressed as a nun, declared that they were passing an emergency judgment. Her companion, the swordsman Akita, seethed with rage, questioning how such a hopeless fool could even dare to think of killing their target. Defeated and broken on the ground, the thief could only watch as the two demons who had been observing from a distance flew away. He realized with dawning horror that they, too, were believers, less zealous than their superiors perhaps, but still part of the same insane flock. From his vantage point, this outcome was both self-earned and deeply unfortunate. It served as a stark, painful example of just how terrifying the online world could be. A few days later at the academy, the prince read a newspaper article with a smirk. The official story reported that the Royal Knights had successfully hunted down the notorious thief Mantis. He remarked on their impressive work. Seated at his desk nearby, Kanada's focus was broken by the mention of Mantis, a name that felt vaguely familiar. As he pondered, another student approached his desk. He was distracted by the other student's distress. The boy clutched his head, lamenting that recently, even the other commoner students had been ignoring him. Kanada noticed the boy had dropped a handkerchief and tried to call out to him. The student walked away, lost in his own misery. The brief interaction did little to lift his own spirits. Kanada slumped over his desk, hating his lonely student life and wondering if he had overdone it that one time. In the background, other students chattered, mentioning that the teachers were in an important meeting. His melancholy was interrupted by the classroom door sliding open. A teacher entered, instructing everyone to take their seats. The teacher stood before the class and made an announcement. Though it was sudden, he explained that a certain person would be joining their class temporarily. As Kanada sat stunned by the teacher's announcement, the subject of the discussion made her way down the school corridor. However, this was no ordinary transfer student. She was a person of the utmost importance to the capital, one who held a close relationship with the royal family. Until this moment, she had never revealed her face in public, but she had decided to make an appearance for the sake of her own future. Back in the classroom, the prince issued a stern warning to the students, telling them not to try anything rude. With a sharp gesture, he then permitted the newcomer to enter, a development that left Kanada utterly bewildered. The girl stepped into the room and greeted the class. She introduced herself as Alphina. Alphina explained that despite her youth, she held the position of saintess. The revelation sent a shock wave through the classroom, leaving Kanada and his peers speechless as the new student gave a playful wink. At the academy, the news spread like wildfire. "Is it true that the saintess transferred into the S-class?" One student exclaimed, "Oi, let us go see her." Kanata rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the news. Or so is how the rumors are probably spreading. As predicted, the classroom erupted into chaos, with students marveling at her beauty. From his seat, Kanata watched the scene unfold with a knowing look, thinking to himself, well, I kinda knew this'd happen. One of the female students managed to get Alphina's attention, asking why a saintess would transfer to this particular academy. Alphina gave a playful wink and touched a finger to her chin, thoughtfully replying that it is for something akin to societal observation. She then amended her statement, adding, I have another goal in mind, or so I'd like to say. Kanata overheard this, his expression turning serious as he considered her words. His mind drifted to what little he knew about the title of saintess, recalling time spent in a library, poring over books to learn everything he could about this new world. He remembered the texts explaining that a saintess is a rare individual, chosen only once every few decades, a person possessing immense mana and a worthy personality. This figure holds authority over the entire church, excels in diplomacy, and maintains a close relationship with the royal family. Alphina herself confirmed this, mentioning she is friends with Princess Maria. The pieces clicked in a place for Kanata. He realized that the girl he ran into before was this very transfer student. He mused, wouldn't she be a better fit for SSS class though, Manhwa-wise. A wave of relieved sweat broke out on his face as he thought, thank God she forgave me for how I treated her when we met. He thought to himself, well, she probably doesn't remember my face though. I was just a random civilian after all. As Alphina sat at her desk, a confident young man approached. He introduced himself as Zickert of the Londor House, a student from the SSS class at your service. Alphina offered a hesitant greeting, and nice to meet you. Noting that Princess Maria was absent on official business, he said, did you know that Princess Maria was absent today due to official matters? He offered to guide Lady Alphina around the school in her stead. Her hesitation vanished in an instant. With a cold, dismissive expression, she questioned his audacity in calling her by her name without permission. While acknowledging his offer, she flatly refused, leaving Zickert utterly stunned and speechless. Her cold dismissal left the high-ranking student, Zickert, utterly humiliated. He bowed his head, offering a profuse apology as other students watched the scene unfold, murmuring that it's what he gets for being so cocky, while another calls the display pathetic. As Zickert shuffled away in defeat, Kanata hardened his expression. I don't have time to laugh, he thought, the next class is outside. I'll look for stuff to talk about on stream while moving. Outside during the practical magic lesson, Alphina demonstrated her power. With a focused cry, she unleashed a powerful water slash, sending a crescent of fluid energy hurtling towards a practiced target. The attack sliced cleanly through the target, leaving the other students gaping in awe. They remarked that such power is expected of the Saintess. They wondered why someone of her level, perhaps even greater than Princess Maria S., is in the S class. One student declared he must make her like him. He watched her, contemplating the difficult life of nobles. They are constantly forced to engage in people-pleasing and forge connections for their families, never truly able to focus on themselves. His thoughts were interrupted when the instructor called out his name, directing Kanata to go to the starting point for his turn. Kanata acknowledged with a simple gotcha. As he walked past the line of students, Alphina stepped close to him. She leaned in and whispered a quiet message of encouragement directly to him. Please do your best, good sir. Her unexpected proximity and personal encouragement sent a jolt of shock through Kanata. He froze, his mouth agape, as she calmly turned and walked away. He thought she noticed. He remained stunned for a moment, processing what just happened. He can't believe she not only noticed him but also told him to do his best. The brief interaction ignited a fire within him. Now filled with a powerful new motivation, Kanata strode confidently toward the starting point, determined to show off. He thought, unlike last time, I won overdo it. Water slash. The blast struck the target dead center. The teacher, observing from the side, nodded in approval, murmuring, nice shot. However, not everyone was impressed. Zickert and his companions watched with disdain. One dismissed the display as the same old trick, while Zickert scoffed, questioning what a filthy peasant thinks he's doing and calling him as annoying as ever. Kanata heard their jeers but resolved to ignore them, remaining unbothered. A cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out, demanding to know who just uttered the words filthy peasant. The voice belonged to the elf princess, her expression radiating cold fury. She had heard from Maria about such behavior but had dismissed it as a joke. She was shocked to find that nobles who insult peasants actually existed within the academy walls. Her intense aura immediately silenced Zickert's group. They recognized that the magic they've just witnessed is nothing like their own brute strength. It was refined and perfectly controlled. The teacher marveled at her incredible magic, which an untrained eye might mistake for a mere apparition. The princess continued her lecture, declaring it unforgivable to ignore one's own weakness while insulting the talented, regardless of who they are. A horrifying skeletal figure materialized behind the elf princess as she commanded them to learn some shame. She made it clear that nobility grants them no special privilege. Kanata looked on, startled, thinking, seeing them getting scolded is great, but the sheer pressure of her words and magic sent the arrogant students to their knees. Kanata, bewildered by the scene, wondered if he somehow angered them further. Zeus clarified the situation, explaining that the group is now being lectured by both the princess and the saintess, all because of their insults toward Kanata. As the commotion settled, he realized with a hint of disappointment that in the end, he didn't get a chance to speak with the saintess again. He quickly shook off the feeling, a wide grin spreading across his face. He decided it doesn't matter, he has his listeners and that's enough for him. With renewed enthusiasm, he threw his arms up, already pondering what he should talk about during his stream that night. He sat alone on a bench, addressing his unseen audience. He apologized for the delay and enthusiastically declared that they will be streaming until morning. His solitary meal was interrupted by an unexpected reunion. He looked up in astonishment to see Alphina standing before him, blurting out her title, Saintess. Alphina smiled, but her eyes were sharp as she noted that he seems to have had a prior guest. Kanata found himself drawn to the school grounds, eager to explore its hidden corners. Suddenly Alphina seized him by the lapel, her eyes locking onto his. "We meet again, good sir," she declared, her voice carrying a surprising intensity. Her expression shifted, a blush rising on her cheeks as she inquired, "You are the girl I met in town, right?" With a determined glint in her eyes, Alphina insisted, "Please speak to me casually like when we first met. I won't forgive you if you don't, and you don't have to be so cautious of me." Panic flared within Kanata. Being seen alone with her could spell disaster. To avoid any unwanted attention, he quickly conceded, "I'll talk normally then." Relief washed over Alphina's face as she clasped her hands together, her gaze softening. "And please call me Alphina. If it's all right with you, would you let me call you Kanata?" Taken aback, Kanata questioned, "Is that okay? You didn't like it when you were called that earlier." Perched gracefully on the edge of the structure, she implored with a charming wink, "We were lucky enough to meet again, so could you grant this wish of mine?" He hesitated, crossing his arms in contemplation. If you insist, then." He tested the sound of it, Alphina. Watching her reaction, Kanata admitted to himself, "It's a bit weird that she's acting like that, but she really is adorable. I mean, she's got a nice personality and physique." Kanata could only watch, thinking to himself that she was almost too perfect. Within her mind, she reasoned that his agreement to use her name was a clear agreement to marry her. The next day dawned. The following morning, Kanata entered his classroom, wondering where he should sit. He immediately spotted Alphina already surrounded by other students. "Oh, Alphina's early, Saintess, as expected of her, I guess." At that moment the elf princess also walked in, greeting Alphina cheerfully. His shock was mirrored by his classmates, who stared in disbelief as Alphina announced, "I'll be intruding." Princess Maria strode directly toward Alphina, demanding, "Alphina, can you come over here for a bit? Why is Maria here? Isn't she supposed to be in the SSS class? You're just full of surprises, aren't you?" Alphina could only offer a flustered, "My apologies." The other students were overwhelmed by the sight, calling the scene too bright for them. Kanata, too, could only think of them as a pair of idols. Looking away shyly, Alphina tried to explain her presence to Maria. "I just had to know what student life was like." She claimed, "It's nothing." He continued to observe them, realizing they were completely used to being the center of attention. Yet they also projected an aura of disinterest in everything happening around them. His classmates whispered that the two would surely react if someone talked to them, but another countered that their expressions seemed fake, like a cold smile. That thought resonated with Kanata. He recalled Alphina's friendly smile from the day before and Princess Maria's warning. Re-evaluating these memories, he imagined them looking down on him with disdain, wondering if they lacked basic manners. Dismissing his own feelings of envy, he told himself to know his place and that he's thinking too much. Alphina mused, "Maybe I should take a class or two here, but man, I am jealous, they were having so much fun." The sight made him feel profoundly lonely, wishing he could be like them. Steeling his resolve, he decided he could make a friend or two. He turned to a nearby student, Zickard, and with a bright smile attempted to start a conversation by asking, "Yo, what do you have for dinner?" Zickard glared back, venomously telling him to get lost. The brutal rejection was a crushing blow. Kanata slumped onto his desk, utterly defeated, wondering just how much everyone in this place hated him. From his seat, Zickard scoffed, figuring he could ask his online listeners for consolation later. As he rested his head on his desk, Alphina and Maria approached. Alphina sensed something was wrong, but Maria dismissed it as nothing. At that same moment, far away in the Xandard Empire, events were unfolding within a certain noble-s mansion. Inside a lavish room, a young attendant stood before a small girl. Between them rested a large table, completely covered by a mountain of glittering jewels. Elsewhere, a man with a prominent scar across his face addressed a figure clad in black and wearing a bird-like mask. He informed the operative, whom he called Crow, that an anti had appeared and that they had a mission. Crow accepts. The man with the scarred eye smirked, advising now Crow, don't go rushing things. But the cloaked figure hidden behind a plague doctor's mask was all business, a low chuckle escaping the beak. The name echoed in Kanada's mind, Crow. Resting his head on his desk, Kanada listened as Alphina remarked, "It's hard to believe someone like Crow really exists, huh?" Maria confirmed, "It's about Crow, right? I heard about it too." His friend's conversation continued, noting that it's only 100 km from here. What if we end up being targets too? They reasoned, "It's not like we've done anything to deserve that though, so they probably won't come for us." Kanada, meanwhile, reflected on his good fortune, thinking, "Thank God I was born in a clean family." He recalled a crucial piece of local knowledge. In this world, the word crows doesn't refer to birds but to assassins. His mind drifted to the research he'd done, realizing, even info from my listeners isn't all that good for this one. They all thought it was just an urban legend of sorts, but to think he's actually real. Shaking off the unease, he decided, well, it's got nothing to do with me. Time to sleep until the next lesson. Elsewhere in a well-appointed room, the stout man expressed surprise. "No one would think that a living legend like you would be in the Xandered Empire." Crow cut him off, demanding, "Enough pretense, tell me the target." With arms spread wide, the assassin stated, "Unlike you, my time is valuable." Incensed by the assassin's dismissive tone, the man bellowed, "You little." But in a flash, Crow vanished from his spot, leaving the man's punch to meet only empty air. "What do you just?" The man whirled around in shock, wondering, "When did you?" The assassin warned, "I won't say it again." Terrified, the man immediately capitulated, "Okay, I got it. He revealed the target's name is Streamer. He controls peasants with his words and even affects entire countries' laws. As the client observed, his associate groveled on the floor before the silent assassin, Crow explaining, "Thanks to him, my slavery business has been losing money. He talks of human rights in his streams, and it's even heard by royalty." The client himself finally spoke, cutting the conversation short enough. "I understand. I am a bit unsatisfied, but all right." He presented a large pile of coins as a preliminary payment, stating, "This is the preliminary payment. I am counting on you." The client noted, "There is no deadline. As long as he is a coward that hides his identity, it should take nobles a while to find him." Unexpectedly, Crow spoke, flatly refusing, "No, your request is one I can no longer take." In response to the refusal, the assassin moved with impossible speed, a powerful fist slamming into the client's face as he uttered a confused, "Why?" The assassin stood over the client's lifeless body, explaining calmly, "The client has died. As such, I can no longer accept this job, and so I cannot accept this money, that is all." The young girl cried out for her master. From inside the residence, a maid heard a sound from the rooftop and grew concerned. Outside, the assassin stood silhouetted against the night sky, having made their escape. Landing on another rooftop, the assassin sighed, feeling beaten, complaining, "This outfit is for work, but it's such a pain." They complained that the work outfit was a pain, before reaching up to remove their distinctive mask. It came off, revealing the face of a young woman with long, dark hair. Perched on the roof's edge, she mused aloud, finding it unbelievable that someone would actually request the murder of Lord Streamer, remarking to herself, "Trash really does exist in this world, doesn't it?" Her professional demeanor then melted away entirely. Pulling out a small device, she saw that a broadcast was starting, her face lighting up with pure adoration as she squealed, greeting her idol on the screen, Lord Streamer. The sound of the broadcast startles the man who had hired her, who wonders aloud, what kind of bird made that sound? It is a testament to a strange reality. Even the legendary assassin was an obsessive, devoted listener. She held the device close, her face flushed with adoration, whispering to the voice on the other end, "You know, a lot happened today." "Ah, such a wonderful voice. It is so refreshing. Ever since I met you, the nights have been so wonderful." Her bliss was interrupted by the realization that she missed some of what he said. Annoyed at the waste, she tried to refocus, but a part of her daydreams, wishing, "I want him to scold me for being a useless assassin that doesn't work at night." Annoyed at the waste, she tries to refocus, but a part of her daydreams, "I didn't hear him, what a waste," is kinda what happened basically. Annoyed at the waste, she tries to refocus, focus. Meanwhile, the streamer Kanata puts on a tearful performance for his audience, recounting, tried to make some friends but as soon as I talked, they all told me to shut up. Could you guys console me a little bit? As she listens, a single tear of sympathy falls from Crow SI onto her device, murmuring, how awful. His voice is so shaky. Her sorrow quickly curdled into fury, thinking, if I was the one he talked to, then I would never even think of hurting him, literally just killed a noble earlier. She sees at the thought of those who slighted him, thinking, who do they think they are? They should be thanking you for even letting them hear your voice. Back in his room, Kanata's demeanor flipped entirely, grinning and holding up a glass of water, cheerfully announcing, I used a glass of water to make the crying sounds. How was my acting there? Everything else was true, though. His reveal caused an uproar in the live chat, messages flooding the screen, a torrent of surprise, relief, and praise for his convincing performance. He felt a bit bad for worrying them, thanking everyone for their concern. He then noticed a specific message and expressed surprise. From his perch on a rooftop, he shared a new resolution with his audience. Instead of doing the same to them or something, I want to try interacting with them more proactively. He read my message. He continued, musing, even if we still don't become friends, they might become willing to just hold a conversation with me, you know. Listening to this, Crow was utterly captivated, her face flushing, finding his sentiment how graceful. But if... He continued speaking to his audience, adding, but if they ever treat you any worse than that, please tell us, I will, and if that happens, I hope you all console me. A sudden notification sound interrupts his light-hearted request. Elsewhere in a stark stone chamber, the assassin known as Crow listens intently, her unmasked face set with grim purpose. Clutching her sword, she questions, is that all you wish for? Her vow echoes through the macabre hall, surrounded by the skulls of past targets, declaring, I'll end anyone, whoever they may be, who dares to harm him, no matter who they are. Back in his room, completely unaware of the deadly promise made in his name, Kanata looked over the flood of supportive messages on his screen, a warm, grateful expression spreading across his face as he reflected on how kind all of his listeners were, thinking, all my listeners are such nice people. That's a lot of comments. As the client departed, Kanata offered a polite, thanks for visiting, sir, as he waved goodbye. In the royal capital, nestled within the walls of a certain brothel. With the transaction complete, she turned and walked back into the establishment. Inside, her boss greeted her, placing a hand on her shoulder and praising her good work. He mentioned he'd even changed the sheets for her. Her confidence returned in a flash as she declared that, of course, they were satisfied, asserting that it was only natural since she was the one serving them. After all, she reminded him, she was the facility's ace. Later, speaking with a different man, a manager, Kanata asked to be left alone for a while, explaining she had her own work to attend to, as the manager dismissed her with a better luck next time as he walked away. Alone in her room, she began to undress. Unseen, the manager was peeking through the cracked door, his thoughts lingering on her features until, sensing his presence, Kanata whirled around and shouted for him to get out. Once he was gone, she sighed, reflecting that it was a satisfying day nonetheless. Now settled in bed, she held a small communication device, thanking the streamer, her malord. Just as his broadcast began, the manager was violently kicked out of her room, startled by the voice asking if he kept his listeners waiting. The voice of the streamer Kanata had reached places he couldn't possibly imagine. A princess, a demon king, a saintess, an assassin, and now, a humble prostitute. As she listened, her intense expression softened as she wondered aloud if he ran into some kind of trouble. She clutches the device to her chest, sighing wistfully, wishing her malord were by her side. She vowed that she would offer her entire body to him in a heartbeat, seeing him as a savior, the one who saved all those like her. Her past was a stark contrast to her present. Kanata was born in the slums, a world away from the capital's finery. In order to survive, she was forced into the nightlife business, eventually clawing her way up to her current position. Later, sitting with her co-workers, one of them voiced a common fear. They were still young, but once they got old, they would lose their customers, and the question of whether they'll be forced back to the slums hung in the air. Kanata's hand trembled as she took a drink, admitting she didn't even want to think about it. Her despair was met with callous dismissal as the manager, with a cheerful thumbs up, noted that the customers had a great time, while her boss coldly reminded her that all she needed to do was work, dismissing her and her colleagues as filthy pieces of trash. Elsewhere, in a well-lit establishment, a group of men discussed a similar topic with disgust, one man expressing his relief at noticing a woman was a harlot before getting engaged. Amidst this, Kana gently helped the drunken co-worker, suggesting it was time for them to go home, reflecting the harsh reality of their world, where prostitutes' social standing was abysmally low and they were often treated as less than human, like rotten food. As they returned to their quarters, the manager, attempting to lift their dampened spirits, suggested they try to forget about the unpleasantness by tuning into the streamer's broadcast, announcing that it was just about to start. Gathered around the viewing device, they watched as the streamer Kanata began his broadcast. He admitted to being a bit of a clean freak and mentioned seeing something that shook him. The words struck Kana and her friends like a physical blow, their laughter dying instantly as he read the letter aloud. It was from a listener who called prostitutes filthy harlots and trash who dirtied the city, lamenting that no matter how hard they tried to escape their hell, people would always think of them this way. Kanata, holding the communication device, looked stunned and demanded to know who the listener thought they were talking about. In response to the hateful message, Kanata launched into a passionate defense, questioning why anyone would judge someone based on their profession, arguing that selling one's body is not a crime. He declared that he found them brave and their work fine, as they do what they must to live. His words, amplified by comments of support from other viewers, resonated deeply. He proclaimed that he wanted a world where working people could be proud and not be mocked. For Kanata, who had never heard such words before, it was a revelation. His stream reached ears across the kingdom, sparking reflection among the populace. As a result, the societal perception of prostitutes began to change. Lying in her bed, Kanata reflected that while she didn't know about other countries, their treatment within the kingdom was now second to none. Despite this societal shift, her personal struggles continued as she recounted an attempt to make friends by talking to people today. The memory was a pathetic, painful one, as the moment she opened her mouth, they told her to shut up. Just then, a knock came at her door. Clutching the communication device, she cried out, asking who would even dare insult her mallard like that as the manager entered, apologizing for the intrusion and mentioning something about the next day, while her boss appeared behind him, asking if she could console them a bit, a manic grin on his face. In the aftermath of the broadcast, public sentiment had soured completely, and the identity of the streamer was a constant topic of debate, and for all those who had once worshipped him, their admiration had curdled into an identical, furious anger. 1 week later, Kanata wandered the streets alone, his stomach growling with hunger, wondering if the bread stalls were still open. As he wondered, a gentle voice called out to him, and he turned to find a familiar face with long, pointed ears, Princess Maria, greeting him with a smile, confirming his name and noting the coincidence of their meeting. Stunned, Kanata could only stammer her title, prompting her to lean in and whisper, asking if it was truly all right for her to be out by herself, casually dismissing his concern, admitting that her butler was likely in a state of panic at that very moment. Leaning closer still, she asked him directly if he was free. Flustered by her proximity, he could only manage a stammered affirmative with his availability confirmed, as she cheerfully suggested they go for a walk together, sending Kanata into an internal panic, knowing that if anyone saw him with her, his school life would be over despite the risk. A part of him wanted to go. As they walked, their arms brushing against each other, Maria suddenly stopped and asked if he could hear something coming from nearby, catching Kanata off guard. The source of the commotion was a woman being accosted in an alley, Kana struggling against the grip of a long-haired man who identified himself as a noble from Xandard, sneering that she couldn't act so defiant around nobility, as Kana desperately pleaded for him to let her go. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes, but for him, saving people was simply an everyday occurrence, and with resolve, Kanata stepped forward, shouting at the man to release her, as Maria stood beside him, adding her own sharp command for the noble to hold it right there. Maria, dressed in casual attire, radiated fury, her expression a stark warning as she declared, "Hold it right there, mister. Let go of her." From a distance, Kanata echoed her sentiment, his hand glowing with magical energy, demanding, "Who do you think you are?" The green-haired man, face contorted in anger, snarled, "Don't get in my way, damn it." Ignoring Kanata, the man turned his leering gaze to Maria, his hand outstretched as he began, "You ray fairly pretty yourself, Aaron T." With a sharp slap, Maria's hand connected with his, halting his advance. Enraged, the man screamed, "I'll kill you," but Kanata, hands still glowing, interjected, now, let us calm down. With a surge of magical energy, Kanata lunged forward, striking the man's chest. As the spell took hold, Kanata sighed, it'll stop after a few minutes, so calm down. The aggressor cried out, struggling against the sudden paralysis, what's with this magic? I can move. From behind the now immobilized man, Maria gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, praising, impressive as always, Kanata. Kanata, however, stared at his own hand in disbelief, as Maria cheered, keep it at that pace. Gotcha, wait, what? The red-haired woman approached, her gaze stern as she questioned, if you're a commoner, do you know what's gonna happen, right? Do you know what you just did? Kanata, momentarily distracted by her beauty, wondered, and was that person earlier the princess? Who are you? Well, looking at her again, she's a beauty. This world is insane. Softening her tone, she reassured him, I am fine, he just chased me down to try and purchase me. Kanata, confused, echoed, to purchase you. Kanata's mind reeled, if she's this pretty then this world's men can be left alone, huh? Miss, are you okay? Did he do anything to you? From the ground, the paralyzed man scoffed, a kid like you won't understand, but I'll tell you, that woman's a filthy prostitute. The man continued his tirade, I told her I'd take her in cause I like her, but she had the gall to say no, damn it. The woman flinched at his words, thinking, I think chasing a woman down an alley is more criminal, you know. Those words, the way he talks. Enraged, Kanata grabbed the man by his collar, demanding, who do you think you are saying stuff like that, huh? Why are you discriminating against her for her job? What, is it a crime to sell your body? The paralyzed man smirked, noticing the growing crowd as onlookers wondered, I think it's from over here. Hey, what was that rumbling earlier? The commotion drew attention as people noticed civilians, there were people there. Seizing the opportunity, the man shouted, I am a noble, this guy is a thief. If you help me, I'll give you a reward. Maria calmly interjected, are you an idiot? Maria calmly interjected, I was the one who called these people. Maria winked at Kanata, apologizing, sorry to make you wait, Kanata. I told them about a brave student saving a woman from a perverted noble, to be precise, you see. With a pointed look towards the armored figures, she clarified, it's a perverted noble who's about to be arrested. The woman Kanata saved looked on in shock, thinking, why ray the royal knights here, you really are an idiot, guarantee you. Maria revealed her identity to the stunned onlookers, the person in front of you is far above plain nobility. It's Maria Ataraxis, the third princess. Maria turned to Kanata, her expression softening as she thanked him, it's thanks to you for keeping him down that I was able to make arrangements for an arrest. It's my pleasure, thank you. As the guards led the disgraced man away, Kanata remarked, it was just an attempt this time, so forcing them home is the best we can do. I see. As Maria prepared to leave, one of the guards informed her, Princess Maria, we'd like to ask for advice regarding patrols from now on. Let us go then. Watching them depart, Kanata muttered, that's one thing done, finally, and it looks like patrols are gonna be stricter too. Excuse me. The red-haired woman approached him, expressing her gratitude, thanks for helping me earlier and for affirming me and my job too. Miss. To his surprise, she gently took his hand as Kanata stammered, it's nothing at all, am. Kanata discreetly showed his hands to his streaming device, thinking, Tada, I can show my hands now, can you guys see? As she held his hand, she asked, what's your name? He stammered, it's Kanata. She replied, Kanata, I see, Fufu. She continued, I've spent time with a lot of men in my life, so I am fairly confident with how observant I am. Pardon. She introduced herself, it's Kana, that is my name, She handed him a small, carved token, instructing, when we meet next time, I want you to call me that. She explained, if you show that to the reception desk at the brothel I work at, they'll let you see me immediately. Leaning in close, Kana whispered, and if Kana whispered a provocative offer, you ray tired or want to let out stress, I'll help you out, free of charge. With a final wave she departed, leaving Kanata stunned. Kana announced, well then I have work to do, so, see you again, Kanata. Maria appeared suddenly at his side, her face uncomfortably close as Kanata yelped, why Princess Maria, aren't you a bit close? She coolly remarked, she's sharp, isn't she? They both acknowledged it was time to head home, as Kanata said, well then, let us both take care when we walk home. See you tomorrow. As he turned to leave, Maria grabbed his arm, demanding, why didn't you invite me to go home together? It's on the same path. If someone from the school sees us, please cover for me then. A. Internally, Maria blushed, thinking maybe I am just overthinking that they race similar. Ah, if it was Lord Streamer, then he would no doubt escort me. As the city guards dragged the disgraced noble away, one of them said, "Cool your head here for now. We'll send you home tomorrow." The disgraced noble screamed, "If it was just the princess, then it's fine. Shit, why is this happening?" His face twisted in fury as he vowed, "He humiliated me, but that commoner brat is different." Walking away from the commotion, Kanata sighed, muttering, "It's gonna be a pain having to listen to them. A commoner living in the capital named Kanata. I've got nothing to do with that, to be clear. That's more than enough information." While streaming, Kanata contemplated the influence of his own voice, posing a hypothetical question to his audience. What do you guys do if I said I wanted to take over the world? The response from his most devoted listeners was immediate and absolute. One vowed to offer him all the countries she had conquered. Another promised to use her power to reset the world to zero, making him its new ruler. A third pledged to take care of anyone he wished, offering him everything in her power and the world itself. He laughed nervously, dismissing his comment as a joke and noting that he wasn't actually interested in world domination. He reminded himself to be more careful with his words, recalling the online conflicts he used to cause. Messages of unwavering support continued to flood in, with listeners telling him to do his best and that his voice brought them happiness. Deciding to do something more productive, he considered an in-real-life stream. But realized that for now, he could only show his hands. Suddenly, a message from the nameless princess appeared, declaring her love for her lord and sending a donation of 10 gold coins. Caught in the moment, Kanata replied, "I love you too, princess." In a classroom far away, Maria heard his words and collapsed on her desk, letting out a series of muffled, ecstatic screams. The following day at school, Kanata sat at his own desk, cringing as he recalled the previous night's events, feeling he went too far. Still feeling sleepy, he overheard his classmates discussing a rumor that Aguila, a student from the SS class, was the popular streamer. Maria and her friend debated the topic. The friend pointed out that Aguila was a noble, whereas the streamer claimed to be a commoner, concluding that he must be lying. Kanata listened quietly, internally resolving to expose the impersonator on his next stream. Later, he scrolled through comments online, noting the speculation about the streamer's identity, wondering how he could prove the truth without revealing he is a student. As he walked through the school, he spotted a group of noble students, including the prince, and felt a surge of irritation. His curiosity about the impersonator grew. His resolve hardened. He was the real streamer. He burst in on the group, shouting at the prince, demanding to know why no one would believe him. Kanata reflected that in his old world, fake accounts were easy to spot, but here, the situation was different. He realized with a jolt that the problem had, in a way, already been solved for him. After school, Kanata put on his glasses, determined to understand the prince's motives. He found Aguila alone and listened from a distance as the noble amended that the world revolves around people like him, and that no one would listen to a faceless commoner. He got the gist just by following him. Aguila revealed his plan. By posing as the streamer, he could improve his family's reputation, take the money, and claim the audience for himself. The motive was now clear. He was suddenly approached by his friends. Akita whispered that Aguila was a foolish man, and Rebecca agreed that someone so dumb was beyond saving. Zeus mentioned they had plans with Aguila, confusing Kanata. Rebecca then turned to him and whispered, asking if he happened to know of Lord Streamer. Kanata froze, stunned by the direct question. A flashback to 3 minutes prior showed the group finding Kanata. Rebecca revealed that she was a fan of the streamer, and Zeus expressed his surprise that she was too. Alphina then quietly admitted that during her few moments of rest at the church, just hearing Lord Streamer's voice calmed her heart. Back in the present, Rebecca whispered to a flustered Kanata, asking if he and the streamer were one and the same. He was safe from answering when his focus shifted to Maria, who internally fumes that everyone is obsessed with the streamer, calling them cultists. Before he could respond, a shadowy claw of immense power burst from the ground, seizing Aguila and yanking him into darkness. The group stared in shock at the empty space. Kanata cried out, wondering where he vanished, while Alphina confirmed Rebecca's suspicion, stating she felt the power of an evil presence. In an instant, Aguila found himself on a desolate, lightning-scarred courtyard before a towering, dark castle. A horned woman, the demon Lord Shrasa, stood before him and asked if he was the streamer. Her muscular subordinate expressed doubt, noting that Aguila's mana was too low to be the genuine article. Her expression darkened into a terrifying snarl as she loomed over the petrified noble. She hissed that he dared to use the name of the one she loves, and for that sin he must be prepared to pay the price. Aguila could only let out a shriek of terror as she closed in. Meanwhile, back in the school garden, Kanata and his friends were still reeling. Rebecca expressed concern that it's not wise for a princess to get involved, but Alphina reasoned that if a demon was responsible, they likely kidnapped Aguila to confirm the rumors about the streamer. Kanata was taken aback by their sharp analysis. Their speculation was cut short as the demon Lord Shrasa materialized before them. Casually holding the unconscious and battered form of Aguila, she remarked on how embarrassing the situation was. As Kanata recognized Aguila's scent, he stole himself, determined to protect the girls. In response, Alphina and Maria immediately moved into defensive stances. They placed themselves between him and the demon, ordering him to stand back. Shrasa clarified her intentions, explaining that her boss was angry about the impersonation and that she has come to return the pretender. She then addressed Alphina and Maria directly, acknowledging the animosity directed at her. The demon lord chuckled, her demeanor shifting entirely. She revealed that many demons, including the demon lord herself, were avid listeners of the streamer's broadcasts. She mused on how lovely it was to have a being who can connect both humans and demons. Turning her gaze to Kanata, she stated she would more willingly accept him as the streamer than the pathetic imposter. He struggled to maintain his composure, desperately hoping his expression didn't betray his panic. Alphina's mind raced, questioning just who Kanata was, now that it's clear even demons perceive his mana as abnormal. Sensing the escalating tension, Maria stepped forward, introducing herself as a government official and attempting to de-escalate by ending the conversation. Shrasa simply smiled, amused by the young lady's intervention. She departed in an unknown sphere, leaving the group behind. While Princess Maria went to report the incident, Alphina slumped against Kanata, utterly spent from the day's events. Kanata, surprised by her sudden proximity, noticed how close she was. She sat with her for a moment before Maria returned, taking his hands to thank him for his help. She explained how happy it made her. Kanata, flustered, thought to himself that any man would protect a woman, but found the praise overwhelming. Though he couldn't see Alphina's face, he could still hear her soft breathing. As Maria looked at him with admiration, telling him he was truly wonderful. A few days later, the consequences of the encounter became clear. Aguila, now completely transformed, frantically chased after Kanata and Maria, crying out for Lord Streamer to help him. After the incident, he had accepted all of the streamer's supposed ideals, made all of his family's crimes public, and was now vowing to rebuild his house to be fit for a true fan. He walked through town, pondering if the demon lord's ceasefire offer was genuine, when a voice called out to him. A mysterious, beautiful woman with dark skin and pointed ears stood before him. She shyly asked if he could guide her around the town. Kanata, taken aback, could only stare in surprise. Kanata took in the sights of the capital, his eyes widening as he murmured, "I see. This truly is interesting, so this is the town they call the capital." As they strolled through the bustling streets, his companion inquired, "Is it your first time here?" Kanata confirmed, "It's my first time visiting a human town." He quickly corrected himself, a slight flush rising to his cheeks. "To this town, I mean." She offered a polite apology. "My apologies for making you spend your time guiding a country bumpkin." He waved off her concern with a smile. "It's fine. I get to walk alongside a pretty girl like you after all." Her eyes widened, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she thought, "He called me pretty." Flustered, she offered, "This town has some nice hidden spots too. I'll lead you to them." Leaning against the railing, overlooking the sprawling city, she whispered to herself, her expression darkening. "So I've been, trying to destroy such beautiful scenery." Kanata, sensing a shift in her demeanor, thought to himself, "She's pretty strange." He tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. He bluntly asked, "Are you not human?" Her eyes widened in surprise, but a delighted laugh bubbled from her lips. "How surprising. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful feeling. I see now, of course you see through them. With these items my subordinates gave me, I thought I'd successfully hidden myself as a human. With a playful grin, she admitted, indeed, I am not. You are sharp. Kanata exclaimed, pointing a finger at her, why you really aren't human. Glancing around the secluded walkway, Kanata observed, this hidden spot you brought me to is quite convenient. There aren't any humans nearby, and I don't sense any magic. A sinister smile crept across her face as she declared, as a reward for seeing through me, I'll show you who I am. With blinding speed, she lunged forward, her hat flying off as a dark aura began to erupt around her. An immense dark aura erupted from her as she transformed, horns curling from her head. This aura, it's exactly like his. Let me introduce myself once more. I am the humble demon Shruza. Startled but composed, Kanata introduced himself. Well, I am Kanata. Shruza acknowledged his name. Kanata, I see. Is just Kanata fine? Kanata replied, well, yeah. Shruza gestured grandly, a sinister smile playing on her lips. I've cut us off from the outside world. The only one who can perceive me here is you, Kanata. Kanata, taking in the scene, mused, I see. So there's magic like that too. Shruza tilted her head, her gaze intense. Kanata, what do you think of demons? Kanata looked thoughtful. My God, asked that before, huh? Magic sure is deep. I should have studied it more before I went to school. Shruza waited patiently for his answer. Kanata argued passionately, if someone dies in war, then demons would grieve too, wouldn't they? Shruza's expression softened, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Yes, indeed, even we shed tears when a comrade dies. Good, his eyes are good. And suddenly Shruza placed a hand on his chest, not to attack but to sense his power. Say, Kanata, you've got a wonderful amount of mana, don't you? Kanata's eyes widened in shock. It's the same thing he said. He exclaimed, and you can see how much mine exceeds yours. I did not think a human like you existed. The amount you have is far greater than mine. With a snap of her fingers, the dark barrier vanished. We ray back. Shruza seemed momentarily flustered by this revelation but quickly accepted it. But I see, I can accept it now. Shruza dismissed her intense monologue as a personal quirk. Okay, pay it no mind, monologues are a hobby of mine. Kanata asked, what did you just, and when did you get changed? Taking both of his hands, she looked at him earnestly. Kanata, you agree with me, right? That, just like this, both humans and demons should walk hand in hand. Kanata affirmed his agreement with conviction. Why yeah, the path there'll be tough, but I think we can definitely do it. His earnestness seemed to amuse her. I see, I hope so. She mentioned, right, there's a guy here called Streamer, and he has the same opinion. With a hint of excitement, she confessed, he talked about how peaceful it'd be if we got along. I hope I get to see that peace. Kanata, flustered, wondered if he misspoke. Did I say something weird? Shruza explained, indeed, he said those same things. Rather, it was thanks to his very words that I changed. She confessed, my apologies, I am a fan of his, you see. Surprised, Kanata asked, hey Shruza, is Streamer famous over there too? She confirmed, he's fairly popular, yes, though the more hard-headed elders don't like him. Kanata wondered aloud, the demon world, huh? I wonder what kind of place it is. Maybe it's similar to my world's overseas countries. Leaning in close, startling him, she enthusiastically invited him. Why don't you come next time? If I am with you, you'll be let in. If we both have time, both of us. You're more than welcome, way more than welcome, way more than welcome, friend. After promising to meet again, Shruza vanished in a burst of energy, bringing Kanata's unusual day off to a close. Back in his room, Kanata reflected on the day's events. No one in the human realm knows of the demon lord's true name. Deciding to end his stream a bit earlier than usual, he advised his viewers, alright then, it's a bit earlier than usual but we're ending it here. You guys should sleep early sometimes too, alright. Climbing into his own bed, exhausted from his unexpected role as a tour guide, he yawned, I am beat from being a tour guide. Good night to no one in particular. He fell into a deep sleep, but his rest was not destined to be peaceful. Silently above his bed was a mysterious figure clad in a dark coat and a plague doctor's mask. The intruder, Crow, observed the sleeping Streamer and let out a soft, ominous laugh. Kanata's day, it seemed, was not over after all. A few days ago, a contract was struck. The plague-masked assassin, Crow, waited for the client to speak. With a sinister smile, the young woman with reddish-brown hair asked if Crow remembered a certain man. The target was Kanata, the one she called the perverted noble who had been sent back to his home country because of Maria and Kana. Her request was simple: she wanted his head, and she tossed the file forward. Crow accepted the job, noting from the file that the target was just a plain commoner in the capital, not a noble nor an adventurer. Her face twisted with rage as she recalled the public embarrassment, vowing never to forgive him for making a fool of her. Crow noted that the target simply had poor luck and that he would take the job. The client laughed, filled with vindictive glee, and told Crow she was counting on him. In the present, the true identity of the assassin was revealed as the young girl landed silently on a city rooftop, remarking to herself that it had been a while since she last visited this place. With her objective clear, she decided to begin her mission by gathering intelligence. 1 hour later, her reconnaissance was complete, and she had learned that he was a regular customer at a local bakery. Her findings painted a picture of a kind young man, a student who had helped a woman from a pervert and saved a sister from a scammer. She conceded that he seemed like a good person, but she resolved that she had no choice but to proceed. Standing in a shadowed alley, she wrestled with her thoughts. The grim possibility of having to sell drugs again crossed her mind. Her mind drifted to him, the streamer, an existence she knew only from across the screen, who had given even a doubtful assassin like her a reason to live. She saw a kinship between them. The streamer hid his true self, just as she, a young girl, hid behind the persona of Crow, fostering a parasocial bond. Though she had only known of him by pure coincidence, as a fellow townsfolk, she never expected to grow so fond of him. Her thoughts mimicked his streaming style, as she mused about the rare jobs in this world. She recalled listening to his streams countless times, having fallen completely under his influence. During one such stream, he had brought up the topic of assassins, asking his audience if they knew of those who live by such a trait. The subject was dark, and she was shocked that the person she admired was so well informed about her world. He continued, acknowledging that assassins are feared, scorned, and used as convenient tools for crime. They hide in the darkness to eliminate their targets. Then he dropped a bombshell: he thought they were pretty cool. From his point of view, the people in that line of work were interesting. The unexpected praise left her utterly stunned and speechless. Her heart fluttered. She adored him, finding his gullibility endearing. Shaking herself from her long reverie, she focused on the task at hand. She had arrived at the target's house. To her surprise, a window was carelessly left open. As she prepared to slip inside, she whispered a silent apology. "Forgive me, Kanata." She entered the room, only to find Kanata awake and tying on a headband, declaring it was time to get the stream started. With a swift kick, he sent her flying back out the window, casually stating he needed to close it so no one would hear. He began his stream, completely oblivious to the figure just outside his window. But in that moment, whether through an assassin's keen eye or the profound intuition of a devoted listener, Crow realized the truth: Kanata and her beloved streamer were one and the same. Her professional instinct screamed that she couldn't let him notice her, not even for a moment. She resolved to not even blink, even if she started bleeding, yet the fan within her was overjoyed, thrilled to finally see him in person and listen to his stream live. Elsewhere, Prince Aguila chuckled to himself, imagining Crow was making her targets suffer immensely, remarking that he heard the assassin Crow was quite brutal. The reality, however, was far different. Crow was blissfully enjoying what she considered her first live public recording session, hanging upside down, just outside the window, as Kanata's attention was drawn to a message from the nameless princess. This continued without rest nor sleep. She had stayed in Kanata's room watching over him. Even the legendary Crow eventually grew tired. He slept peacefully, only stirring slightly in the night before his eyes shot open and a scream tore from his throat. A small, unfamiliar girl was standing right there in his room, a faint, unsettling smile on her face. Leaping from his bed, he pointed a trembling finger at the intruder, demanding to know who she was and why she was there. More so than a failure of her mission, she was simply happy that Kanata had finally seen her. With absolute unwavering confidence, she prepared her answer. She gave a cheerful wink, declaring herself to be a normal, unsuspicious person, and that it was a pleasure to meet him, Lord Streamer. Kanata could only stare in disbelief before roaring back, asking if she thought he believed that, from this day forward, his life as a streamer would be thrown into chaos, though he himself had no reason to know this yet. Internally, Kanata panicked, realizing she knew everything about him. What should I do? She already knows my identity and everything. Myra pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. Please believe me, I am a fan of yours. With a bright smile, she formally introduced herself. Okay, my name is Myra. I also go by Crow sometimes. Like the bird, he muttered, utterly bewildered. He glanced from the girl to the discarded plague mask on the floor, his mind struggling to reconcile the two. With unnerving cheerfulness, Myra confirmed, "Ah, yes, that's me." Kanata found it hard to believe, muttering, "That's a bit unbelievable." His mind raced, questioning, so why did that legendary assassin sneak into my room and watch me sleep exactly? With unnerving intensity, she repeated her reason, "It's because I am a fan of yours." Kanata grimaced, realizing we've gone in a loop. This isn't gonna work out, is it? Kanata wondered aloud, "Am I the cause? Are you troubled, my lord?" Myra's expression hardened, stating, "Understood. Farewell then, my lord," as she drew her short sword. He thought to himself, this didn't happen in my last life at all, and shouted, "Hey." As she moved to end her own life, Kanata lunged forward, shouting, "Stop it." He grabbed her, frantically demanding, "What in the world is wrong with you? Were you actually trying to die? Put your sword down, put this on your neck." She replied with chilling simplicity, "It's because I caused trouble for you, my lord." The declaration sent a shock through Kanata, his heart pounding in his chest. Her expression remained unnervingly placid as she explained, "If you think of me as a nuisance, I clearly have no value as a living being, my lord." He collapsed to his knees, utterly overwhelmed. He realized she's the type to actually die if I told her to. I can't anymore. He admitted to himself, she's so far gone that I might actually cry, or even way past yanders. Struggling to process the situation, he ran a hand through his hair, admitting, "That's not what I wanted to happen. I can't think straight." "Well, you kind of are, but..." He acknowledged, "This is your fault, you know. Are you okay?" He grabbed a glass of water and took a quick drink to steady his nerves, issuing a simple command, "Just don't die for now. If you cut off your head there, the blood will be a pain to clean." Kneeling before the young assassin, he questioned her state of mind. "What in the world is up with you?" She misunderstood his concern, offering, "Then shall I do it someplace else? That's not the problem here." He addressed her by her true name, Crow. "Rather Myra, right?" She responded, "Yes." In response, she leaned in close, her expression earnest. By the way, you the only one who knows of Crow's or my true name, my lord." She then asked a chilling question, "Since I know who you are, does that mean I'll get killed?" He remained unconvinced. "I still don't believe that you Ray Crow at all. Can you prove it somehow?" She furiously asked, "By who? I'll go and get rid of them immediately." He realized with a sigh, "Yeah, this isn't working at all." After a moment's thought, she boasted, "I am fairly good at presence concealment, so." To demonstrate her skill, Myra suddenly vanished from sight. "Here I go, the hell." Kanata stood alone in his room, utterly baffled, noting, "I didn't feel any magic, so this isn't a spell." A disembodied voice, Myra's, calmly stated, "I am currently right in front of you, my lord." A faint shimmering distortion appeared over his hand, a subtle touch from the unseen girl. "What's this?" "That would be my chest." Startled by the contact, he yelped an apology. Sorry." She reassured him, "It's fine." Her face beaming with joy as she explained, "Just being touched by you makes me happy, my lord." He, however, was overwhelmed by a mix of embarrassment and exhaustion. Regaining a sliver of composure, he questioned, "Hold on, why Ray you in my room again?" "Right, that's because." Her explanation left him slumped on the floor in disbelief. "So you can get killed just for that? This world is horrifying, but as a result I am really happy. Good for you then." Cautiously he asked, "So you don't plan on killing me anymore?" She reacted with explosive certainty, shouting, "Absolutely not." In fact, she declared, "Please don't worry, I actually protect you rather than harm you, really." She continued, "And currently, the one who put in the request." Her declaration caused her to pause, recalling, "My mission was to kill him, wasn't it?" The scene shifted to a later time where Kanata sat at a desk in a classroom, wondering, I wonder if his lessons will end soon. Outside the window, Myra watched him intently, marking Stalker Life Day 2. Amidst the wreckage of a room, a figure in a plague doctor's mask sat stunned, a teacup still held in their hand. From outside, a furious voice bellowed, branding the defeated operative, "Crow, you traitor, you fool." Having returned to Kanata's side, Myra grinned with childish delight. He gave a confident thumbs up, seemingly addressing an unseen audience. "Sorry to make you all wait." She concluded her report of the events with a cheerful summary, adding a gentle yet unsettling request, and that sums it up. Let us not needlessly kill people, okay? He processed her words, internally weighing, she is reliable as a bodyguard, but leaving her next to me is a bit too scary. His thoughts were cut short as he noticed his communication terminal on the desk begin to light up. Ah, your terminal is lighting up. Reaching for the device, he wondered, did those letters I asked for finally arrive? Hoping the distraction would help him calm his nerves, he thought, I'll use this chance to calm down too. Let us see. He stared at the glowing screen in confusion as an unfamiliar voice emanated from it, addressing him with a startling title, My Lord, what in the world? The screen then flashed with a bold, damning message, Streamer, you are a mass murderer. We cannot forgive your sins. We did not think you would go to such means just to be famous, Streamer. The message explained its reasoning. In other words, you will need the mana of a large number of humans. To cast your voice over such a large distance needs equally large amounts of mana. No matter how much you save, you'd be dead if you were alone. A silhouetted figure appeared on the screen, their voice laced with accusation. Say, Streamer, just how many lives have you taken? How much suffering have you caused just to reach where you are now? The message concluded with a solemn, unwavering vow from his accusers. We will never forgive you. We will smite you down. He stood frozen, the words on his terminal echoing in his mind, wondering what the hell was he saying. Did that rumor spread in just a few days? Nearby, Myra considered the implications of the accusation, realizing, I am using my own mana for my streams though. But his frantic thoughts were interrupted by a strange sight. Myra was kneeling by his bed, pressing his pillow to her face and deeply inhaling. This is gonna be a pain, so this is my lord's scent. A wave of exasperation washed over Kanata as Myra suddenly appeared at his side, looking up at him with concern. My lord, what happened? He couldn't believe this was happening to him, reflecting, I didn't think that happened to me. What do I even? He reflected on how, in my past life, rumors like these caused assumptions and ended up giving celebrities weird labels. As he grappled with this thought, he asked, Hold on, what did you do to my bed earlier? Whatever could you be talking about? In the world of ataraxia, the title of streamer had become a name of such renown that statues were erected in his honor, monuments to a man adored by all. The unique culture he introduced spread like wildfire, but for many charmed by his ideals, admiration curdled into an obsessive devotion. They became, for lack of a better term, Yandir listeners. His influence brought sweeping societal change, the release of slaves, a ceasefire brokered with the demons, the utter destruction of bandit guilds, and an end to discrimination based on one's profession. Such power, the ability to move nations with a single word, was a thing of envy. And among the envious were those who sought to replicate his broadcasts for their own ends. Meanwhile, in a small country neighboring Rogia, a grim scene unfolded at the estate of the noble Sundai household. A young woman crumpled to the floor, her body trembling. Ah, she cried, her voice thin and reedy, damn it, there's nowhere near enough mana. As others pleaded for forgiveness, their strength failing them, a man's voice tore through the air, dripping with contempt. You all worthless, every single one of you. Master Rikpa lounged on his chair, sneering. Why did I even bother buying you ungrateful cretins? An elderly attendant approached cautiously. Master Rikpa, he began, as you know, mana is as valuable as blood to us. With a raised finger, the old man offered his counsel. If you drain them of their mana to their limits, they will die. New slaves must then be bought, needlessly increasing expenses. I believe letting them rest for a small while is best. This was the last batch, the attendant reported grimly, gesturing towards the depleted figures. There are none left. Rikpa looked up, a scowl twisting his features. Gods, I suppose slaves from the bottom of the barrel can only give so much. He cursed the kingdom's princess and her new anti-slavery laws which made acquiring new stock so difficult. But then, a cruel smirk spread across his face. I did it, he purred to himself. The very idea of treating those things nicely is stupid, he scoffed, before barking an order to a nearby guard. Rest in your cells. He then turned his attention to the guard. Ah, right, we managed to capture that SS rank adventurer yesterday, correct? As the adventurer Akuta floated in a capsule of healing water, the old attendant reviewed his clipboard. How did that go? Rikpa asked. The attendant looked up. He has enough for 5 minutes of streaming time. Akuta's hand trembled as he stared at the device. 5 minutes, The number was incomprehensible. Shit, how can we even begin to match that bastard mana supply? His disbelief erupted into fury. Impossible, he roared, surging from his seat. For a single man to have enough for a whole night stream. How many lives has that lowlife taken to do it? And so, the dark rumors began to take root. Fueled by this conviction, he addressed his assembled soldiers. With a sharp gesture, he gave the command, "All of you, anonymously report all of this." In perfect unison, they saluted. Understood. A predatory grin stretched across Akuta's face. We were going to unveil the truth of that asshole's sins and drag him down to hell. Hand me the mana for that 5-minute stream, he bellowed. I'll do it at the end of his stream tomorrow. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the plot brewing against him, Kanata stared at a message on his own device, a look of mild surprise on his face. Really? He pushed back from his desk. Myra, inexplicably present in his room, bounced on her heels. Is it okay to just leave them be? Kanata shrugged. Not really, but I want to wait and see how it turns out. Myra floated closer, her expression earnest. That one do, I didn't want you to be misunderstood by this world, my lord. Kanata rubbed the back of his neck, sighing. She is just hanging around like it's normal. When is she going home? Suddenly a pair of glasses appeared on her face. If it's a pain, then how about I take care of them for you? She proposed with a glint in her eye. No killing, all right, he could only stare. Where do those glasses come from? Absolutely not, he yelled. Undeterred, Myra tilted her head. Then, what if we sell some of their organs? Elsewhere, Maria watched a broadcast with her companions, and here I thought all of my fans were gentle people. She sighed, watching one of them lick the screen with rabid enthusiasm. They are not. That's fine, just make sure no one sees you, he conceded. Myra beamed. I can do that much. What do you take me for? Deciding he needed to clear his head, Kanata headed for the door. I am going for a walk, want to cool down a bit. Myra immediately shot her hand up. I'll come with you. Her cheeks flushed a deep red as she clenched her fists defensively. A stalker, I am not. Under the light of a full moon. Kanata stretched, enjoying the cool night air. Man, this feels nice. His moment of peace was shattered by a sudden vibration from his device. A new broadcast had begun. A derisive voice echoed from the speaker. Hey there, you fools mindlessly enjoying the streamer's antics. Kanata and Myra stared at the screen as the voice continued its tirade. Some of you may already know this, but you all don't know of the streamer's evil doings, right? Within these 5 minutes I will teach you all the truth. Across the city, citizens stopped in their tracks, listening to the sudden broadcast. Murmurs of doubt began to spread. He kills that many. The seed of suspicion took root in the crowd. Now that I think about it, he might be right. The slanderous broadcast reached far and wide, eliciting a cascade of reactions. Initial confusion, what? Gave way to disbelief, really, which quickly hardened into cold fury. Oh my, you dare. Maria's disbelief erupted into pure rage. There's no way he would do anything like that, she roared, her powerful grip shattering the device in her hand. Back on the rooftop, Kanata sensed the shift in the air beside him. Myra, he asked gently. She trembled, a dark aura radiating from her. That was close, she thought, her voice a strained whisper in her own mind. If Lord Streamer wasn't next to me, I might be destroyed everything within 5 meters. Unaware of the terrifying forces he had just provoked, the fool Rikpa had stepped right on a sleeping tiger's tail. He met with an unknown contact whose voice was low and steady. I have a favor to ask. Can you hear me out? We are treading through a minefield now. As his friends waved their goodbyes, Kanata remained on the campus bench, the silence settling around him. He sighed, looking out at the empty path. Well, what do I do now? Elsewhere, the sharp chime of a clock signaled the beginning of the day's lessons. From his seat, he overheard a nearby conversation. It was Maria and her friend. That guy's stream from yesterday. One began, is it true that he kills people? The other whispered, her voice laced with doubt. It's not possible to have that much mana on your own. It's making some pretty big waves. He leaned back in his classroom chair, a wry smile touching his lips. So many people had asked about the mechanics of his streams, demanding to know his secret. He always just pleaded the fifth. What else could he say? The only real explanation was the most unhelpful one imaginable. I can do it because I am me. It was a gift from his reincarnation, a one-of-a-kind ability in this new world, an infinite well of magical energy. This bottomless reserve meant he could unleash high-class magic repeatedly, never once having to worry about his mana consumption. It also rendered him completely immune to the energy-draining attacks of dungeon monsters, much to his disgust at their slimy touch. The downside, however, was immense. A single moment of carelessness, a simple sneeze, and he could accidentally overpower everyone around him. He walked through the academy grounds, the weight of his secret settling on his shoulders. It was best if he kept this power to himself, revealing it would be a logistical nightmare. As long as he could continue his streams, he was content. Still, a knot of anxiety tightened in his stomach as he hurried through the halls. He could only hope the conspiracy theories about him hadn't already spiraled out of control. "My apologies for making you wait, Lord Kanata," a voice chirped from right beside him. He yelped, stumbling back in shock at the sudden appearance of the assassin Myra. Her face was inches from his, her gaze inquisitive. Flustered, he stammered, "Could you not do that?" She tilted her head, completely oblivious to his discomfort. "Ah, please take this," she said, extending a folded letter. "I did my best to gather the information you requested." A faint blush dusted her cheeks as she admitted, "I had to use a bit of force. But if it's an order from you, my lord, I would be willing to do anything." He took the document, his expression softening. "Thanks, Myra," he said gently, "but try to stop with the violence, all right." The praise was too much. For an assassin like her to be thanked by the one she called Lord Streamer. Myra's consciousness fizzled out, and she collapsed to the floor, fast asleep from the emotional overload. Kanata unfolded the document. The intelligence pointed to a noble from the Roja's kingdom, a small and distant country, as the one pulling the strings. He read on, his brow furrowing. This was far worse than a simple rumor. An entire organization born of envy for the streamer had formed against him. He glanced over at the source of this detailed intelligence, still sleeping soundly on the floor beside her sword. He couldn't help but be impressed. She gathered so much detailed information. I should be expected as much from Crow. As if sensing his thoughts, Myra stirred and knelt before him. "If you wish," she offered, "I can go out to gather more." He looked at her, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Are you fine with that?" Later that night, under a full moon, he met with her again. "Yeah," she confirmed. "A favor," he began. Holding up his communication device, he gave her the new assignment. "I want you to look into that stream using your network information. Is that all right?" Her response was immediate and enthusiastic. "Please leave it to me," she declared, already a blur of motion as she sped off into the night. Back in his school uniform, Kanata reviewed the details of the rumors she had uncovered. The document outlined a malicious narrative, that he gains the trust of former slaves only to drain them of all their magical energy. The text went on to suggest that his supporters were likely brainwashed. He tossed the papers onto his desk with a click of his tongue. That's a creative one. The final lines were a chilling call to action. Ending his existence was the only way to stop his supposed crimes. His composure finally cracked. With a bitter laugh, he slammed his fist against the wall. "Not just me, but my listeners now too. They just don't stop with these selfish assumptions." Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Kana flew into a destructive rage over the rumors, forcing her comrades to restrain her. Lady Shraza watched calmly, noting that the repair costs would be significant and that, for now, the number of listeners who believed the slander seemed small. Walking through a courtyard, he heard it again. "So this is slander." A student mused. "Scary, isn't it?" Another replied. "It all makes sense." He now understood just how far the lies had spread. He found a quiet place to sit, the problem churning in his mind. He needed a simple way to resolve this misunderstanding, but his words alone weren't enough. Ignoring it would only allow the problem to fester and grow. He clenched his fist, knowing he had to do something. Then an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. His gaze fell upon his audio-only streaming setup. "If I use this, I can show my hands during streams." A plan began to form, his eyes widening with the possibility. Mimicking the school entrance exam, that might change everything. The key was an item he and every other student recognized instantly, the mana measurement orb, a device used to classify a person's magical capacity. He needed one. If he could use it on stream for all his listeners to see, it would serve as undeniable proof that he was broadcasting using his own power. But as he sat alone on the campus bench, the reality of the situation weighed on him. The orb was expensive, not something that would be casually lent to an ordinary student. From a distance, Alphina and Maria watched him, sensing his distress. Alphina's gaze was fixed on him. "I get you, Kanata," she murmured to Maria. "Just like me, you Ray thinking of that lying Lord Streamer, aren't you?" Maria's eyes sparkled with understanding. Just like me, she corrected with a grin, you wish to purge this world of sinners. Yes, I understand, Lord Kanata. Their decision made, the two approached, their voices calling his name and startling him from his troubled thoughts. He quickly stood to face them, acknowledging them with surprise. Ah, Princess Maria Alphina. Alphina looked at him with concern. Is something, she stopped herself, shaking her head. You don't have to finish that sentence for me to understand. Internally, she fought to keep her composure. That was close. I'll lose myself if I am not careful. She recalled all the times he had helped others in need. He was, she affirmed to herself, a person they could trust completely. Because of this, she extended a hand, making a formal offer. So now, in your time of need, we'll lend you our help. Why don't you share your burden with us? Her reasoning was simple. We just so happen to be born blessed with power and influence. Maria stepped forward, her hands clasped earnestly as she looked up at him. But we must use those things to help those in need. So please, could you rely on us? His heart pounded in his chest. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized that if it was these two, he could truly trust them. Just as he was about to accept, Maria spoke up. I have a favor to ask you too, is that okay? Kanata raised a hand to his chin, his expression turning serious. Before that though, I am sorry, he began, his voice steady. There is something I have to tell you. I am streamer. The revelation hung in the air, heavy and absolute. Before Kanata, Alphina and Maria stood frozen, their eyes wide and vacant as the truth crashed over them. Kanata fidgeted, crossing his arms as a wave of regret washed over him. Maybe the confession was too sudden, he doubted they would even believe him. He flinched, muttering a quiet apology for the abruptness of it all. His thoughts were shattered by Alphina's calm voice. Lord Kanata, the truth is, I knew all along. Kanata's head snapped up, his own shock mirroring what he'd just seen on their faces. You what? He stumbled back against a stone ledge, his legs weak with disbelief. You were kidding. Since when? He stammered. Alphina pointed towards his hand. When we first met. You had a small wound on your hand, right? Right after that, she continued, her expression unwavering, you showed us your hands on stream and the connection clicked into place with horrifying clarity for Kanata. Whoa, so that's when. Suddenly Maria erupted, her face a mask of horrified understanding as the truth finally, belatedly hit her. Hes Lord Streamer, Kanata. No, Lord Kanata was Lord Streamer this entire time. Her eyes swirled in a dizzying spiral of revelation. So my intuition was right, she declared to the sky, completely lost in her own world. Kanata could only stare. Princess? Shaking with manic energy, Maria shot a finger into the air. I knew too, from that. Alphina gave a knowing smile, cutting through the chaos. From your accent it tugged at me. It was surprisingly easy, you know. Kanata could only manage a week, I see. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a dizzying swirl in his head. In other words, I unconsciously gave identifying information to you too. Of course, Alphina chirped, Maria nodding in agreement. It's only natural. Before he could process it, Alphina stepped forward, gently taking both of his hands in hers. Her grip was firm, her fingers lacing through his. Even if we know the truth, we ray your fans, Lord Streamer. No, Lord Kanata. She leaned in, her expression earnest. We would never do anything to cause you trouble. Her eyes, however, took on a terrifying intensity as she loomed over him. Otherwise, she declared, her voice dropping to a low, serious tone, we wouldn't have any right to call ourselves your fans. Maria stepped forward, placing her hand over theirs. Alphina's right, Kanata, we want to keep hearing your voice, your usual fearless attitude. She then leaned in impossibly close, her face inches from his, a strange intensity in her eyes. And besides, you don't need to call me princess for now, okay? Overwhelmed, Kanata could only stammer out his agreement. Her voice rose to a shout, her face flushed with emotion. Drop the formalities, treat me like Alphina. They stood before him, a united front of unnerving devotion. We ray your allies, Lord Kanata, Maria announced with a proud wink. We ray a princess and a priestess, you know. Say anything you want and we'll grant it for you. He looked down, a small, overwhelmed smile on his face. I guess so, Alphina, Maria. As they each took one of his hands, a thought solidified in his mind. Even though they already knew his identity, these two didn't leak any of it. They had kept his secret safe. He knew he could trust them, and yet, something felt different. Their demeanor was strangely intense, almost unnervingly so. They leaned in, their faces far too close as they stared at him with an unreadable fervor. A wave of panic washed over Kanata as he glanced around the empty courtyard. Wait, what if someone saw this, and what if someone heard us? Alphina gave a confident wink. From how you looked, I guessed you didn't want anyone else hearing us. I cast a spell to ward off others before we started talking. Kanata sighed in relief. That's awesome. Thanks. She then turned serious. Now then, what I want to talk to you two about is the rumors and conspiracies surrounding Streamer. I've been requesting my mother and father to do something about those rumors, Alphina reported, her expression grim. Because of a mysterious cooperator, they've already figured out its roots. Kanata was stunned. No way. She gestured as if presenting a pile of official documents. They call you a mass murderer, but we haven't found any cases of that in our country. But what you do, Lord Streamer, takes more mana than any normal person can have, she continued. That much is true. Alphina stood tall, laying out the findings of the world's leaders. Starting from my parents, each country's leader began thinking one of two things: that you had more mana than everyone and everything else in this world, or that you were using a device unknown to us to create mana in order to stream. Just then Maria wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. In other words, even if you don't rely on us, Kanata-sama. Your name has a very big meaning in this world now, Lord Streamer. You have unending support from the common folk. An image flashed in his mind of countless believers, armed and ready. So many people, many of your believers, will absolutely not forgive any action that will trouble you. He clenched his fist, a fire igniting in his chest. So that's how it was. But he didn't want anyone else to clean up his mess. I'll prove my innocence with my own hands. He turned to the two girls, who looked dazed but resolute. So I want to ask for your help. Maria, Alphina, please. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he averted his gaze. Since, why no, I trust both of you. The emotional impact was too much. Alphina and Maria tumbled to the ground, completely overwhelmed. Kanata flinched back, mortified, too embarrassing. As they shakily got to their feet, Alphina wasted no time. Well, let us hear, please. Kanata leaned forward, a determined glint in his eye. So here's the plan. His strategy centered on a single object. Do you remember the orb from when we first entered school? It seems to be a valuable item, as they forbid anyone from taking it and lock it deep in the school. Now sitting together on a bench, he elaborated, his voice firm with conviction. Yeah, I need that to resolve this problem. In an instant, both Alphina and Maria were leaning in, their faces inches from his, their eyes sparkling with a terrifying devotion. Of course, Alphina vowed, no matter how the situation turns out, I'll take responsibility. As the priestess, I grant you permission, Maria added, her voice a breath away from his ear. Kanata could only recoil, completely flustered by their combined intensity. The final bell had long since faded, and with the school day officially concluded, Kanata felt confident he could get a head start on tomorrow's preparations. He hefted the broken monitor, its screen a spiderweb of cracks. Thanks, you two, he said, grateful for their help. A determined grin spread across his face as he leaned in, finalizing the details. All right then, he declared, the plan begins tomorrow at 6 in the evening, at the meeting place. Alphina gave a sharp nod, we got it. Maria, a shadow of a smile on her lips, simply added, indeed. Later, a sharp knock echoed in the quiet room. Maria opened the door, looking up to see who had arrived. Alphina strode into the room, her expression unusually severe. Maria, what's wrong? Ignoring the question, Alphina's gaze swept the room, her attention fixed. Is this about Lord Kanata? Maria's confirmation, yeah, it is, struck Alphina with the force of a physical blow. The truth crashed down on her. Lord Streamer, her classmate. She seized Maria by the shoulders, shaking her frantically. He really is Lord Streamer, isn't he? Please calm down first, Maria pleaded, trying to steady her, but Alphina was beyond reason. There's no way I can calm down. She broke away, her agitation erupting into a destructive frenzy. With a scream that tore through the air, my idol is my own classmate. She shattered the window, sending glass flying. Please stop destroying my room, Maria cried, dodging the debris. A moment later, the room was magically restored, not a shard of glass out of place. Maria looked down at Alphina, who was now bandaged and sprawled on the floor. I am not lying, Alphina insisted, flustered. I was never completely sure, but his way of speaking always felt familiar. Leaning in close, Maria cut through her dazed muttering. Please stop murmuring. You can simply use your meetings from now on to make Lord Kanata fall for you. The suggestion caused an immediate drastic shift. Alphina was suddenly before a mental chalkboard, her expression one of intense calculation. Lord Kanata, Lord Streamer, which name should I call him by? Maria watched, stunned by the whiplash-inducing change in focus. Alphina, lost in thought, continued, wait, if I am thinking of what to call him then. Then aren't we basically married? The absurd conclusion hung in the air. Maria could only deadpan, UV made an absurd conclusion, haven tu. I'll be so busy, Alphina chirped, already lost in fantasy. When should I start planning our wedding ceremony? Her thoughts manifested as a brutish, aggressive version of herself, roaring, I'll be Lord Kanata's bride, not you. The real Maria simply chuckled at the joke. But a distant echo of Kanata's voice in her memory gave her pause. She realized she'd better intervene now, before Alphina went completely crazy and tried to invoke her rights as a princess. The aggressive fantasy faded as Maria poked Alphina sharply in the cheek. Her demeanor turned chillingly serious. Do not forget this, Maria. When he's at school, he's Lord Kanata, not Lord Streamer. She leaned closer, her voice low and menacing. If you do anything to cause him trouble, I won't forgive you, even if we ray friends. Alphina recoiled, stunned. That face. She hadn't seen that look of cold intensity in a very long time. It was the same feral expression from their childhood, the one she wore when she admitted, I replaced her alarm clock with a bomb when we were 5. A terrified younger Alphina could only apologize for some unknown transgression. Returning to the present, Alphina held up her hands, urging her to be rational. Please, think clearly. Even after all of this is over, we'll be the only ones who know his identity. In other words, she continued, her logic finally breaking through Maria's obsessive haze, we ray ahead of all the other fans. We can provide our support to him directly from now on. The realization dawned. The number of listeners who currently knew the streamer's true identity was incredibly small: Kana, Maria, Alphina, and Rebecca. Meanwhile, another of those few, the demon Lord Shrasa, stared at her monitor in dismay. Is there no stream today? Back in the room, Maria's intensity softened as she conceded the point. Yeah, you ray right, so from the shadows. We'll support him in any way we can. Alphina clenched her fist, her resolve hardening as she added, so the world doesn't find out. This, she declared, is how true fans who know the truth should behave. The previous description of them as obsessive, dangerous listeners was a mistake. They had found their purpose as his guardians. Their new alliance was sealed with a firm handshake. We ray allies, Maria, Alphina said, her expression bright. Let us support Lord Kanata together. Of course, Alphina, Maria agreed, we ray friends after all. It appeared to be a moment of wonderful friendship between two young women. But beneath this veneer of camaraderie, a fierce rivalry burned, symbolized by the spirits of a dragon and a tiger. I'll be Kana's favorite, Alphina silently vowed. But I'll be Lord Kanata's number one, Maria countered in her own heart. Maria's claim was rooted in her unique position, because I am the first in the world to ever know who Lord Streamer is. But Alphina's was just as potent. I was the first to recognize his talents after all. Any notion of simple friendship was a misjudgment. They were now driven by a possessive, all-consuming fervor. Returning to the matter at hand, Alphina held up a small device. Lord Kanata is busy preparing, so there won't be a stream tonight, she stated. Maria, you ray as much of a fan as I am, right? So why don't we use the archives to raise morale for tomorrow? Maria's eyes glinted with approval. Good idea, Alphina. With no classes tomorrow, just bracing ourselves would be insufficient. The competitive spark reignited instantly. By the way, Alphina challenged, which stream did you archive? Maria accepted with a smirk. Heh, you ray on. The Q&A while acting cool, of course. As they prepared to watch, the device played a recording of Kanata's voice, a charismatic and playful invitation echoing from the small speaker. Say, you guys, how about you all become mine? Followed by a light-hearted laugh. As his voice filled the room, all restraint vanished. Maria, fist punching the air, roared her adoration, Lord Streamer. Alphina, overcome with emotion, contorted on the floor, joining the chorus with a fervent cry, we love you. Having lost all need to hide their feelings, their passionate screams echoed through the night. From my perspective, the plan was set. Tomorrow at 6 in the evening at the meeting place, I confirmed, glancing up from the card in my hand. Back in my room, I clenched my fists, a grin spreading across my face. Even if this was all just to clear up a misunderstanding, I couldn't wait for the special stream tomorrow. But to make it happen, I had to get ready first. My preparations hit an immediate wall. A teacher stood guard at the school gate, his arms crossed in an unyielding stance. There was no way a normal student like me could convince him to let me out this late. Peeking from behind a pillar, I racked my brain. If only there was someone who could slip past him. A sudden weight landed on my back. "Did you call?" Myra's voice chirped, far too close for comfort. Startled, I yelped, "Since when were you there?" as she effortlessly leaped over the rooftops, carrying me through the night sky. "What did you need from the capital so late, my lord?" she asked. I grinned, holding up a card. "There's a certain adult whose help I need." She was waiting for me on a moonlit rooftop. "Let us get right down to business," she purred, sidling up to me. I flinched back, flustered. That's not what I am here for, canna. "I'll pay any amount," I pleaded, holding out a pouch of coins. "Could you introduce me to someone who can make an outfit really fast? They have to be tight-lipped." A sly grin spread across her face. "Don't worry," she winked. "I'll write you a map right away." And so began a frantic, all-night tour of the capital's hidden shops. From tailors to armorsmiths, we rushed from one appointment to the next until the sun began to dawn, with Myra sleeping soundly on my back. We only had an hour left. When I finally reached the meeting place Maria had specified, I could only stare. What in the— this is it. Gazing up at the towering, castle-like villa, I couldn't fathom it. Can we really borrow this place for a stream? Inside, I admired the finely made suit. My allies had done incredible work. The new detachable camera was perfect, no tinkering needed. Just as I thought everything was ready, a sharp knock echoed through the room. "Come in," I called out, steeling myself. The real problem was about to begin. Alphina and Maria stood there, trembling with nerves. "I told you it was fine not to show up," I sighed. They both protested at once, "But we want to help. The chances of them finding out you ray a commoner are smaller if we ray here." This whole situation stemmed from our meeting the day before, when I considered a drastic option, revealing myself. But my proposal had a fatal flaw. It would immediately expose me as a student living in the school dormitories. We couldn't have that. To my horror, Maria pointed out, "It's true. Alphina found out just from your hands." I could only gape in disbelief. "Then what do?" I asked, defeated. Alphina stepped forward with a confident smile. "Don't worry, you can use my secret villa for your stream. Even people staring right at it wouldn't notice. Not even my parents know about it. My magic as a saintess wards people off," she explained. "It causes them to simply not care for the affected area. Even seasoned adventurers, sensing something was there, would dismiss the massive castle as unimportant." "I'll modify the barrier so you can see it," Alphina promised. Maria then turned to me, a determined glint in her eye. "If I mix my magic with yours while you stream, we can broadcast freely without anyone tracking our location." With their combined power, I thought I could safely do the stream myself. Their horrified shouts of "what?" told me they disagreed. Maria's magic was a sacred art, passed down from saintess to saintess through the church. "Even if it's for you, Lord Kanata," she began, her hands clasped nervously. "I cannot betray the church. So you have to bring us with you," they both yelled, latching onto me. "I have to open the villa," Alphina insisted. "And I have to be by your side so you don't get found out," Maria added. Overwhelmed, I could only agree. Back in the present, standing in the lavish hall, I could feel the magic shimmering from the very walls. I'd have to thank them properly later. My thoughts were cut short by a strange flicker in the air. Myra materialized just long enough to give me a swift thumbs up before vanishing again. I stared, dumbfounded, so she only pretended to leave. Perched comfortably on a nearby rooftop, she sipped a drink. She somehow bypassed Alphina's powerful magic. "If anything happens, I'll be here," she declared to the empty air. "Stream until you ray satisfied." Across the city, Kana stared at her device, whispering, "Good luck, Kanata." In the streets, Akuta and Zeus scoffed, certain he'd make an excuse. But in the demon realm, Lady Shrasa smirked. "I believe in you, Streamer Sama." Back in the villa, Maria turned to me, her expression serious. "Lord Streamer, it's time." "All right, let us go as planned," I confirmed. Taking a steadying breath, I placed a hand over my helmet. I was nervous, but this was the world's first evolution of live streaming. I had to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Prince Aguila sneered before a massive crowd. "Streamer, no matter what excuse you make, this will be your final broadcast. Just go on and expose your hands and your awful voice for all to see." Unmoved by the prince's threats, I gave my final order. "If any of you see an opening, go for it." The moment the stream went live, a collective wave of shock rippled across the world. From Kanna to Lady Shrossa, from Prince Aguila to the king himself, a single unified cry of disbelief erupted. What? On screen it was not an unmasked commoner but the streamer in his full, helmeted glory. He pointed confidently at the camera. "Hey there, to all my listeners, did you wait for me?" And just like that, the curtains rose on what would come to be called the short-lived legend of the streamer. On screens held in captivated hands, the masked figure's every gesture was a spectacle. His very cadence held them spellbound. With a theatrical flourish, the streamer spread his arms wide. "Hey there, everyone, how do I look?" he boomed, his voice echoing with charisma. "You'll have to forgive me for not showing my face, though." Below, a sea of faces, including the usually stoic Akuta and Zeus, erupted in a deafening roar of adoration. In the demon lands, Lady Shrossa watched the broadcast with a burning intensity, determined to clear her name. Miles away, Kanna thrashed on her bed, pillow in hand, completely swept up in the spectacle. Upon his gilded throne, Prince Aguila watched the broadcast, his lip curling as the streamer addressed the controversy. "Recently, the masked figure explained, a certain country has been alleging that I commit mass murders to do my streams." A contemptuous sneer twisted Prince Aguila's features. He couldn't stand by while people were condemned on mere speculation. "Heh," he scoffed, interpreting the streamer's words as a direct challenge. "Is he trying to threaten me?" On the screen, the streamer let out an exaggerated sigh. "Still, this is a pain." Aguila's patience snapped. He jabbed a finger at his own device, roaring at his viewers. "Hey, are you listening, you idiot antis?" The streamer's tone shifted to one of theatrical complaint. "I can only sleep at night thanks to you," he lamented, a fist clenched in mock frustration. "It's annoying." Behind the prince, his guards struggled to suppress their laughter, hands clamped over their visors. Their mirth was short-lived as Aguila whirled on them, forcing a hasty, "Our apologies, sir." His demeanor changed in an instant. "So today I'll be showing you all how my streams work." He paused, a glint in his masked eyes, "But before that, I'd like to introduce my accomplices." He reached out, taking the camera as the live comments exploded with anticipation. Camera panned, revealing two young women. "Someone helped him," Lady Shrossa muttered in disbelief. "Someone other than me." On screen, the blonde woman with a regal bearing spoke first. "Hello there, everyone. I'm Maria Adorani's the third Princess of Rojas." The smaller girl beside her beamed. "And I am Alphina, more famously known as the Saintess." They explained they were devoted fans and he had graciously allowed them to join. Elsewhere, watching the feed, another girl's eyes narrowed. "So these two know of Kanata too, then. They gonna be tough rivals." Before the streamer could be peppered with questions about his location, Alphina seized control. "By the name of the Saintess, obey me," she commanded, one finger raised as a wave of magic washed over the broadcast. "You must only focus on Lord Streamer's words and actions." As the audience's comments shifted to compliance, the streamer, recovering from his initial panic, gave his new allies a grateful thumbs up. "What the hell is this?" he muttered to himself, hiding the chaotic comment section from the archive. The Saintess's spell reached even the royal palace. Prince Aguila clutched his head, the magic clouding his thoughts. "It's like there's a fog in my head," he groaned, unable to focus on his schemes while his guards swayed in a state of blissful ignorance. Back on the stream, the masked figure raised a finger, his voice regaining its showman-esque flair. "Now then, time for the main act." He gestured to a small table where an ornate crystal sphere rested. As the princess brought the item forward, he addressed the camera. "I am sure you all know already, but this is an orb that shows the amount of mana a person has." The Saintess stepped in to elaborate, a faint golden aura shimmering around her. "Its ranks are based on the light's color and intensity. The amount of mana I have is SSS ranked, and it shines with a gold light." The streamer let her words hang in the air before delivering his bombshell. "Frankly, I have an infinite amount of mana." He gestured grandly. "In other words, I can supply it all myself without anyone's help, and I'll prove it to you right now." The declaration sent shockwaves through the viewership, from commoners to a stunned Prince Aguila, who could only mouth the word infinite. The plan had been hatched the night before. "I'll put mana into the orb," Kanata had explained, his mask off for once, "and prove that I have an infinite amount." The Saintess had looked skeptical. "But wouldn't they just say it's a trick of yours?" "That's where you two come in," he had countered with a confident smile. "If you ray there, then anyone will be convinced." The logic was sound, and they had readily agreed. Returning to the present, the streamer raised a commanding finger to the camera. "Don't you dare look away, okay?" His hand hovered over the crystal sphere. "Here goes nothing," he murmured, committing to the act. He placed both hands upon the orb, and a torrent of unseen power began to pour into its crystalline depths. Maria gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. What is that? Just when it shines gold, it goes back to a creepy black. And then back to a vibrant gold, Alphina cried, equally bewildered by the unstable display. But the Saintess's eyes widened with a dawning horror. It wasn't just unstable, it was something she'd never witnessed. It's almost like his infinite mana is trying to break out of the orb. The sphere began to vibrate violently in his hands. Oh, he thought with a flicker of relief, it didn't break this time. Suddenly the orb shot upwards, hovering in mid-air as it pulsed with an impossible rainbow-hued light. Whoa, why is it floating? Maria cried out. And it's shining like a rainbow, Alphina added, her voice filled with awe. This is a first for me too. With a deafening crash, the orb shot through the window like a miniature comet, shattering the glass. He scrambled onto the roof, a frantic silhouette against the night sky. Get back here, he yelled after the receding light. Where is it going? Realizing he couldn't catch it alone, he rushed back inside and grabbed both women by the arm. Sorry, you two, do you mind helping out? The startled Saintess immediately replied, understood, Lord Streamer, will do. In his haste, his tripod clattered to the floor, the camera still broadcasting the chaos. The fallen phone captured their frantic exit onto a balcony, leaving a bewildered global audience staring at an empty room. What in the world? The world reacted in a wave of confusion. An accident? Wondered a pair of demons. In a royal court, a king urged his subjects, you guys, look outside too, it's insane. Students stared at their screens, baffled. That's what Lord Streamer was surprised about. In her room, Kanna clutched her chest, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. It's frightening, fleeting. The demon Lord Shraza, however, saw only opportunity in the chaos. And beautiful too, she purred. Even the stoic assassin, Myra, was frozen in place, utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding in the sky. On the balcony, the three of them stared up at the source of the commotion, a vast, shimmering curtain of light that painted the night sky in impossible colors. Alphina's eyes widened in recognition. It's like an aurora, she breathed, a smile touching her lips. It's so pretty. Maria, who had never heard the term, could only look on in puzzlement. An aurora, is it? As the light show danced across the rooftops, the now dull mana orb slipped from Maria's grasp, its power seemingly spent. Alphina caught the sphere, her gaze distant as a stunning realization began to dawn on her. Perhaps. She spoke the words that were forming in everyone's mind. All the overflowing mana went out of the orb and performed this miracle. Her voice grew stronger, filled with conviction. That aurora wasn't limited to just one country but spread to all others, undeniable proof of Streamer's infinite mana. The public seized upon her words. It wasn't an accident, it was a miracle. Is Streamer a divine messenger? They whispered in awe, but in their fervor they overlooked one crucial point. As the sky returned to normal, the king saw the terrifying truth. In the world of ataraxia, auroras are a phenomenon that doesn't exist. His voice was grim. He messed up the natural order. In short, we can win against him. The news shattered Prince Aguila. He collapsed over his desk, clutching his device. Lies, all of it. He's taken mana from his slaves, I know it. We shouldn't fight a god. In the demon lands, however, Lady Shraza and her attendant raised their arms in triumph. In other words, she declared this was all worth it. This wave of adoration was directed at a single, bewildered young man. As Maria and Alphina pledged their eternal loyalty and Myra literally flew in to join them, Kanata could only sweat, a single thought running through his mind. Aren't they overreacting a bit? The following day, a wave of fervor swept across the lands. In the capital, citizens waved flags bearing the Streamer's symbol, eagerly wondering if he would broadcast again. Even the king, observing the scene, remarked that the aurora was like a divine miracle marking the birth of a new legend. In the demon realm, too, they were tuning in, a three-eyed demon finding the prospect of infinite mana far too interesting to ignore. Back at the estate, the morning was deceptively quiet. Resting his chin on his hands, Kanata offered a weary smile to the empty room. Becoming this popular is quite an honor, he mused, his thought trailing off into an unspoken, exhausted but. His peace was shattered by the boisterous shouts of students just outside his window, their voices a grating reminder of his newfound fame and the profound exhaustion that came with it, a constant, sleepless shuttle between the dorms and Maria's private estate. While walking through the school, he overheard Maria excitedly showing another student her device. Oh, the one he called an aurora, she chirped. Kanata froze in the background, a sense of profound disconnect washing over him. Why are they crediting me for that all of a sudden? He wondered. The hell do you mean divine miracle? He scoffed internally. In my last life, those were around since BCE. Nearby, utterly spent from the ordeal, Myra was fast asleep on a bench, unable to move a muscle. He glanced over at his other companions, realizing they were exhausted in an entirely different sense. A throng of students had cornered a wide-eyed Alphina, their faces alight with rabid curiosity. "Miss Alphina, what was Lord Streamer like?" they clamored. "What did you talk about?" Maria fared no better, trying to push through the crush of bodies. "I have to go on official business right now," she insisted, but her pleas were lost in a chorus of demands for behind-the-scenes details. As the school clock ticked towards the start of class, a classmate looked on, resolving to find a way to properly thank them for the spectacle. With a final wave, they parted ways for the week. All Kanata could think about was escape, time to go home and sleep a bit, he muttered to himself, breaking into a trot. His departure ignited Prince Aguila's fury. "Streamer-s just a commoner, who does he think he is?" he seethed. Maria and Myra immediately snapped back. "Shut it, you shouldn't say those things just because you jealous." As Kanata glanced back at the fuming noble, it all clicked into place. This resentment, this aristocratic contempt, it was the very root of the recent troubles. The resolution to the Rikpa incident had been swift. Maria later explained that the Royal Knights had located his home shortly after the stream, compelling a confession before his arrest. Spared from exile but utterly broken by the consequences of his actions, Rikpa had given his entire fortune to his slaves before being imprisoned. But a flashback revealed the truth. An hour before the knights arrived, Demon Lord Shraza held the terrified man's head in her hand. "You apologized just as I said, good job," she mocked. "My talented subordinates found a bug like you with ease. Your security was pathetic compared to the Streamer-s." Walking alone, Kanata contemplated his next move. He had to urge his listeners to be more measured in their judgment, to stop overreacting and prevent this chaos from erupting again. As Alphina fell into step beside him, he let out a heavy sigh. But still, he admitted, his shoulders slumping, "I was the cause for all this. I need to be more careful with how I deal with things." Alphina greeted him formally, noting his exhaustion. But as she began to speak, Myra appeared as if from thin air, her face inches from his. "Could it be?" She whispered intently, her eyes searching his, "that you thinking of going to stop streaming?" He met her gaze with a newfound determination. "I got some weird attention, but I am gonna continue doing streams as usual," he declared, "and make sure both my listeners and I enjoy them, while hiding my identity, of course." Alphina smiled, relieved. "Fufu, both Maria and I were worried, you see." Flustered by their concern, Kanata stammered his thanks and beat a hasty retreat. Watching him go, Alphina's expression hardened with a strange resolve. "Those two are too good to be friends with me," she mused, "and I'll support you even more from now on." He pushed open the door to his room, announcing his return to the empty space. She's not here," he wondered, dismissing the thought that Myra would be waiting. Then he looked down. Prostrated on the floor, she looked up and chirped, "How can I be of assistance?" The shock sent him stumbling backward onto his bed, while Myra simply tilted her head with wide-eyed, questioning innocence. "You go home already," he yelled. "Are you gonna be my stalker forever?" Myra leaped to her feet cheerfully, striking a pose. "About that, I will be retiring from my job as the Crow. It's the start of my new life. Guarding you." The sheer absurdity of it all made him briefly imagine his late father watching proudly from heaven. "And why do you say things I'd get curious about?" he muttered, baffled. He tried to ignore her, turning to a news feed on his monitor. The headline was already crediting the streamer for Crow's disappearance. "If something like that happens, it'll be a pain," he groaned, hoping the situation wouldn't escalate. But Myra persisted, pleading, "Nuwu, let me become a bodyguard and let everyone know." Meanwhile, Maria's carriage pulled up to the estate gates. She stepped out, utterly drained from her duties. Finally home from work," she sighed, a single thought on her mind. "I want to see Kanata." Her eyes lit up as she spotted him down the hall. He's here." Her joyful approach came to an abrupt halt. She stared, dumbfounded, as Kanata dragged Myra by the hand, calling her an unemployed weirdo. Unfazed, Myra proudly proclaimed, "Wrong. I will be Lord Kanata's bodyguard from today on." The word bodyguard made Maria's expression darken. "If you like smaller guards, then I'd be the best choice, Lord Kanata," she declared with possessive intensity. Outside the gates, Kana paused, noting the commotion. "Is Kanata helping someone out again?" She smiled to herself, a playful glint in her eye. Fufu, maybe he'll be surprised that I took a break and came to visit. Nearby, a mysterious dark-skinned woman with pointed ears adjusted her sun hat. Time to take a small peek, she grinned. She watched Kana walk through the gates. Apparently, the saintess and priestess may be students of this school. The woman approached Kana, whose brow furrowed in confusion. Have we met? The stranger simply stated, and so the flame war was resolved. Back with Kanata, the situation had only devolved. My apologies, Myra announced smugly to the newcomer, but Maria and I are already his bodyguards. This was just the beginning. He was once again the center of everyone's attention. From an unknown vantage point, the figure known as Crow observed the developments. But even then, they noted, streamer 1T stopped moving forward. Kanata's own thoughts echoed this sentiment. I finally got to the point of doing vlog streams, he mused, looking at his setup. The possibilities are infinite now. He clapped his hands over his ears, trying to block out the escalating argument between his would-be bodyguards. I just have to get even bigger, he resolved, desperately avoiding reality. High above in a celestial realm, an angelic figure watched over the scene with a joyful smile. Reincarnation, a word that was special to him, and the one guiding Kanata, blessing his future, was her. She dipped a toe into a pool of clouds, clearing her throat with a hint of embarrassment. Heaven, that's just. Fufu, I've been watching the whole time, she admitted with a playful wink. He really is interesting. I didn't think he'd use the mana I gave him in such a way. She hugged a T-shirt emblazoned with his face. I am looking forward to a stream tonight. Back on the ground, Kanata sighed in exhaustion. Phew, I am wiped. I gotta go home and get ready. He turned to leave, prompting an immediate unified outcry from the assembled group of women. His retreat triggered a frantic pursuit. A chaotic scramble erupted as they all tried to catch up, with Myra launching herself through the air and the dark-skinned elf running so hard her hat flew from her head. He continued to walk away at a steady pace, oblivious to the desperate scene unfolding behind him as Princess Maria, Alphina, and Kana reached, stumbled, and crawled to keep pace. My supporters, the word echoed in his mind, a concept so foreign he had to point to his own chest just to be sure they were talking about him. From his seat on the pew, he looked up at Alphina and Maria, who stood before him like inquisitors in the cavernous church. That's precisely why we brought you here, Alphina stated, her voice cutting through the silence. What are your thoughts on the matter? Alphina raised a single, knowing finger. It has been a week since the Aurora, she explained, a small panel flashing with the memory of that celestial event, but most are still completely fixated on it. He leaned back on the bench, a hand stroking his chin as he processed her words. So sponsors and followers, basically, he mused, translating their grand pronouncements into the familiar language of his world. Our court artists are even going against each other to portray you, she added, the image of them scrambling for his likeness flashing through his mind. Maria chimed in with a playful wink. Pictures are fine, but I felt that goods would be better for holding and touching. The idea of merchandise caught him off guard, a wry smile playing on his lips. Goods, I really thought it'd take longer to get here. Alphina and Maria leaned forward in unison, their eyes gleaming. So if you're going to make goods, we'd love to invest. What do you think, Kanata? They pressed closer, their hands forming a heart shape in a display of unnerving devotion. They ray just to expand belief in you, Lord Streamer. From his bench, Kanata hesitated. But are you okay with that? Dante, you two have your own work and standing to think about. It won't be on any records, and it won't get in the way of work, they reassured him in unison. We are fine with only you knowing, Lord Kanata. Their sincerity struck him, a welcome change from the cynical world of online interactions. He was so moved he could feel tears welling up. God, I wish I could marry you too. Yeah, that one happen. He didn't realize it, but by dismissing that fleeting, heartfelt thought, Kanata had just saved his own life. Had he given them his blessing, their already fervent devotion would have escalated beyond all control, and a grim fate would have surely awaited him. Returning to the present, Kanata walked alongside them, his mood buoyant once more. I wonder what we should make first, he wondered aloud, laughing. Yeah, this will be fun. His cheerful stride came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before them. What is this? There in the center of the courtyard stood the grand statue of the goddess, now desecrated or perhaps consecrated, with a massive T-shirt bearing his own face. The goddess's statue ended up like this earlier this morning, Alphina explained with a placid, almost proud expression. We couldn't find the culprit whatsoever. Kanata stared aghast. Who would do such a thing, he exclaimed, missing Alphina's triumphant mutter under her breath, I won. Maria, who had been watching them silently, brought a thoughtful finger to her chin. She closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips. It has Lord Streamer, so it should be fine, is what we all agreed on. A cold dread washed over Kanata. Is this church sane? He wondered silently. Alphina chuckled softly. Hee, you have fans in every corner, my lord. She gestured subtly to the edges of the courtyard. We hope you don't mind our using of magic to hide your identity. From behind a nearby tree, a few of Maria's school friends peeked out, whispering amongst themselves about the princess's mysterious new companion. Before Kanata could process the crowd, Alphina's eyes lit up with a new, dangerous idea. If the goddess herself wore it, wouldn't it be a divine oracle? Number Don T, Kanata shot back, waving his hands frantically. Alphina recoiled with a nervous laugh. It was a joke. Elsewhere in a place beyond mortal sight, the production line was in full swing. One angel held up a freshly printed shirt with pride. Ah, I am great at this. Her weary companion sighed. How many does that make? Kanata cleared his throat, deciding enough was enough for one day. It's still early, but let us stop for today. Alphina turned to him. Alphina and I have something to do. Kanata crossed his arms, nodding sympathetically. So it's political related. You girls got it rough. As they turned to leave, Alphina glanced back over her shoulder, a knowing and deeply unsettling smile on her face. You will understand soon, my lord. Now alone, Kanata wandered into a part of the city he rarely visited, the change of scenery a welcome relief. He shielded his eyes, looking towards a large crowd. That's a lot of people. What is that store? A figure materialized at his side so suddenly his heart leaped into his throat. It is a new store that opened yesterday, the girl said, casually munching on a snack. Would you like to go there? He clutched his chest, catching his breath. Myra, how long do you plan on sticking around? He demanded, his voice sharp. Didn't I tell you to live someplace else? He continued, his mind flashing with images of her constant, unnerving presence. He sighed, his tone softening. You were a greater help than anybody else with the accusations, and you were amazing for not leaking my identity. Myra looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. But being a stalker is bad, you know, he admonished gently before unceremoniously dropping her into an empty cardboard box. Yes, she squeaked from within. He watched her huddle in the box. Doesn't she feel like going back to her home country? He wondered. I'll try to find my own home here, she mumbled, her resolve paper thin. Her facade shattered in an instant. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up at him, her voice a desperate plea. Please pick me up. The words struck him like a physical blow, his mother's warning about strays echoing in his head. He tried to steel himself, but it was too late. I am moved, my lord, she sobbed, overwhelmed by his hesitation. He found himself walking again, now with a girl in a box, when a familiar building loomed ahead. Ah, isn't that building? He thought, recognizing the brothel vanity where Kanna worked. Nearby, two passers-by stared and pointed in shock. Kanna, a warm, familiar voice called out. He turned to see Kanna herself, waving with a radiant smile. Hello there, it's been a while, Kanata. She gestured to the lively street. It's noon, but there sure are a lot of customers. Mostly either adventurers coming home or soldiers on night shift. Kanna's friendly gaze then fell upon Myra, and her expression sharpened instantly. 6 days ago, was at the school. Myra tensed, her own eyes narrowing in recognition. That person. Sensing the sudden, icy tension, Kanata physically nudged the girl in the box forward. I am Myra, he announced, trying to break the standoff. Kanna, nice to meet you. The introduction seemed to work. Kanna's expression softened into one of knowing amusement. I see, so that's how it'll be. Kanata, caught between them, was utterly lost. What were they talking about? Kanna led them inside to a room of such staggering opulence that both Kanata and Myra could only gawk. So this is what it's like inside. This would never happened in my last life, he thought, a new worry dawning on him. I wonder how much money this all costs. Just then a server wheeled in a cart laden with a magnificent feast. I was about to eat lunch, Kanna said with a smile. You two came at a perfect time. Come on, let us eat. With a cry of joy, Kanata and Myra brandished their forks, ready to dive in. The aftermath of the meal was a table littered with empty plates and satisfied silence. Kanata pressed his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for the meal. I can even imagine it, high-class food with your own money. It's amazing. As they relaxed, he asked, do you usually eat with others, Kanna? With my coworkers, yes, she replied casually. Her tone then shifted, becoming sharp and direct as she leaned across the table. Do you know Princess Maria and Saintess Alphina? He confirmed that he did, startled by the question. Kana's lips curved into a sly smile. I had a meal with those two recently, Kanata. The revelation hit him like a thunderclap. His followers were finally starting to connect. Leaning across the table with agitated hands, Kanata's curiosity finally boiled over. Wait, when did you two even meet? Kana brought a thoughtful finger to her chin. About 6 days ago, I suppose. It all started after we dealt with a particularly troublesome noble, Kana began, a sly grin playing on her lips. As a gesture of goodwill, the crown stationed some royal knights at my establishment. It turned out to be the beginning of a very fruitful business relationship with the royalty. Myra and I found we had a lot in common, she continued, her mind drifting back to their first meeting. We shared a meal, and it didn't take long for the conversation to turn to a certain streamer we both knew. Kanata took a long gulp from his glass, the story absorbing his full attention, while Myra continued to methodically work her way through her plate beside him. And that's when we decided, Kana concluded with a flourish, to create a group dedicated to supporting you. The declaration hit Kanata like a physical blow, causing him to erupt, spraying a geyser of his drink directly into an unsuspecting Myra's face. Completely oblivious to the chaos she'd just unleashed, Kana rested her chin on her hand, a picture of smug satisfaction. It's not quite official yet, of course, but I am member number 3. What's the matter? Kana asked, finally noticing his sputtering fit. Kanata, hunched over the table, could only manage a weak cough, just went down the wrong pipe. A fan club, his mind reeled, flashing back to a conversation with Alphina. They talked about making merchandise, not this. Hold on, he stammered, throwing his hands up as if to halt the entire conversation. You're a listener too, Kana. Yes, she affirmed, her expression softening as she reached a hand toward him, her voice filled with a sudden, profound sincerity. Your words, they saved me. To me, you are the most precious being in this world. As Kanata stared, utterly lost, Myra calmly wiped the lingering moisture from her cheek. I overslept and missed the infiltration meeting, she explained flatly, so I was unaware of the plan. With the explanation delivered, she immediately returned to her meal, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed with gusto. Oh, okay, Kanata mumbled, his mind still reeling. He pushed himself away from the table. Pardon me, I am just going to wash my hands. Before he could take 2 steps, Kana's voice cut through his daze. Kanata. He turned and she was suddenly there, pulling him down toward her with a sultry look. Since you're here, she whispered, her lips brushing his ear, do you want me to be your first? His mind short-circuited, it's too early, but just as panic set in, she pulled back with a playful wink. Hee, just kidding. As they finally left the establishment sometime later, Kanata looked back at the tower. The evening had been a whirlwind, but he had to admit it was short, but it was fun. Thanks for the meal, he and Myra called out in unison. From the doorway, Kana gave a warm wave. Come again anytime. Walking down the stone path, Kanata was ready to ask Myra about the infiltration meeting when he realized he was talking to himself. Where'd Myra go? A thought struck him and he snapped his fingers. Oh, she must be looking for a house, finally. With the night still young and a day off to enjoy, he gazed at the city rooftops. All right, what should I do tonight? A figure emerged from the shadows, her face obscured by a pale hood. Good evening, you two, she said, her voice calm and clear. I am the founder of the streamer support group Alphina. Under the cloak of a starry night, they convened within the hallowed walls of a local church. You're being awfully formal about all this, aren't you? Kana observed, a playful glint in her eye. Alphina, however, remained serious. I like the atmosphere. I am fine with it. Standing before them like a priestess at her pulpit, Alphina announced the evening's agenda. The theme for today's meeting is to create an environment for Lord Streamer to grow further. For now, she continued, a faint, knowing smile on her lips, we only need those who are already aware of the situation. I'll add more members later on. As she spoke, the air behind her began to shimmer and distort, coalescing into a swirling vortex of dark energy. Oh my, she murmured, her attention snapping to the disturbance. The energy lunged forward, but Alphina reacted in a flash, a scythe-like barrier of pure darkness erupting from the ground to block the assault. Who's there? She demanded. A flicker of alarm crossed her face. It's not at full power, but for someone to infiltrate my spell, they're no ordinary intruder. Before the shadowy assailant could press its attack, a blur of motion shot past Alphina's barrier. With a deafening crash, Myra brought the intruder down. As Kana watched in stunned silence, Alphina quietly assessed the scene. Is this an entrance exam? She wondered. A test to see if I am strong enough to protect him. The dust had barely settled when two new figures stepped into the nave. Excuse me, a small, dark-haired girl announced boldly, I am a former assassin and I want to join. Beside her, a figure in a light-toned robe bowed meekly. Pardon, but I wish to join as well. I am just a normal demon. Myra's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Oh, she muttered to herself, there were others besides me. The horned demon Lady Strauss let a slow, intrigued smile spread across her face. Who? Alphina's expression sharpened with recognition. These two, they were at the school the other day. A knowing look crossed Kana's face. A saintess, she mused, a confident wink punctuating her thought, then they were likely one of us. The robed figure accepted their silent consensus, lowering her hood to reveal the determined face of the young saintess. Very well, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. I look forward to working with you all. All is for Lord Streamer. A chorus of voices echoed her vow as hands from every corner of the room rose, forming a unified symbolic gesture of their shared purpose. All is for Lord Streamer. Elsewhere, unseen observers took note. Things have gotten even more interesting, one angelic figure mused, the other lounged languidly. Streamer becomes famous, too would be a fitting title. Far away, blissfully unaware of the fanatical order solidifying in his name, Kanata sank into a hot bath. Ah, what a great day off. Whoa, that riled you guys up, huh? Kanata mused, a wry smile on his face as he watched the comment feed scroll at an impossible speed. A single question had set them off. Streamer, do you like beautiful girls like the princess and saintess? Leaning back in his chair, Kanata had answered without hesitation. If we were talking yes or no, it's a definite yes. To have a beauty like that by my side, that's every guy's dream. He thrust a fist towards the screen, a manic grin spreading across his face. Don't you all agree with me, my fellow single men? The chat erupted in a torrent of betrayal and feigned outrage. Far from his room, his broadcast echoed from a pair of small, glowing devices resting on a rocky outcrop. Beside a moonlit waterfall, two silhouettes stirred. Did you hear that? One whispered, I did, the other breathed in reply. In their separate quarters, both Princess Alphina and the elven Lady Maria clasped their hands together, faces burning with an identical, incandescent blush. The words hung in the air, a stunning revelation. He said we were his type. The sun rose high over the Academy's ornate rooftops the following day. I heard the princess and the saintess are both out with fevers, a student murmured. Kanata, standing nearby, felt a pang of disappointment. Really, I was looking forward to training with them. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. It feels a bit empty without them. And being a commoner, I can even pay them a visit. All right, listen up, the instructor's voice boomed, drawing everyone's attention to the enchanted uniforms they wore. These clothes are designed to block any outside magic and to defend you from being harmed by spells. He cleared his throat, eyeing the nervous faces in the crowd as they trembled in their new gear. Today, we begin combat training. He gestured to the ornate emblem on his own chest. While the uniforms will block most attacks, they aren't foolproof. If you receive what would otherwise be a fatal wound, the badge on your chest will break instead. So to put it simply, Kanata summarized to himself as the instructor called for volunteers, you win by breaking the other guy's badge. Got it. A sneering, spiky-haired student's hand clamped down on the head of a smaller, terrified classmate. Then how about? The two of us go first? He finished, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The smaller boy could only stammer in agreement as Kanata watched from the sidelines, unimpressed. The bout was over in a flash. A single, contemptuous strike sent a shockwave through the air, and the smaller boy's badge exploded into a shower of fragments. Pathetic, the victor sneered, crushing the broken emblem in his hand as his opponent staggered away in shame. Anyone would end up like that if they were dragged into a fight against their will, Kanata thought, his expression hardening. The victor's attention snapped directly to Kanata, a finger jabbing in his direction. Kyukuku, you ray next. With a swaggering step, the bully loomed closer. Come at me, peasant. Kanata met his gaze, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Fine by me. The crowd of nobles erupted in jeers. Crush him. Lose already, peasant. He's taking his chance while Alphina isn't here to protect me, Kanata realized. Don't mind them, the instructor sighed, raising a hand. Begin. Without a moment's hesitation, the challenger unleashed a roaring torrent of flame that screamed across the field. The instructor flinched, expecting the worst. That should have been a fatal injury, but the flames were gone and Kanata was untouched. The clothes didn't do that, he muttered in disbelief. What? The attacker roared, his spell having vanished into thin air just inches from its target. Kanata stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his head, utterly unfazed. Before him shimmered a nearly invisible barrier, a translucent wall of pure magic that had absorbed the entire blast. He has real talent, the instructor thought, stunned. That was a close one, Kanata admitted to himself, a bead of sweat he didn't know was there finally rolling down his temple. I didn't have time to test that wall, so I was a little anxious. The technique was a desperate gamble, a defensive spell he'd only ever read about in his past life. To think my knowledge of fantasy manga would save me here. Thank you, Katakawa. He lowered his arms, turning to face his stunned opponent and casually raising 2 fingers. Well then, he said, his voice calm and level, my turn now, right? With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a needle-thin beam of concentrated energy. It crossed the distance in an instant, striking his opponent's chest with pinpoint accuracy as the badge detonated, showering the ground with glittering shards. The bully collapsed to the ground, his uniform singed and smoking but his body completely unharmed. Why am I the only one whose clothes got burnt? He groaned. The display of perfect control was, in its own way, more terrifying than a wild blast of power. It's frustrating, the instructor confided in Kanata as the other nobles muttered about luck. Noble superiority has been the norm for decades. Even a teacher can change their minds. Kanata simply nodded. You can rest easy. I won't let them do anything more. Waving a hand dismissively, Kanata offered a reassuring smile. I'll be fine. He gave a confident thumbs up, a smirk playing on his lips. It's not like everyone hates me, he thought. I still have friends. As long as I have Maria and Alphina, I am safe. His victory secured, Kanata turned to leave the training grounds, his mind already on dinner. Hey, a cold voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. He turned to find himself facing Aguila, flanked by his usual entourage, including the very student whose uniform he had just incinerated. Ah, the guy from earlier, Aguila sneered, eyeing Kanata's pristine spare uniform. Good thing you had one of those, huh? As Kanata tensed, a hand shot out, stop right there. Aguila's voice was a low growl, his cronies closing in, you coming with us. Kanata's calm facade shattered into comical panic. Wait, the bald student stepped forward, a surprising act of defiance. You already lost to him, and the saintess would have your heads if she knew. With a vicious snarl, Aguila spun and delivered a brutal backhand to his own follower. Shut it, he spat, sending the boy reeling. Coward Maria's friends scoffed from the sidelines as she and Maria turned to leave. Aguila ignored them, his furious gaze locking back onto Kanata. I wasn't serious in that match. Want me to prove it? Kanata, meanwhile, just wanted to go home. Something good finally happened, I should just leave on a high note. Ignoring Kanata's attempt to slip away, Aguila lunged forward, his fist raised to strike. But his fist never landed. It froze in the air, inches from Kanata's face. Aguila's expression of rage was locked in place, his body completely immobile as a sudden, profound silence fell over the room. Kanata blinked, then tentatively reached out and poked the frozen fist. It was solid, like a statue. He scrambled back, his mind racing. Hold on, what's going on? He looked around the training hall. Everyone, Aguila, his cronies, the departing girls, every single student was frozen in time, suspended in mid-motion like mannequins in a bizarre diorama. His gaze drifted to the window where a flash of white caught his eye. A single dove fluttered past, its wings beating against the still air. It was the only other thing in the world that was moving. Wait, is everything other than me frozen? He whispered to the silent room. My, how rude of them. The voice was serene, feminine, and directly behind him. For lowly humans to even dare touch him, it is a sin. Kanata whipped around to find a towering, angelic figure standing back to back with him, her immense wings brushing against his shoulders. She raised a delicate finger, a benevolent smile on her lips that didn't quite reach her eyes. Even if they are inferior beings, she continued, those who follow you are different. Who are? Kanata started, the voice striking a chord deep in his memory. Where have I heard that voice before? His question died in his throat as his eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze dropped to her shirt, where, inexplicably, an image of his own streamer persona was printed, clear as day. The angel's gentle expression hardened as she glanced at the frozen students. Before we celebrate our first meeting, however, her hand, wreathed in a dark energy, reached towards Aguila. I cannot forgive these fools, so I'll erase them. With a cheerful, winking smile, she made a small gesture. There, she chirped, one down tilde. A sharp pop echoed through the silent room. Kanata, now inexplicably shirtless, could only stare, his mind reeling from the impossible sight of his own face on the chest of an angel who had just erased his classmate from existence. With a series of cheerful, disarming pops, the angelic being threw her hands up in a playful gesture. This is a pain, she announced with a grin, so I'll do the rest in one go. Kanata stared into the sudden, silent void where his classmates had stood only a moment before. Nothing, not a trace. Huh, he stammered, his mind refusing to process the empty desks. Did I just misunderstand? The confusion curdled into dawning horror. He spun around, leveling an accusing finger at the serene figure behind him. You Ray the one, he accused, his voice trembling with the weight of the realization who brought me to this world 17 years ago. The goddess simply smiled. Indeed, that goddess was me. A cold dread washed over him. This being, the one he had mentally berated and dismissed as a barbaric killer, was the architect of his entire existence. She waved a dismissive hand at his unspoken questions about the vanished students. Ah, that, don't worry, she chirped as if discussing the weather. I'll just erase them. What? Kanata breathed, his eyes wide with disbelief as her next words echoed in the silent room. Even if they disappear, a new one will replace them. She settled gracefully atop a desk, her wings draping behind her as she elaborated on her terrifying philosophy. Even if the entire world was destroyed, everything would go back to normal when remade. An easy solution, right? Kanata clenched his fists, appalled. I am completely against that. That line of thought is messed up. He gestured wildly at the frozen tableau of the classroom, just stopping time like this. It makes you a terrifying monster, not a goddess. She gave him a skeptical, sideways glance. Really now? She murmured, unimpressed by his moral outrage. He threw his hands out, desperate to make her understand. At the very least, I never thought of just getting rid of people I don't like. That's how I deal with them. Unmoved, she declared, that is both my humanity and my way of life. Her expression softened slightly. I know that's why you still try to interact with the noble students, though some of your followers are very extreme. She paused, then gave him a knowing, conspiratorial wink. But I see now, so that's the type of person you are. Her bare feet padded silently on the floor as she closed the distance between them. What are you going to do? Kanata asked, his voice barely a whisper. Before he could react, she pulled him into a gentle embrace, her voice a soft murmur against his ear. Please, don't worry. As he scrambled away from her, a deep blush coloring his cheeks, she clarified with a small smile. What I said earlier was hypothetical. I just wanted to confirm how you would react. Pushing lightly against her chest to create some distance, Kanata's flustered mind latched onto the most bizarre detail he could think of. Actually, miss, why is a goddess like you wearing those clothes? She puffed out her chest proudly, showing off the modern-looking t-shirt. I made it, so of course I wear it. I even put it on the church's statue of me. The scene shifted to a memory of his old streaming setup, the goddess watching over him like a silent guardian angel. Your livestream activities were very interesting to observe, she revealed. And I am your oldest fan, cause I've been here since the start. Kanata recoiled, his jaw dropping. You a listener, she simply nodded, I am. She reminisced with a fond smile, completely oblivious to his growing horror. At the time, you weren't that passionate. I even recall leaving your few listeners alone to go and wash your hands at one point. That's not something you should say so confidently, he shrieked, clutching his head. What is wrong with this world? She struck a triumphant pose. If a goddess like me is strange, then the world would be too. Her face fell, shadowed and unreadable. Saying that to a goddess is going too far, he immediately bowed. Ah, sorry. Her expression instantly transformed, her eyes widening into sparkling, diamond-like shapes. This is the first time someone has commented on me like that, she gasped, genuinely touched. Both her clothes and her common sense are completely off, he thought, sweating. Noticing his distress, she asked, what's wrong? Want these clothes? He recoiled instantly. Absolutely not. Brilliant light began to emanate from her as she floated into the air. Today is an exception, she explained, her voice echoing slightly. Normally I can interact with you directly. If I spend too long in this realm, there's a chance its existence and concepts will be destroyed. That's an insane amount of pressure. She smiled down at him. Lately I've been telling my friends about you. Her form grew translucent, a beautiful, fading phantom. As Kanata reached for her, she pointed back, a new resolve in her eyes. "You bound to gain more fans than you do now." His face contorted in desperation, his voice cracking as he cried out the only name he could think of: Goddess. With a final, cheerful wave and a simple "see ya," she vanished. A blinding flash consumed his vision, and in the next instant, reality crashed back in. He was in his classroom again, the sound of a girl's scream piercing the sudden chaos. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes swirling with vertigo from the jarring transition. His mind could only form one singular conclusion. 3 days passed. Kanata lay back in his chair, trying to unwind, but the memory of the encounter remained as vivid and unsettling as ever. His thoughts were shattered by a commotion from the direction of the school, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony that made him jolt upright. The source was Aguila and his 2 followers writhing on the classroom floor. I am sorry," the prince shrieked, clutching at himself. Stop tearing me apart." Kanata watched the bizarre spectacle, a cold suspicion creeping into his heart. He could almost see the goddess's smiling face superimposed over the scene. She definitely did something, didn't she? The scene shifts from Kanata, pondering the noble's sudden change in attitude before a stream, to a serene, otherworldly realm. There, the goddess Isla lounges, watching him on a celestial monitor. Her solitude is broken by a stern voice from behind. Isla, so this is where you've been. A dark-clad version of herself appeared, her expression severe. So you looking at that world again? Isla simply smiled, leaning back languidly. Of course I am. It's my reason for living. The dark goddess leaned forward, her eyes narrowed as she revealed the chilling truth. When I talked about erasing things I don't like and then remaking them, I was completely serious. When he worried that he had gone too far with those nobles, I remade them. She rested her head on her hand, her voice a quiet confession of cosmic horror. The goddess Isla doesn't know. I do not understand people. With a blade of pure energy, Lady Strauss lunged at her demonic foe. Legha, she snarled, that desire of yours shall die with you. The blow struck true. Legha staggered back, a hand clutching the raw, smoking wound on his chest, his defiance choked into a gasp. I haven tea. But as the blinding flare of her attack subsided, Strauss shielded her eyes, a curse catching in her throat. Light magic. She lowered her hand to a desolate, scorched landscape, now empty save for the skeletal remains of trees. She spat, he got away. Her gaze hardened, the gravity of the situation settling upon her. The human realm is in danger, she declared, her voice a low growl. Clutching her cloak, she issued a sharp command, call for Lucia, immediately. A tiny, winged familiar materialized in the air before her, its voice filled with alarm. Your Highness, are you okay? Strauss waved off the concern. Indeed, I am safe, but that's not the problem. Elsewhere, under a peaceful sky, the grand facade of the academy stood in quiet contrast to the recent battle. Kanata sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, lost in thought. I wonder if the goddess will visit again, he mused, crossing his arms. My memories from my reincarnation are so fuzzy. I honestly don't know how to feel about how different she is now. His solitary reflection was shattered as Alphina and Maria suddenly pressed themselves against him on either side. Flustered, he stammered, why are you two so close? Are we? Alphina asked innocently while Maria chirped, I believe this is normal for friends. He recalled with a shudder that ever since their return their affection had become relentless, often culminating in him being chased across the school grounds. Panting, the 2 girls finally cornered him. I have time I need to make up for with him. Alphina gasped, her hands on her knees. Kanata could only sweat, wondering, is this really normal in this world? Later, Alphina beamed, presenting 2 small, circular objects between her fingers. Here's the product sample, she announced proudly. We thought we should report that the badges will likely finish production before the clothes do. A promotional image showcased a model with one of the badges pinned to a bag. Putting it on your clothes looks good and it looks great on a bag, Alphina explained, so we made 2 types. Kanata held one of the badges, the masked face of his streamer avatar staring back at him. A sudden, dawning horror struck him, thinking about it now. That means my outfit will become more widely known, right? As he walked with them through the gardens, a new worry surfaced. I just hope there won't be many fakes copying it. In response, both Alphina and Maria leaned in, their expressions shifting from cheerful to terrifyingly intense. I do not think any lowlifes exist that could replicate your charisma, Lord Streamer, Maria hissed. Alphina added, her eyes gleaming, and even if they could, a real fan would hear how fake they are, no matter how hard they try. Kanata could only offer a strained smile, trying to ignore the chilling undertones. It makes me happy to know you two trust me so much. Alphina glanced at the clock tower. I have to leave for official duties, she announced. See you both tomorrow. As the group waved their goodbyes, Kanata called out, I look forward to tomorrow. Suddenly a figure appeared directly behind him. Kanata leaped back in shock. Myra, why are you here? Alphina, I thought you were using the spell. Maria quickly stepped in. Please calm down, Lord Kanata. Myra simply gave a playful wink. So she's one of the supporters then. Kanata realized as she announced, I am the fourth one apparently. He looked between his companions trying to process the new information. A lady of a different race joined too, but we didn't ask about her origins. Can be her, right? Alphina and Myra stood together, giving each other a high five. But we all still the same in the end, Alphina chirped. Myra quietly replied, is that a good thing? Watching them, Kanata admitted to himself, I honestly did not expect the legendary crow either. As Myra sat quietly atop a nearby well, sharpening a blade, Kanata turned to Alphina. So why isn't the warding spell working? With a strained but immediate smile, Alphina explained, it's simple opposition and not negation, so yes. Kanata processed this, his hand on his chin. So she's weaker than you then. I see, Alphina continued, gesturing towards the town in the distance. The reason my spell is so effective at school and in town is that no one sees the saintess as an enemy. And Myra's mana is not far from average, she elaborated, taking a sip from a glass. If anything, she's only opposing my mana through her stealth and combat skills. Kanata crossed his arms, sighing, I guess I shouldn't rely on it too much. Sometime later, Maria leaned in excitedly towards Alphina. My family has been wanting to meet you, and they've been bothering her about it lately. Overhearing them, Kanata turned to Alphina. By the way, are you familiar with Maria's family? Nope, not really, she admitted, aside from the fact her parents are the king and queen. A formal portrait came to mind, showing a stern-looking king and a serene queen, with Maria's two younger siblings seated before them. Kanata recalled finding himself dozing on a bench just the day before, with Maria and Alphina asleep on his shoulders. I thought she was just a lot more tired lately, but I didn't think it was because of that. He looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Okay, I need to thank them for helping me anyway, so I'll think of something to do for them. Turning to Alphina, he added, and of course I'll be doing the same with you eventually. Alphina clasped her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lord Kanata, the sentiment alone is wonderful enough. Nearby, Myra watched them, her jaw set in a firm, resolute line. Meanwhile, in the capital, the demon Lord Shrasa sat at her desk, her fingers flying across a keyboard. Hey everyone, sorry to keep you waiting, she announced to her screen. The grand halls of the Capitol building were illuminated by the full moon, the site of an important interspecies meeting. Shrasa addressed the assembled dignitaries. Today, I'll be answering the letters you guys sent. The king immediately shot to his feet. What? To be honest, we like the streamer too, but bringing those things to an interspecies meeting is a bit. Shrasa looked up from her papers, her expression utterly exhausted. A lot happened and I've been drained. Please, Dante, take this from me. The king clutched his head in despair. God, this just makes me worried, but his concern was drowned out by another attendee who shot his hand in the air. That one's mine, first one's from the king who loves vegetables, he cheered. Seething internally, Shrasa gripped her keyboard. This meeting is supposed to last for a few days. If I could, I would be out there hunting Legha, but I have to attend this meeting. She clenched her fist. Everyone, I am doing my best. I am counting on you, Lucia. Back in his room, Kanata was in the middle of a stream when a message popped up. The other day, I donated money to support you. Keep doing your best. He stared at it, confused. What? Hold on. He turned away from his monitor to where his supporters were watching. Donations? Didn't those two swear to stop doing things behind my back? Alphina and Maria looked away sheepishly. We went too far, sorry. Kanata's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the symbol on the message. Isn't that guy a scammer? He gasped, recoiling from the screen. I never hired anyone like that. The chat log exploded with comments. I saw him too, the old man in the square. I donated a bit too. Kanata's panic grew, an old man, but the support council's members are all women. His supporters stared at their phones, the same realization dawning on them. What's that mean? One of them looked up from her screen, aghast. What? Kids donated money too. Maria's expression hardened. Sorry, I'll go confirm some things so the stream ends here. Alphana quickly added a stern warning to the audience. Also, I don't accept anything other than donations given during streams. Ignore anyone suspicious or anyone saying they know me. The broadcast abruptly cut out, leaving Kanata staring at a blank screen. Beep, the monitor chirped. What the hell's going on? He muttered, needing more information. A voice from his window made him jump. Hello, your bodyguard Myra is here. He turned to see a masked, cloaked figure pressed against the glass. You're horrifying, he whimpered. Myra pulled down her hood and removed her mask with a grin. My pleasure, she said, accepting his unspoken request for help. I'll chase that fool into the depths of hell if I have to. The fraudulent donations had sent shockwaves through the highest levels of government. At the interspecies meeting, the mood was tense. If scams keep happening, then all of our countries will be in chaos, but we can tell where they're even hiding. From her seat at the head of the table, Shrasa steepled her fingers. Us demons are specialists in tracking people down. Her gaze fell upon the human king. Give me one day. No, give me today and we will find the culprit. She leaned forward, her voice a low, dangerous promise. So would you all be willing to lend your assistance? King Ataraxis. King's face burned with fierce passion. Shrasa watched him, thinking it's the perfect chance to confirm whether demons truly wish to be on friendly terms. She would not forgive those who used her streamer's name for fraud. Beside her, a transformed demon subordinate let out a roar, vowing I'll capture Legha along the way and restore peace to the human realm. It seemed a new, unexpected alliance was being forged. With a manic cackle, a man named Max poured a heavy bag of coins onto a grimy table. I didn't even expect to get this much money, he rasped, his eyes wide with avarice. And it was damn easy, too. Under the light of a full moon, his glee echoed from the dilapidated hovel. The streamer was as famous as ever, and Max was reaping the rewards. It had been laughably simple. All he'd done was feign a connection to the beloved figure, and the donations poured in from gullible fans without a second thought. He clutched a cracked communication device, his expression shifting from glee to a twisted sort of justification. All the time he'd wasted stealing and shoplifting could be undone now. This was a real way to earn money. And it isn't even a scam, he rationalized, staring at the cracked screen. If he donated a single coin from the bag back to the streamer, it technically counted as using the money for support. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room, startling him. Stream's over already, he muttered, deciding he'd just catch the archive tomorrow. He cracked the door open, only to find a cloaked figure standing in the threshold. Good evening, a feminine voice purred. Are you Max by any chance? He could only stare, wide-eyed and shocked by the unexpected visitor. The figure threw back her hood, revealing a woman of such stunning beauty he felt the air leave his lungs. Long, dark hair framed a perfect face with delicately pointed ears. No way, he stammered, a beauty like you, in this country. She let out a musical laugh, a playful, knowing smile gracing her lips as she licked them. He stumbled backward in disbelief, completely overwhelmed by her presence. She closed the distance in an instant, her voice a seductive whisper as she pressed against him. How manly of you. I don't know you, but if you know me, then that means you fell for me when I was out earlier, yes. Her body was warm against his as she continued her teasing query. Was it because of my smile earlier? Is that why you followed me here? Flustered and blushing, Max found himself cornered as she leaned in, her face inches from his. Excited, Aaron Tiwi, she breathed. Are you going to do something to me? He could only manage a nervous giggle, completely captivated. Hee. I can get enough of your husky voice too, she cooed, her own voice dripping with charm. She pulled him closer, her lips nearing his ear. Hey Max, she whispered, interrupting his flustered, stammering offers of his lips, his body, his love. I want it. Her fingers brushed against his chest, a chilling counterpoint to her warm breath. Your heart. Her alluring facade shattered. With a vicious grin, she plunged her hand deep into his chest, blood erupting from the wound. Donate to me, will you? She mocked, her voice losing all its sweetness. As he gasped in agony, she leaned in close, her words a venomous hiss. Her eyes glinted with malice as her claws dug deeper. You took from Lord Streamer's fans, so you should be taken from too, right? A raw scream of agony and terror was his only reply before he collapsed. Nearby, Kanata observed the scene, his expression grim. But still, the air's too sweet, he murmured, a hand going to his own chest. I feel like I am going to lose myself too. The scammer lay motionless on the cobblestones, his ordeal seemingly over. The woman's small demonic horns now visible sat casually beside the body and addressed Kanata. "How was it? Different from a knight, right?" she asked, a smug look on her face, very skillful. Kanata's eyes narrowed. "Did you really kill him?" she scoffed, tapping a claw against her fang. "Don't be stupid. I just lured him and put him to sleep." She gestured to the unconscious man. "In other words, he is seeing a dream where I am slowly dragging out his heart." As she spoke, her full demonic nature was revealed. Large, bat-like wings unfurled behind her as she gave a cheerful confirmation. Kanata nodded in understanding. "I see. So that's how succubi fight, then." He admitted, "I thought you'd kill him, being a demon and all." He then mused aloud, "I mean, Lord Streamer would wish for a peaceful resolution, no?" She placed a hand on her chest, a picture of sincerity. "Us demons are already adjusting to Lord Streamer's ideals. We're trying to be good fans. Lord Shruza herself told us to avoid needless conflict." Just then Akuta arrived in full armor, his voice muffled by his helm. "Hey, did you guys find him?" Kanata gave a curt nod. "Yeah, let us go." As he turned to leave, Kanata gave the succubus a nod. "See you, succubus, thanks for the help. If we meet again, let us work together." The succubus watched them depart, leaving the scammer to the mercy of his nightmares on the cold stone. Elsewhere, the demon lord, Lady Shrasa, contemplated her connection to the streamer under the moonlight. "Powerful demons like me can perceive the mana of others," she mused, "so I could find out who he was if I wanted to." She touched her cheek, a wistful smile on her face. "But the fact we don tea is because we have pride as fans of his. I can wait to meet him coincidentally in town one day." Her thoughts shifted to more immediate concerns as a succubus agent appeared before her with a report. "I already took care of the scammer." Shrasa's expression hardened. "Indeed, but as for the main issue, you haven't found Legha yet, have you?" The entire Demon Lord's army was searching for the rogue, a troublesome bastard who had researched their ability to see mana, developed a way to hide his own, and then began a rebellion. She sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. If that fool caused trouble in the human realm, the fragile peace she forged with Lord Streamer could shatter. Legha's got severe injuries, so he can fight for a while. It's best if we find him now. As she considered this, a hand presented her with a message. She unfurled the paper, reading the missive from Lucia. "I am currently in a meeting and cannot leave the capital." Enraged by the implication that she couldn't handle it, Shrasa crushed the letter in her fist, her power flaring. "I can protect the capital myself." In the name of capturing the scammer, I had every village, town, and city of Ataraxis listed together, the letter continued. "I want you to search on your end, too." On a distant rooftop, the assassin Crow stood beside the injured demon Legha, observing the city. "Looks like someone got here first," he observed. Back in his room, Kanata explained the situation to Myra. As a result of the incident, countermeasures against such crimes were being strengthened in every country, a quiet ripple effect of their actions. Myra, however, was focused on her own objective. With a determined blush, she clenched her fist. "Next time I'll get them, I, the personal bodyguard, will catch the criminal myself, and then I'll ask Lord Kanata to pat me on the head." As if her thoughts were heard, Kanata knelt down and gently patted her on the head. "Thanks, Myra. You were a big help again," he said with a warm smile. "You're not my personal bodyguard, though." Her mind went blank, a single thought flashing through her head, objective complete. As he stood, he turned back to her. "Ah, Myra, could you help me with an experiment while you're here?" She looked up, flustered. "An experiment?" He rubbed the back of his neck, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I was thinking of moving to a new stage as a streamer and all." She readily agreed, her heart pounding. "Okay." He smiled, then promptly shut the door to begin. The moment it clicked shut, Myra's composure shattered and she collapsed backward onto the bed. Her hands pressed into the mattress as she panted heavily, face flushed. "That was close," she gasped. "I am a former assassin, but—" She trembled, the sensation overwhelming her. "This is dangerous." I almost made an unsightly face in front of him. Meanwhile, Kanata examined his own hand, which seemed to glow with a faint aura. "I wonder if it worked," he mused to himself. "I'd feel great if she liked it." With a hearty laugh that echoed through the opulent hall, the king gestured grandly. "So you're the streamer, I see." Beside him, Alphina beamed, her hands clasped in delight. "It is a true honor to finally meet you." Now that the unpleasantness of the scamming incident was behind them, the king settled back into his chair. Ending that meeting so swiftly was well worth it, he mused, turning his gaze to the masked figure. though I hear you were awake until 4 this morning. Beside the throne, 2 small children bounced on the balls of their feet, unable to contain their excitement. As they proceeded, Kanata was suddenly confronted by an imposing structure of soaring spires and grand archways, its sheer scale stealing his breath. "What is this?" he gasped, while a nervous Alphina stammered beside him. "It's an honor to meet you all as well." From a high vantage point overlooking a vast hall, Alphina's gaze fell upon her parents. The king and queen were seated on a plush sofa below, awaiting their arrival. The king's expression grew earnest as he addressed the masked streamer. "Indeed, as the saintess, I cannot simply let that incident pass without a proper show of gratitude. And I decided the best way to thank Maria," he continued, his eyes twinkling as he gestured toward the 2 children, "was by meeting her little siblings." Kanata's mind reeled. I never expected to meet the king in person. He found himself seated uncomfortably between Kana and Alphina, silently questioning why they always positioned themselves so close. Leaning in, Kana whispered, "She's right, my lord. You don't need to be so formal, at least not in here." Watching the scene unfold, a fond, blushing smile graced Alphina's lips. "Ah, father," she murmured, her heart swelling with affection, "how wonderful." Suddenly the 2 royal children rushed forward, grabbing at their father's uniform. "Let us talk to him too, please," the boy demanded. "Yeah, this is unfair," the girl echoed as the king tried in vain to apologize for their outburst. Looking past the flustered king, Kanata addressed the children directly. "So you Rei Maria's siblings, I take it. They're enthusiastic we are," was instantaneous. The boy puffed out his chest with pride. "I am ours," the girl, flustered after biting her tongue in her excitement, shyly corrected herself. "I am fine." "Ah." A warm smile touched Kanata's lips, though hidden by his mask. "Good names, you two." He reached out, gently patting both ours and Fine on the head, much to their blushing surprise. The king let out a hearty laugh, waving a dismissive hand. "Ha ha ha, that much is fine, your highness." Emboldened, the children made their request. "Could you do the intro for your streams?" they asked in unison, their eyes wide with hope as the king protested their rudeness in the background. He obliged with a slight bow, clearing his throat with a theatrical ahem. He prepared to begin. "Now then, here goes. Hey everyone, it's that time of day again." The effect on the royal children was immediate and profound. They stared in wide-eyed wonder, completely captivated by the streamer's energy. The dazzling light of his persona washed over the entire throne room, an overwhelming force of pure charisma. The king and queen physically recoiled from the display. "Ah, the light, what?" Alphina, however, remained composed, observing the chaos with a grim satisfaction. "Oh my, their mental fortitude is still not strong enough to withstand him. It seems it will be a while before they can enter the support group." She decided the demonstration was over. "It's about time. Let us go to my room, Lord Streamer." Following her lead, they relocated to a more private chamber. He turned to the still awestruck children. "I just finally returned the favor for your support, that's all." He removed his helmet and heavy jacket, hanging them up with a sigh of relief. Phew, it was hot in there. Outside the castle walls, a different kind of excitement was building. A massive crowd, including the adventurers Akuta and Zeus, gathered for the release of limited edition goods. They were exclusive to 3 countries, including ours, The demand was so overwhelming that a standard release was postponed. Instead, an advanced sales lottery was announced, with applications accepted via postcard from the kingdom, the principality, and the demon world. The sheer volume of applications created a logistical nightmare. Kana and Lady Shrasa found themselves literally buried under a mountain of postcards. "We were getting buried," one cried. "We weren't called upon enough for help from the church, the knights, and the demons to ensure a fair lottery." Back in the castle, the conversation turned to the potential fallout. "By the way," Maria explained over the image of the waiting crowd, "if that scamming incident wasn't resolved quickly, this entire merchandise sale would have been put on hold." Kanata swallowed hard, a cold sweat beating on his neck. "If that happened, we would been in trouble. We'd be so deep in the red." "There's that too," Maria conceded, "but since so many troublesome fans are out there, I was afraid of a riot happening." An image of that exact scenario flashed through her mind, a furious mob screaming hand over the merch, "Damn it," while she, Kana, and Lady Shrasa struggled to hold them back. Peering out a nearby window, Kanata watched the real event begin. "Oh, it looks like it's starting," he murmured, hoping the documents he provided would prove useful. To prevent such chaos, firm measures were being taken. A woman from the church, a cross on her forehead, took charge with a megaphone. As to not get injured, please line up properly. If any of you cause trouble, we'll kick you out, so please be mindful. A notice posted nearby revealed that sales in the demon world were on hold until the scammer Lega was caught, prompting a furious hunt. Find him, that bastard. If it's your turn, please show the documents to any staff member, a cheerful voice announced from a booth. I can spot fake documents, so please be prepared. With the crowd under control, the final order was given. The shutters of the sales counters flew open with a resounding crash as the staff announced, "Sales are now open." The fruits of Kanata's labor arrived in massive quantities. Messages from devoted fans poured in. "I've been waiting for so long," one proclaimed. "I wrote 1,000 postcards and hit the jackpot enough times for my whole family." Witnessing the overwhelming response, Zeus could only stare in disbelief, muttering, "You ray kidding." Kana, Rebecca, and Alphina, however, were delighted with their own acquisitions. "Getting one for yourself feels very rewarding," Kana remarked. Her gaze drifted towards a balcony overlooking the scene where Kanata stood alone. With a soft smile, she wondered, do they really want that so intensely? The scale of his influence was undeniable. "This is your power, Kanata." Approaching him from behind, Alphina got unnervingly close, her voice a low whisper. "By the way, Lord Kanata, last night it seems you and Myra did something amazing for the first time, no?" Her suspicion stemmed from a conversation earlier that morning. She recalled Myra arriving at the castle, boasting to her and a maid just before she left. Her eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she pressed him for confirmation. "Is this true?" "Was it really the first time?" she demanded. Caught completely off guard by the question, he could only stammer "Well, yeah, it was." Her thoughts immediately twisted his innocent answer into a confirmation of a clandestine affair. "I should be told Myra to keep it a secret, huh?" A single tear fell, then another, as her misunderstanding deepened into painful self-doubt. "Why," she whispered, her voice breaking as she clutched at her chest, "was I not good enough?" Seeing her distress but not understanding its cause, he tried to reassure her. "I did my best for your sake. I am basically the same age and height as Myra, and we rate equal in firepower. No, I am even stronger than her." His words, however, completely failed to calm her. "Wah," she wailed, and he threw his hands up in a panic. "Whoa, what happened? Calm down." But her sorrow was already curdling into rage. "Myra said," she began, her voice dangerously low before her head snapped up, eyes blazing with jealousy. "The sweet whispers he gave me in his bedroom were wonderful." She grabbed him, her face contorting into a menacing, shadowed grin. "Kanata, you'll explain this one to you." He could only look on in terror, realizing he was in mortal danger. Cornered in the lavish room, Kanata reluctantly confirms their suspicions. "Yes, what Myra said about us doing something last night is true." He attempts to clarify, hoping to diffuse the tension. "We were basically allies." His explanation is a spark to gasoline. "Why are you two so bothered by it?" he asks, only to be met by a unified, tear-streaked roar from Alphina and Maria. "Because you didn't include us." Overwhelmed, Kanata can only stammer, "Then, I am sorry." A desperate gambit forms in his mind. With a sly smile, he touches his ear, leaning in. "I'll do the same with you too," he proposes, his voice a low murmur. "So, can you forgive me?" The proposition hangs in the air, shattering their anger into pure, dumbfounded shock. "What?" They gasp in unison, their faces frozen in comical disbelief. Alphina is the first to break, her face flushed as she clutches at her robes. "HMPH, fine, that's fine with me," she declares, unable to hide her excitement. "I don't like that I wasn't first, but trying just once is fine." Maria, her eyes swirling with a dizzying mix of emotions, quickly follows suit. "She's right, and compatibility is important, so it's not as if Myra is the most suitable or anything." Seeing his victory, a flustered Kanata begins to back away. "Then, come over to my room later tonight. I'll get ready until then." The girls watch him go, stunned by the sudden turn of events. We're not doing it here." As they depart, Kanata gives a confident wave, a practiced smile on his face. The sales pitch seems to be going well, he thinks to himself before a crucial detail hits him. "Of course not, all my tools are back at the dorm after all." Later, soaking in a steaming bath, Maria grows restless. "Shouldn't we get out already?" she asks. Alphina, scrubbing intently, shakes her head. "No, I have to make sure I am as clean as can be. We need to be in our best form." A dark thought then crosses her mind. Lord Kanata said he'd be using tools. If an assassin like Myra couldn't handle it, would we even stand a chance? Shaking off her fear, Alphina grabs Maria's hands, her voice ringing with newfound courage. Indeed, let us march forth together, Maria. Maria, her own resolve hardening, meets her gaze. There's nothing to be afraid of, Alphina. Now fully dressed, they stand together, a united front of nervous energy. Their hands tremble, but a shared look of understanding passes between them before they make their way to his room. The door opens to a sight they never expected. Kanata strikes a dynamic pose brimming with energy. Let us get started then. With the ASMR experiments, I am gonna have a lot more data thanks to you too. The girls can only stare, utterly bewildered. What? From the side of the room, Myra voices their shared confusion. The heck is that? Kanata gestures around the room. I was thinking of testing out ASMR. High above, the angelic observer deciphers the term from her own knowledge. According to his past life, it means autonomous sensory meridian response. He's thought up something interesting again, but I guess that doesn't explain. And make it so my voice can give tingling sensations directly to the listener's brains, he finishes. Myra recoils, clutching her cheeks in horror. Wah, a sound-based attack. No, it's a form of pleasure, he clarifies, recalling a past moment. A while ago, Maria and Alphina complimented my voice, so I thought I'd try it. Now understanding, Myra's posture relaxes. She looks up at him with a small smile. Well, okay, I'll go along with that experiment, as your bodyguard. Kanata turns to his desk. I'll start a stream specifically just for you. Myra, sitting on the bed, looks up in surprise. Can you do that? He holds up his terminal, his expression serious. So for that sake, could you tell me your terminal's identification number? Without hesitation, she provides it. After a moment of setup, Kanata turns to them with an eager expression. Sorry to make you guys wait, but I've been waiting for this too. He mutters at his console, dissatisfied with the initial results. This one's no good, that wasn't the reaction I wanted. First tests like this are tough, huh? He muses, reaching for his microphone. I guess I should modify it even more. A wave of palpable energy emanates from the device, causing Myra to cry out in astonishment. Whoa. Kanata's eyes widen in triumph. This is it. The wave washes over Alphina and Maria, who stumble back, clutching themselves. What was that just now? Alphina gasps, her hand over her mouth. It was as if your voice reached directly into my brain. It's a bit scary. Maria trembles beside her. If I listen to any more, I think I'll go insane. Myra can only stammer. It's something like that. From his desk, Kanata watches their reactions, a wide, unnerving grin spreading across his face. The three girls are overcome, blushing and sweating under the sonic assault. Sorry about this, Kanata says, his voice laced with excitement. It's for data. Hold it in just a little longer. With his test subjects collapsed in a heap behind him, he strokes his chin thoughtfully. I don't know much about ASMR myself. I think stuff like eating sounds or sweet whispers were popular, right? He glances over his shoulder at their prone forms. Reaction-wise, isn't this pretty good? I started developing this to make everyone happier, but... He approaches the bed and leans over the exhausted Alphina. Can it be anything? She asks weakly. Yeah, he confirms gently. Looking up at him with dazed, adoring eyes, she simply breathes his name. Lord Kanata. He clears his throat, holding up a sheet of paper. All right then, the script from yesterday should be good, then please say this. Leaning into his terminal, he begins the next phase, speaking their names with the magically enhanced resonance. Maria, Alphina, Myra, all three girls look up, their attention instantly and completely captured. The effect is immediate and overwhelming. Aha, Alphina screams, blushing profusely. From now to the future, live for my sake alone. Myra, equally affected, clutches her chest. I need you in my life after all. Kanata pulls back from the mic, a bead of sweat on his brow. That was so embarrassing, he thinks, watching their intense reactions. Did she really feel motivated by these words? While attractive as a form of pleasure, this technique clearly needs refinement. Still reeling, Alphina and Maria cling to one another. We'll work with you on this, they propose eagerly, so let us make this a long-term project. You'll need a lot more data too, right? From the background, Kanata readily agrees. Yeah, I guess you guys are right. Let us do that then, thanks. As he walks them out, he gazes up at the Academy building. Viable ASMR streams are a long way away. Once they are a safe distance away, Alphina checks their surroundings. There's no one here, right? Maria confirms yes. With a shuddering breath, Alphina confesses, I am at my limit. I cannot even put up a barrier anymore. Her strength gives out and she collapses to the ground. Maria falls beside her, both of them trembling from the lingering sensations. It's terrifying, yet wonderful. Alphina whispers, a delirious smile on her face. Let us monopolize it for a little longer. Meanwhile, back in his hometown, Kanata speaks with a local woman. Are you doing well? She asks. He smiles. I sold so much so, it's a bit late, but I should send some money to my parents, enough to not seem suspicious at least. But this peaceful moment was destined to be shattered. For that kind Kanata, disaster would soon strike. In just a few days, his hometown will be attacked by a powerful demon. The scene flashes forward to chaos as villagers flee in terror from a monstrous, spiky appendage. From an unseen vantage point, a voice identified the sprawling countryside below. That's Kanata's hometown, Rajan. Another voice, laced with skepticism, replied, Isn't that just an ordinary village? It's miles from the capital. A jagged, crystalline hand clenched in the darkness as the first voice delivered a chilling prophecy. A village which is about to be destroyed. The second speaker, a red-haired angel, looked on with sorrow. It's painful not being able to interfere. Her companion, a white-haired angel, covered her face. I am sorry, I know you want to. But the white-haired angel's sorrow vanished in a flash, replaced by a mischievous wink. I just did it the other day, so I am holding back for now. In a sun-drenched field, the tall, powerfully built Meza wiped sweat from her brow, leaning on her axe after a long day's work. Her gaze fell on a familiar traveler who waved cheerfully. Ah, Miss Meza, hello there, he called out, then tapped his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Right, it's Legha. Sorry, I am terrible with names. With his arm in a sling, Legha gestured towards her. How are your injuries? He asked, his smile bright and reassuring. Mine should be all healed by tonight. He chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Just a few days ago, I was nearly dead on that mountain near the village. How mortifying, ahaha. His expression softened, his eyes crinkling with what looked like genuine sincerity. I was just desperately trying to escape from some bandits, but I have been truly happy ever since I met you all. Meza listened, a thoughtful maternal look on her face. Whenever I see you, I remember my only son, she confessed, a memory of a small boy waving goodbye flashing in her mind. He called Kanata and he about your age. I worry if he doing all right at school. Legha offered a gentle smile. I am sure he fine. But the moment she turned away, the warmth vanished from Legha's face. His friendly facade crumbled and a monstrous spectral demon loomed over his slumped form. A voice, ancient and cold, whispered through his mind. God, how worthless. A man's voice cut through the air. Hey Meza, let us have lunch. She turned, waving to Legha. My husband's calling, so I've got to go. See you around. Alone at last, Legha's thoughts twisted into a venomous snarl, a memory of being bloodied and broken flashing behind his eyes. Shruza, this is all your damn fault. I am stuck recovering in this disgusting place because of you. A vicious, predatory grin spread across his face, splitting his features with malice. But tonight, my mana will be fully recovered. His eyes, now glowing with an unholy light, scanned the peaceful village. So to start the night, he hissed, I'll eat, destroy and kill everything here. His gaze fell upon Meza's husband. He doesn't have enough mana to be a snack and he filthy, he thought with contempt. Killing him is fine. Night fell over the village, the moon casting long shadows from the quiet rooftops and the silent windmill. Unaware of the looming threat, the villagers had gathered around long tables laden with food. Congratulations on your recovery, Legha, they cheered, raising their cups. Let us all celebrate tonight. The festive mood shattered as Legha's voice, dripping with contempt, cut through the celebration. Humans really are idiots. The villagers froze, their smiles turning to masks of confusion and fear. An old man threw his hands up in alarm. Shut it, he pleaded, but it was too late. With a sickening series of cracks and snaps, Legha's body began to violently contort. Horns burst from his skull and his arm warped into a monstrous scaled claw. Was the ceasefire a lie? A villager shrieked in terror as the transformation completed, revealing a towering demon. Despite being idiots, the monster roared, "You're all going to be my dinner." But as the demon surveyed the screaming, fleeing villagers, a lone figure stood her ground. Meza gripped her farming hoe like a spear, her body a shield for the children cowering behind her. "Go to your parents," she yelled. "I'll buy you time." The demon Legis let out a low chuckle, his glowing eyes scanning the pathetic mortals. Now then, who to start with? Suddenly Meza's husband rushed forward, planting himself between his wife and the monster, brandishing a small axe. "Don't lay a hand on my wife," he screamed. "Fight me instead, monster." Legus regarded the man with utter contempt, taking a slow, menacing step forward. And how many seconds will you last, I wonder? With a motion too fast to see, the demon swatted the man aside with a contemptuous backhand, sending him flying through the air like a broken doll. Fall from your death, weakling. Legus turned his cruel gaze back to the horrified Meza. Aren't you glad, he taunted. You can remember your son, Kanata, while your husband dies a useless death. On the ground, broken and defeated, the man could only whisper, I am sorry, Kanata. Before the demon could gloat further, a sharp crack echoed as a foot clad in a fishnet stocking and high-heeled boot slammed into the ground. The boot pivoted, driving upward in a devastating kick that connected squarely with Legus's jaw. Phew, I made it, a female voice declared with relief. That list sure was accurate. Legus stumbled back, his head snapping to the side from the force of the blow, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his attacker. He looked down at the dark-haired, horned woman who had just struck him. Wah, he stammered in disbelief, you ray a succubus. He took another step back, his mind reeling. How did you get here without me sensing you? His question was answered as the succubus effortlessly shifted her stance, revealing the unconscious body of a young man cradled in her arms. She copied your mana-concealing skill, a disembodied voice explained. Very easily. Recognition and pure rage contorted Legus's face. Shrouza. The two demons faced each other across the ruined clearing, the terrified villagers and the dying man forgotten. The insignificant demon, Shrouza, Legus sneered. Shrouza's gaze shifted for a moment to Meza, who still clutched her hoe in stunned silence. Then her eyes locked back onto Legus. Say Legha, she began, her voice dangerously calm, I will assume from your earlier statement to that woman. Her demonic power flared to life, a tangible aura of menace that whipped her long, dark hair around her like a storm. She took a step forward, her voice dropping to a low growl. You. Her face twisted into a mask of absolute fury, one eye wide with manic rage, the other narrowed in a vicious snarl. Tried to kill Kanata's parents. She roared, the accusation echoing like a death sentence across the blood-soaked ground. You ray wide open, Shrouza, Legha roared, his fist crackling with raw power as he lunged, but the demon lord remained unimpressed. To think you lose yourself to anger, she sighed. What a shame. Before his knuckles could connect, an invisible force seized Legha, dragging him backward. He dug his heels in, muscles straining against the pull. Wah, I am being sucked into a teleportation vortex. In the distance, Shrouza's voice echoed like a death knell. Did you forget, you fool? The true Shrouza stood beside her subordinate, Lucia, a smirk playing on her lips. How foolish, she chided the air. Did you really think I would show such a shameful side of myself? Lucia, with a fangy grin, clarified the ruse. My specialty is illusions. The thing you mistook for a space vortex was merely my handiwork. With the immediate threat neutralized, Shrouza gestured dismissively. Well done, Lucia. Leave the rest to the oh-so-calm me, her subordinate bowed, understood. In a blink, the world dissolved and reformed. Shrouza stood serene amidst a desolate, rocky wasteland under a sky latticed with an unnatural grid. This is a place far away from both the capital and Rajan, she announced to the empty air, and your grave. Legha stumbled, his eyes wide as he took in the alien landscape. Where am I? He stammered, spotting Shrouza's distant, imperious figure. I cannot shut off the outside world in the demon realm, she explained, her voice echoing in the pocket dimension. But here I can. A mask of pure energy solidified over Legha's lower face as he snarled, I am different from before. Shrouza watched, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. His mana. It's 10 times more than before. By the way, Legha boasted, his body thrumming with power, IV powered up to about 1,000 times my usual strength. He unleashed the energy in a single, devastating punch that slammed squarely into Shrouza's torso. The force of the blow was immense, launching her backward like a cannonball to smash into a distant rock face, shattering it on impact. But it was Legha who collapsed, gasping. A gaping, bloody hole had appeared in his own chest. As Shrouza's armored boots stepped into his fading vision, he heard her calm, chilling voice. It can be real, he choked. Oh, but it is. This strength is for my humanity, Shrouza declared, her voice ringing with conviction as visions of demons and humans laughing together flashed through her mind. And so why have you, having interacted with them firsthand, still not noticed their kindness? Her mind conjured the ultimate ideal, the streamer, her beloved, carrying her in a wedding dress from a church, surrounded by cheering humans and demons. Legha's betrayal of that dream was unforgivable. You think humans are nice, and that you want to marry them, he spat, the very concept anathema to him. Legha could only stare, his mind reeling from the sheer alien nature of her philosophy. What? Turning her back on him, her voice rose with the power of a prophet. I will say it once more, when I have the world except our realm. Her face contorted into a mask of obsessive, terrifying desire, hearts seeming to float around her. And make marriage with humans a possibility, then I will be rewarded with a child with streamer. I absolutely will be. Are you insane? Legha shrieked, staggering to his feet. Do you not remember the pleasure of killing humans, that we demons have learned for hundreds of years? Shruza faced him, her power radiating in waves. You remnants of the old era. Cloak, she commanded, her voice low and resonant, return to wings. The wings, once a defensive shroud, unfurled with explosive force, propelling her forward. What? Legha cried out, a split second before her fist connected with his face. She drove him to the ground, the impact cracking the stone beneath him. To the victim's anger I offer my fist, she roared, to Kanata and the villagers who had their hometown attacked. A furious barrage of blows followed, each one punctuated by a declaration. To Streamer, who wished for peace, to the delay of our engagement, and paired with it the birth of our eldest son, our eldest daughter, second son, third and twin daughters, I offer my fists. The assault ended, leaving Legha a broken, coughing heap on the fractured ground. Who the hell even is that? She placed a hand on his head, her touch deceptively gentle. My, she cooed. An invisible power seized him, lifting his broken body into the air, rendering him utterly immobile. I can move, he realized in terror. Have I not introduced him? She mused to herself. Then I shall do so now. With a wicked grin, she leveled a finger at his paralyzed form. He definitely my spouse. Ponder over it in hell. Legha's face was a mask of pure terror. You. A sphere of absolute darkness coalesced at her fingertip. As it pulsed with annihilating energy, Legha's final, pathetic thought screamed through the void. I've never even dated anyone before. The sphere erupted, and Legha was consumed by silent, utter oblivion. The pocket dimension shattered, returning the scene to the ravaged village. As demons and humans worked together on repairs, Shruza appeared. Cleaning is done. How were things here, Lucia? But the words were barely out before her body gave out. After 5 days without sleep, pure exhaustion claimed her and she crumpled to the ground. I'll leave the rest to you. Shruza-sama, Lucia cried out, rushing to her side. Did you get wounded by Legha? No, I won, but... Shruza's eyes snapped open. She was in an unfamiliar bed, a cheerful blonde woman sitting beside her. Hey there, the woman smiled. You up now? The woman gestured warmly. I am his mother, Meza. Nice to meet you. Thank you for taking care of Kanata. Meza chuckled, a hand to her cheek. To think that my own son was friends with the demon lord of all people. From the side, Lucia bowed her head apologetically. My apologies, Lord Shruza. I was planning on keeping it a secret, but I judged that I should honestly explain the situation. Meza beamed. I am happy to know the current demon lord is nice to humans, and thank you for protecting our village last night. Lucia, meanwhile, looked mortified. We don't have an extra bed for guests, so I had to put you in Kanata. Shruza's eyes widened. What? Lucia then held up a familiar suit of armor on a mannequin. My son said it was a spare costume for his school festival, and he didn't have a place to store it, so he sent it here. The realization struck Shruza like lightning. She grabbed Lucia, her eyes wide with frantic hope. Lucia, so it's true then, Lord Kanata is Lord Streamer. This costume is clearly the real deal. Did any villagers notice? Shruza hissed. Ah no, Lucia reassured her, gesturing to the oblivious workers outside. Luckily they don't even know about live streams. The mayor, who has the only tablet, Lucia added, is apparently bad with machines. A memory surfaced of Shruza giving an order. Lucia understood, casting an illusion. As Lucia explained, with this the only ones who can recognize the suit are the people involved with Streamer. Shruza nodded in the darkness. Well done. They looked at each other, the gravity of the situation dawning on them. Lucia, we are likely the only ones who know of this, Shruza whispered. We have to be. Let us keep it a secret for his sake. As they schemed, Lucia's eyes drifted to a nearby clothes rack. Weren't their clothes there earlier? Probably not, the woman replied offhandedly. Aging sure is a pain. Meza, oblivious, continued her cheerful chatter. Ah, you two have such beautiful black hair. My husband also has black hair and it's rare for us. So he jokingly said to our son at one point, if you ever date anyone, make it someone with black hair. The words struck the two demons with the force of divine prophecy. Their expressions hardened with intense, renewed purpose. Please don't forget those words, they thought in unison. And so the two Yandir demons laughed alongside the humans, who knew nothing of their true, fervent intentions. They would spread the word of the streamer across this land, all while keeping their own identities a closely guarded secret. But that is a different tale. The night before, far from his protected hometown, Kanata stood on a balcony overlooking a city. His gaze was drawn to a strange, pulsing flash in the distant sky. Kanata, come on, it's almost time, a friend called from behind. But Kanata, unaware of the battle fought in his name, kept watching the lights. Are those fireworks? The proposal struck them like a physical blow. You want us to go with you? Kanata stammered, his voice echoing the disbelief of his classmates. On a trip to Randall. The young noblewoman extended a graceful hand, her expression one of sincere apology. I am sorry for asking so late, she began, but I heard from Alphina that you are all quite open-minded regarding social standing, especially you, Kanata. So please, I would love for all of you to come tomorrow. And just like that, their plans were made. By 8 the next morning, they were soaring through the sky in a magnificent carriage pulled by wyverns. That night, Kanata sat at his desk, a smirk on his face as he realized the timing was perfect. He had no streams scheduled for the next 2 days. Upon their arrival in the bustling streets of Randall, Maria tilted her head in thought. Wait, is Alphina not coming? She asked, before remembering the delicate truth. Oh right, she's the saintess of the capital. Things are a bit complicated. Meanwhile, Kanata leaned in to whisper to a colleague, this country is famous for its magic items. Some might be very useful for my streams. One of the girls clasped her hands to her chest, sighing, oh, how romantic. Kanata, however, waved a dismissive hand. There's not much we can do about her circumstances, so let us just move on. Their conversation was cut short as their host stepped forward, an elegant fan held in her hand. Good day, students of Sistel, she announced, her voice carrying an unexpected authority. I am the Duke's daughter, Athena Ferratoa. A wave of shock rippled through the group. A duke was the highest rank of nobility. Athena snapped her fan shut with a crisp sound. Well then, everyone, it is time to begin our studies. Please come to the front of my mansion on time. Her gaze then settled on Maria. I apologize for the early start, but a meeting will begin shortly. Do come with me. As Maria was led away, 2 of Kanata's classmates approached him. Have you decided what you'll be studying, Kanata? One asked. He gave a simple nod. I decided on magic items earlier. Watching them walk away, a wry thought crossed Kanata's mind as he pointed a finger to the air. So, I think this is what they call youth. The 2 looked crestfallen. Aw man, that's different from us then, the spectacled one lamented. We were going to invite you to join us if it wasn't tea. With a final wave, they called back over their shoulders, sorry for bothering you, good luck. He continued his solitary walk through the unfamiliar city, the novelty of the foreign country warring with a growing sense of fatigue. After wandering for what felt like half an hour, he began to doubt he was even in the correct artisan district. Exhausted, he finally slumped onto a nearby bench for a break. His gaze drifted away and landed on a lone girl sitting quietly on a bench across the way, her presence strangely introspective. His thoughts were interrupted by a couple on a nearby bench, their saccharine declarations of love making him physically recoil. God, normies, he muttered in disgust. A sudden shadow fell over him. The girl was now inches from his face, holding a small doll in his likeness. Your lips sure are soft. Lord Streamer, she whispered. It was on this day that Kanata discovered the horrifying existence of obsessive listeners. She retreated, sitting demurely on the steps. I am sorry I was being noisy. Playing with dolls is a hobby, so. Kanata, still reeling, finally processed the horror of the situation. The doll was a replica of him. Wait, he stammered, Ray, a fan guarantee you. As she approached again, his eyes widened. The doll even had the small pin he'd forgotten to take off his uniform. Resigning himself to the bizarre encounter, he gave a weak thumbs up. Got no choice now, do I? Her eyes lit up. Streameress the best, huh? Her interrogation began immediately. You a student from the capital? Yes. Then please tell me. She leaned forward, her eyes wide with unnerving curiosity. How did the princess and the saintess meet Lord Streamer? Is there anything about it in the newspapers? Her expression twisted into one of intense, possessive jealousy. Ah, how envious, she hissed, a predatory smile on her lips, but I will forgive it, everything is in his will after all. She leaned back, her demeanor shifting back to placid. Oh my, it seems I lost myself again. "Excuse me," Kanata could only stare, thoroughly disturbed. He couldn't help but think that while she was strangely beautiful, her intensity was terrifying. It reminded him of his first encounter with Myra, a feeling that made this situation seem far more dangerous. Sensing his unspoken question, she clutched the doll to her chest, her expression one of absolute, sincere devotion. "That's because," she stated simply, "his words saved my life." As she began to launch into a story from months ago, Kanata saw an opening. He held up a hand to interrupt. "Could you please tell me where the artisan district is first? I need materials for my report." With a brilliant smile, she offered, "In that case, shall I escort you?" While continuing my story, of course. A chilling thought crossed his mind. She has to be the only one this insane, right? A montage of other terrifyingly intense faces flashed through his memory. He was wrong. She was not. As they walked, he reflected on the encounter. He had dealt with obsessive fans in his old world, but this felt different. They arrived at a building marked with the signs of various tools. Kanata bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for guiding me." She clasped her hands together, looking pleased. "No, thank you for being my conversation partner. I deeply appreciate it." She introduced herself as Lisa, an utterly ordinary peasant, explaining that his good looks had made her assume he was a noble. But just as Lord Streamer said, social standing has nothing to do with anything. With a final, chilling promise to talk more about the streamer another time, she departed, leaving Kanata to whisper a desperate, "Absolutely not." Finally alone, he took in the sights of the artisan district. The simple act of looking around was pleasant, but he soon noticed a harsh reality, a clear divide between shops for nobles which refused to serve commoners and shops that welcomed all. His observations were cut short by a commotion from a nearby storefront. A muscular man was shouting, his voice booming through the street, "What an awful store, what a waste." The brute grabbed the young artisan by his collar, sneering as he held up a small, crafted item. "Everything here is just trash. It's not compatible with anything." Hearing something made with such passion denigrated ignited a fire in Kanata. He shot forward, his hand clamping down hard on the bully's wrist. "Don't you dare say that," he seethed, "about something someone passionately made." He held up a small rectangular object from his world, a flash drive. "Even if this is trash to other people," he declared, offering it to the artisan, "to me, it's amazing." The bully, enraged at being challenged by a brat from the capital, squared up, ready to attack. But instead of fighting, the man suddenly went pale and fled in terror, apologizing profusely and promising never to return. Before Kanata could process what had just happened, the young craftsman rushed toward him, eyes wide with admiration. "Dude, you were amazing. The way you made him run off was insane. Are you okay?" Kanata introduced himself as a student from the capital. The artisan's face split into a wide, grateful grin. "Kanata, a good name. I am Shidu, this shop's manager and artisan." This chance encounter between Kanata and Shidu was more than a simple event. It was the birth of a partnership destined, one day, to uproot and reshape the entire world, though that is a story for the distant future. From the capital, Shidu, the lanky craftsman, leaned over his workbench, eyes wide with surprise. "You've come a long way." He offered a glass of tea with one hand and pointed a friendly finger with the other. "No need for formalities. We're about the same age, so just call me Shidu." Just then another customer, a young woman named Lisa, clutched a small, dark orb to her chest, her face flushed with pure joy. "Is it really mine?" she whispered, her voice trembling. From the back of the shop, Shidu sighed, "2 customers in one day is a miracle. Now go on, go home and enjoy your moment." Seated across from Kanata, Shidu confessed his financial woes. "I barely scrape by each month taking commissions from nobles." Kanata, trying to be encouraging, offered, "But surely having that work is good collateral." The suggestion was met with a hollow, humorless laugh. Shidu adjusted his glasses, a weary glint in his eye. "The reality is harsh. As a commoner, I have no fame, no connections. I only see about 30% of what a noble craftsman would earn for the same work." Kanata's expression hardened. Shidu's struggle was even more dire than his own. And yet, he thought, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, despite everything, he still holds on to a dream. That thought seemed to ignite a fire in the craftsman. Shidu shot to his feet, his fist clenched. "And I want to change that," he declared, his voice ringing with passion. "I want to create things that bring people happiness regardless of their station. This discrimination only exists because people refuse to open their minds." His passionate speech was cut short by a sneering voice. A girl with twintles holding a flash drive scoffed from the doorway. "Your shop is worthless, it's a scrapyard." Shidu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn passersby, I keep inventing things that have no compatible items. I may have no money or talent, Kanata announced, placing a box on the counter, but I have passion. Take a look at this. Peering inside, Kanata's eyes widened in disbelief. The box was filled with several pairs of what he instantly recognized as earbuds. These shouldn't exist here. He looked up at the craftsman, bewildered. Shido, why did you make these? Good question, Shido chirped, suddenly animated. I got the idea from a streamer. He described a broadcast where legions of fans, completely captivated, listened to the streamer's voice, so famous it was often used as simple background noise. I imagined it, Shido continued, a dreamy look on his face as he pictured a fan, Miss K, in a state of bliss. What if they could hear that voice directly in their ears, not through a tinny speaker? I thought it would be the ultimate experience. Back in the present, Kanata placed a pair of the buds in his ears. Whoa, there's some static, but the quality is incredible. Shido sighed, shoulders slumping, but I don't have a compatible device. No magic, no formal education to perfect it. The craftsman suddenly froze, staring at Kanata with wide, frantic eyes. Wait, what? How are you even using them? Kanata held up his own device, a thoughtful expression on his face. Instinct, he offered lamely. He couldn't possibly explain that he had instinctively mimicked the concept of Bluetooth by matching his own mono waves to the devices. Shido would never believe him. Before Shido could protest further, Kanata leaned forward and gently placed the earbuds into the craftsman's ears. Quiet down and just listen. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over Shido's face. He began to spin in place, arms outstretched. Whoa, I can hear a flowing river. I am one step closer to my dream. Impressed beyond words, Kanata reached into his pouch and placed 6 gleaming gold coins on the table. Shido, I'd like to buy 6 of these. The craftsman stared at the gold, dumbfounded. I am shocked you paid so much. Kanata frowned. Is 6 gold not enough? Shido shook his head, a hand to his temple. No, sorry, I am just broke, and I just remembered something important. Later, during his next broadcast, Kanata unveiled his new feature, the soothing, ambient sound of flowing water. His chat immediately erupted with praise. This is amazing, just keep the water sounds, we don't need you to talk. But back in his workshop, Shido was listening with a critical ear. He held up a finger, a suspicious look on his face. That sound, it's remarkably similar to the BGM streamer was using yesterday. Kanata, don't tell me. Kanata flinched, quickly changing the subject. Gah, sorry for asking something so weird. Here, take this, it's a new product. He then launched into a rambling justification. Besides admiring a streamer enough to record and clip their broadcasts. That's a love that knows no gender, right? Shido, mollified by the gift, simply accepted. Dodged a bullet, Kanata thought with a nervous sweat, but at what cost? With a wave, Kanata announced his departure. Time for me to go, so bye, but as he turned to leave, Shido's voice called out, sharp with urgency. Hey, wait up. The craftsman caught up to him, his voice cracking with emotion. The things you said, they really helped me. They made my life feel worth living. Shido's eyes were filled with a sincere gratitude that went beyond any business transaction. Thanks, Kanata. He held out a fist. It made me happy. Kanata met his gesture with a firm bump. I'll come again, see you, Shido. And so, the thanks he received were not for streamer, the persona, but for Kanata, the person. It was the moment he made his first true friend of the same sex. As his new companions called for him to rejoin the group, Kanata's attention was snagged by a series of bright flashes in the distance. What the heck is that? Fireworks. The source was a celebratory banquet. As his friends marveled at the feast, Kanata raised his glass. Thanks for the meal, Lady Athena. She smiled, resting her chin on her hand. You shouldn't be thanking me. Thank Princess Maria instead. Turning to their host, Kanata spoke with genuine admiration. I am truly grateful, Princess Maria, the way you care for others, even mere acquaintances, ignoring the boundaries of class. It's deeply moving. From across the table, Athena watched, a knowing, satisfied smile playing on her lips as she hid behind her fan. Oh my. I have the same opinion, Rebecca chimed in enthusiastically, echoed by Lisa. Same here. Alphina, however, squirmed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Anyhow, Athena declared, rising from her seat, there's someone I want to introduce to you, Maria. Kanata's eyes widened as he saw who she was approaching, his finger shooting out in shock. That's. Athena gestured gracefully to the girl beside her. This is my friend Lisa, she is also a fan of streamer. Alphina gasped. Lisa, they ray friends. Kanada's shock intensified as he noticed the small, circular brooches pinned to both Lisa's and Athena's uniforms, the unmistakable emblem of a fan. Hold on, she has a badge on, too. Athena leaned in conspiratorially towards Alphina. Seeing as you Ray one of the very few who has met the man himself, I want you to talk with Lisa about all sorts of things. Alphina averted her gaze, her face burning. Fine, she mumbled, as long as it's in moderation. A wicked grin spread across Athena's face as she wrapped an arm around Alphina. While we bathe, of course. Joining, Lisa and Rebecca cried out in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. Meanwhile, in the boys' room, Kanata tried to focus on his studies, but his mind wandered. Maria and the others, are they having a girl-s talk in the bath? Because of me? A vivid, steamy scene bloomed in his imagination, sending a hot blush creeping up his neck. Shaking the thoughts away, he turned to his classmates. Listen, he began, offering a sincere apology. I know we Ray in the same class, but we've hardly spoken, and I never helped you when you were in trouble. Ron, the boy with glasses, waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you. Thomas nodded in agreement. We Ray all commoners, but seeing you try so hard inspires us to do our best too. A warm, genuine smile spread across Kanada's face. He looked from one to the other, feeling a new sense of camaraderie. So, I hope we can be friends from now on. That's my line, Thomas replied, his own expression earnest. Thanks, you too. Kanada's smile turned mischievous as he grabbed a nearby pillow. Now then, to celebrate, do you two know what a pillow fight is? In the grand bath, the girls' laughter echoed off the tiled walls. But not all affection was so innocent, and Kanata knew he couldn't let his guard down. From across the steaming water, Athena's voice called out, sharp and demanding. Get in here already. Beneath the full moon's silver gaze, Kanata waved to his friends. I've worked up a sweat, he announced, so I am heading to the bath first. He pushed the door open, only to freeze. A figure sat waiting in the dim light. I have been waiting for you, Lord Kanata, Lisa's voice echoed softly. A startled scream ripped from Kanata's throat. You scared me, he yelped, recoiling. Unfazed, Lisa simply beamed. To meet like this again, it must be fate. Her face, flushed with excitement, drew closer. Come on, she urged, her voice brimming with fervor. Let us take a night walk around the garden and discuss streaming. His mind raced. This was the girl from the girls' night out talk. Clasping his head, he awkwardly declined. I am about to get in the bath, so, unfortunately, I have to say no. Lisa's hopeful expression immediately fell. Her shoulders slumped in defeat as she turned away. Then there's no helping it. Let us go, streamer doll. A wave of guilt washed over Kanata as he watched her go. But before she could disappear down the corridor, he spun around. Actually, hang on a second. Closing the distance, he decided to address the elephant in the room. I haven't said anything until now, but isn't your voice very similar to Lord Streamer's? Lisa looked up, a hint of pride in her eyes. I get told that sometimes. I am really quite honored. Well, I mean, he quickly added, trying to sound casual, your pronunciation and intonation are slightly different. The size of your hand, too, he gestured vaguely, hoping she'd buy it. A silent sigh of relief escaped him. That was dangerous. He recalled his friend's warning to be careful with his intonation when not streaming. They also pointed out his new gloves were too big, a mistake he'd have to correct. Lisa bowed her head slightly. I am sorry, I get all fired up whenever I think of Lord Streamer. Then her fist clenched, a terrifying intensity burning in her eyes. That time has become what I live for. The fervor was more dampening than inspiring. It's a shame there's no stream today, she sighed, a wistful look on her face. But as long as I can listen to him at the end of the day, I can endure whatever the day throws at me. With a final anyways, I shall take my leave here. She turned and walked away. As he walked down the empty hall, he mulled over the encounter. Her intensity was frightening, but hearing such direct feedback for the first time in person, it made him a little happy. The thought of her connection with Athena resurfaced, making him wonder if Lisa was truly just a commoner. He rounded a corner and stopped short. There, in the middle of the hallway, stood Princess Maria and Lady Athena. Princess Maria, Lady Athena, he greeted them. Did you two just get out of the bath? Athena confirmed with a slight nod behind her fan, while Maria added cheerfully, yes, and we took a long dip in the sauna. Suddenly flustered by their post-bath presence, Kanata gave a hurried bow. Somehow it's a bit embarrassing. I'll be on my way then. Where are you going? Athena's voice, cool and steady, cut through his escape attempt. He paused, glancing back. I was going straight to the bath before continuing my report. Wow, what a serious student, Maria commented. Athena, however, was observing him with a calculating gaze. Lisa mentioned you are exceptionally diligent in your magic class. Then can I request a duel with you? The sudden challenge left both Kanata and Maria speechless. He tried to wave it off, mumbling excuses. Wait, actually, right now I reek of sweat, and in the first place having the Countess' daughter as my opponent is a bit much. His protests were ignored. In a fluid motion she closed the distance between them, until her face was mere inches from his. In that case, she whispered, her voice an undeniable command, I order you to duel me. From the end of the hall, Maria's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you coming too, Maria? Athena called without looking back. Of course. But behind them, Lisa seethed, her expression a mask of pure jealousy at the thought of them being alone. Some time later, they arrived at the designated dueling ground in the inner garden. Kanata glanced around. Lisa's not here. A pang of guilt hit him as they walked into the moonlit clearing. I feel bad for Lisa. Maria glanced over, unconcerned. She must be gone to the outside garden. Under the moonlight, Athena stood ready, sword in hand. Now then, the rules of the duel are simple, she announced, her blade glinting as she pointed it at him. I am going to attack. Her eyes narrowed. If your protection badge breaks or if you surrender, it's my win. Kanata met her gaze, a confident smirk playing on his lips, and if I withstand your attack, I win. With a sigh, Maria crossed her arms. Why am I the referee? She grumbled before shouting start. Athena immediately crouched low, promising I'll end this in a flash. She lunged forward, unleashing her family's secret technique, crane thrust. He recognized the stance, a powerful thrust amplified by magic gathering at the tip of her sword, but it was no matter. With his infinite magic power, he was more than ready. The powerful thrust met not steel, but a shimmering barrier of pure magic that materialized just inches from Kanata's face. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. Wonderful, she breathed, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. There isn't a single student in the duchy that can block this attack. In that case, here are 10 consecutive crane thrusts, she declared, pulling back for a volley. Kanata stood his ground. Even if you keep attacking, I'll just make my shield thicker. 1, 2, 3, 4. A rapid-fire series of strikes hammered against his magical defense, each one ringing out like a blacksmith's forge. Then just as suddenly as she began, she stopped, pulling her sword back with a sly grin. Just kidding. If you rely only on your magic, she murmured, blurring past his field of vision in an instant. Before he could react, she swept his legs out from under him. He hit the ground hard, and in the next moment she was on top of him, a fan held delicately to his neck. Then hand-to-hand combat is deadly. Kanata, are you all right? Maria cried, rushing to his side. Looking up past Athena, he gave the princess a reassuring smile. I am completely fine. She held back so it didn't even hurt. With that, he formally surrendered. Hey, the duel's over, Maria shouted, trying to pull Athena off him. Now back off. As they got to their feet, Kanata looked around, confused. Wouldn't the guards usually come if you make such a fuss? Athena calmly fanned herself. In the inner garden, soundproof barriers are active thanks to magical machinery, so no need to worry. Even though there were tons outside, Kanata exclaimed. Athena nodded. There are no guards inside the mansion in the first place. In our country, she explained, gesturing to the sprawling estate, we are planning to make magical machines the core of crime prevention in the future. This place is a model of how it will look. As they walked, she elaborated, within this garden there are magic machines buried underground. If someone without an entry pass snuck in, there would be an immediate response. Kanata could only marvel. It's a feasible plan only because Lady Athena is so strong. Maria looked around in awe. It's completely different than in the capital city. An attendant who had approached them nodded in agreement. It has the same potential as those in my previous life. Also, the attendant began, but his words were cut short as a tile on the ground began to glow faintly at their feet. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Athena's lips as she pressed a small button on the spine of her fan. A soft beep echoed in the quiet garden. There are devices like this too, she announced. A wave of invisible energy washed over Kanata and Maria, and a sudden, overwhelming drowsiness seized them. Maria collapsed instantly, completely unconscious. Kanata fought to stay upright, his body trembling. Oh, Athena noted with detached amusement, to fall asleep so easily. He struggled to his knees, but his strength was failing. She leaned in close, her voice a low murmur. Even if you are an expert in magic combat, you are a complete amateur when it comes to physics. His fight was brief. Consciousness finally fled and he slumped forward, his head coming to rest gently on her lap. You really lack combat experience, Kanata. Or should I say, she whispered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she gently stroked his hair, Lord Streamer. The streamer now faced a truly desperate situation. With the duel concluded, Athena knelt beside the fallen Kanata. I must apologize, she murmured, her voice soft with a reverence that defied the context of their battle. She gently cradled his head in her lap, a fierce blush coloring her cheeks. I couldn't bring myself to truly fight Lord Streamer, the one I adore so much. Kanata's eyes fluttered open, a universe of confusion swirling within them. How could she be so certain? Why, he began, his voice raspy, are you so convinced I am him? A tender smile graced Athena's lips as she gently stroked his hair. Then, in place of a lullaby, she whispered, I shall share with you my 4 reasons. She began her meticulous deduction. First, the intense gaze Maria gives you is identical to the one she had during the Aurora stream. Second, while UV disguised your voice and appearance, your physical proportions, height, the breadth of your shoulders, are a near-perfect match. And since your name wasn't T among the badge winners, you had to be one of the direct participants. Her voice dropped, taking on a more serious tone. My 3rd reason concerns my weapon. This rapier has a unique enchantment. It drains an opponent's magic directly from the tip. By the time she reached her final point, Kanata's breathing had evened out, his consciousness finally slipping away into slumber. Which is the greatest proof of all that you are Lord Streamer, she concluded to the sleeping boy, the wielder of infinite magic. Even SSS-class adventurers can only withstand its draining effect for a few seconds, she continued her unheard explanation. Yet you defended against it repeatedly, your own magic never once faltering. Now that he was unconscious, her carefully constructed composure began to crumble. A strange thought surfaced as she gazed down at him. Come to think of it, Lord Streamer has yet to take a bath. Driven by an impulse she no longer wished to control, she leaned down, her face hovering just above his chest. She inhaled deeply, a shudder of pure ecstasy racking her body. This is Lord Streamer's scent, she gasped, her senses overwhelmed. No perfume could ever compare. My very cells crave this, I can't get enough. With a sharp tug, she began to loosen the front of her uniform. I can't hold back any longer. She straddled his sleeping form, her eyes wide with a feverish light. Before I bring you back to my room, I'll just have a little taste. Even if I am wrong about you, she reasoned aloud, a man this irresistible is simply too dangerous for the royal capital. Her tongue darted out, wetting her lips in anticipation. I must apologize, she whispered, her voice thick with desire, but until I meet the real one you will have to be the one too. Moisten me. She leaned in, her lips just moments from his. The narrator noted that Athena, the second listener from the Principality of Randall, was a different breed entirely. Suddenly, a blur of motion slammed into her, sending her flying through the air with the force of a catapult. A dark, cloaked figure landed gracefully beside Kanata's unconscious form as Athena crashed to the ground. In the royal capital, it was said, there existed a different kind of obsessive fan, a pure, if brainless, Yandir. The newcomer stood guard, her sword held at the ready over the sleeping student. I am a member of the party of students from the Royal Academy, she declared, and their temporary guard. As Athena staggered to her feet, clutching her side, the girl gave a slight, formal bow. Hello, good evening, my name is Myra. Myra leveled her blade at the noblewoman. You have no entry pass, so how did you infiltrate this mansion? Not only did you harm the princess, but you assaulted a male student and were about to steal his lips. This must be your doing. The commotion was the rudest of awakenings. Kanata sat up groggy as a panicked Maria rushed onto the scene. Myra, is what you were just saying true? Athena, however, looked utterly undeterred, a wild grin spreading across her face. Oh my, according to my calculations, he was supposed to be asleep for another hour. However, his reactions have completely convinced me. He is absolutely Lord Streamer. Myra's eyes narrowed, her mind racing. Should I eliminate her now? No, if I do that, one of the students will become a suspect. Maria gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. What amazing observational ability. Gah, I didn't even consider treating Kanata as a regular student. A triumphant, knowing smirk played on Athena's lips. A country's princess wouldn't react this way for just an ordinary student. It would be absolutely impossible. Facing Athena, Maria drew herself up. Ever since the Aurora incident, I suspected the Saintess was involved. The few of us who know his secret formed an organization disguised as a fan club to protect him. She then challenged, I don't know who you are, you tell me. Athena's interest was piqued. With a flick of her fan, she offered a proposition. If that's the case, and as I feel a bit sorry, how about you let me join your organization? In return, I will overlook this entire incident. The response was immediate and unified. Overlook, Maria and Myra shouted in unison, their faces a mask of outrage. We Ray the ones who won T overlook this. Who would want a weirdo listener like you to join? Maria wagged a finger at her, her tone dripping with superiority. We are listeners with good behavior and integrity. Wherein T you just sniffing Kanata's neck, unable to get enough of the smell of men. A single bead of sweat traced a path down Athena's temple as she watched Maria kneel beside Kanata in a state of pure bliss, with Myra standing guard over them both. A dark, menacing aura began to emanate from the princess and her guard. We'll purge you, they hissed. Visibly intimidated, Athena snapped her fan shut. I understand. My, how scary. With tears streaming down their faces, Myra and Maria pressed her. So you'll really overlook our actions? Athena sighed, waving a dismissive hand. Yes, right back at you. And through the entire tense negotiation, Kanata slept soundly on the grass, oblivious to the three intense women looming over him. He stirred, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Was I asleep? Maria greeted him with a bright, innocent smile. Good morning, Kanata. With a wide yawn, Kanata listened to Maria's fabricated story. Man, Athena accidentally set off her sleeping trap, putting everyone to sleep. We just woke up. He seemed to accept it without question. I see. Myra, holding a pair of gardening shears, offered her own alibi. No, I actually have a part-time job maintaining the Principality's gardens. By chance, I ran into you all sleeping here. Athena scoffed internally at the flimsy excuses. An amazing coincidence indeed. I only invited Maria to find clues and I ended up finding him myself. But to think these three have no idea how to have fun, wouldn't they rather have Lord Streamer acknowledge them more intimately? Her thoughts sharpened as she assessed her opponents. That guard, Myra, is quite strong, and there are still unmet members of this support group. I can underestimate them. I'll have to reconsider my plan. A confident, predatory smile spread across her face as she licked her lips. Fufu, there's no reason to rush, she murmured to herself. I will be the one to get the last laugh. As the group made their way back towards the school building, the tension, at least on the surface, had dissipated. Maria leaned in to whisper to her guard, it was a good thing I made an entry ticket for you beforehand. Now you can always protect Lord Kanata from within the principality. Myra simply nodded. Yes, but... They arrived at a heavy wooden door. Sorry, Athena said, turning to the group, I was in the bath. Maria whispered to Myra, I would have liked it if you came and helped a bit earlier. Kanata, overhearing their hushed tones, looked confused. What are they whispering about? Ignoring him, Maria turned to the door. This is her room. Is it fine if I say goodnight to Lisa real quick? Kanata nodded easily. Yes, of course. After Maria knocked and called Lisa's name to no response, Kanata frowned. That's weird. She's almost always in her room around this time, and it's locked shut. Myra's eyes darted around, a plan forming. Lisa should be in the outer garden. Let us take a stroll and find her. Kanata's eyes widened in sudden realization. When I met Lisa a moment ago, she said she was going to the garden. But weren't we the only ones in the inner garden? Meanwhile, a dark thought crossed Myra's mind. How cute. That girl is terrified of bugs. She would only ever walk around the inner garden at night. A short time later, the search proved fruitless. Myra reappeared before the others, her expression grim. I have returned. I shall start with the conclusion. She shook her head, confirming their fears. Neither the students nor the guards have seen her. Myra held up a single finger, her voice low and serious. Faint traces of magic were discovered, along with signs of entry that only experienced trespassers would use. She delivered the chilling verdict. There is a high probability that Lisa has been kidnapped. Her investigation had already yielded a likely culprit. The Keiju Thieves, a notorious underworld group specializing in hacking, theft, and kidnapping for wealthy clients. Athena slammed her fist against a nearby wall in frustration. Damn it, it's the work of the Incline family, she snarled. Maria looked at her aghast. Wah, they kidnapped someone, but that's the family who faced ruin not that long ago. Myra revealed the truth. Lisa's real name is Lisa Incline. She is the daughter of the Count of the Incline family of the Ilwa Kingdom. Athena's expression was pained, her apology silent but sincere. I am sorry, Lisa. It's an emergency, I have no choice. Kanata absorbed the news, I knew it. I always suspected Lisa was a former noble. Maria added another layer to the puzzle. However, for some reason, Lisa was disowned by her family right before they were ruined. Biting her thumb, Athena voiced the question hanging in the air. Then, if she's been disinherited and her family is in ruins, why would they target her now? Under the light of a full moon, the answer became terrifyingly clear in a crumbling, forgotten ruin. Lisa, unconscious, was suspended by chains within a glowing magic circle. Before her, her father, Count Inclide, held a grimoire aloft. Finally, he roared to his hooded minions, my wish is coming true. He sneered at his captive daughter. You were a failure of a daughter, but now you are finally useful as a catalyst. One of the hired thieves spoke up, his voice muffled by his mask. Isn't that forbidden black magic? The after effects are turning the daughter's hair from black to white. Another grunted, shut up, newbies. The lead thief fixed his gaze on the Count. Keidru doesn't care about anything but money. In a flash, a vision of a different woman, her hands pressed against an invisible barrier, appeared. Her warning echoed through the ether, meant for one person alone. Streamer, because of you, this world is going to face destruction. The Count roughly grabbed his daughter's chin, forcing her head up. Now then, hurry and open your eyes, Lisa, and everything will fall into my hands. As Lisa hung limply, her hair now a ghostly white, her father's true intentions were revealed. He planned to use her not as a catalyst, but as a magical weapon in his own image. The image of Lisa's desperate face flashed through Kanata's mind. He clenched his fists, his expression hardening into a mask of pure determination. She had saved him. Now it was his turn. I am definitely going to save you this time, he vowed to the empty air. Inside the main house, Athena's voice was grim as she began to unravel the dark truth. You must understand, she began, her words hanging heavy in the room, Lisa is nothing more than a tool to them. Behind their respectable facade, the Inclide family became a rot in the heart of the Ilwa kingdom, their coffers filled with the profits of back alley deals in drugs and human slaves. And Lisa, bless her innocent heart, knew nothing of it. She was raised in a gilded cage, showered with just enough affection to be molded into the perfect pawn for a political marriage to a vile noble family in another country. But that fragile peace shattered, Athena continued, her hand gesturing sharply. For some unknown reason, her engagement was abruptly broken just days before the wedding. It was then that Lisa learned the true, monstrous nature of her family, and their treatment of her changed in an instant. With their plans ruined, they now intend to use her to vent all their frustrations. Maria's voice cut through the explanation, sharp with disbelief. That can be right, a family known for magic research, using their own daughter as a catalyst. With the political marriage gone and no heir, all the family's venom was directed at Lisa. The shadows of her parents loomed over her, their words like poison. You ray a disgraceful failure. The man ran away because you have no magic. My hands were tied trying to save her, Athena confessed, but in the process I discovered an ancient tome of dark magic. Their public facade is shattered and now they ray consumed by a desperate rage. This kidnapping. It must be the final preparation to use her for some terrible ritual. If that book was what I fear it is, the black magic arts, then it's almost certain she's being used as the catalyst. Furthermore, Athena added, Lisa's fiancé was a nobleman from the Xandered Empire, who was recently and quite surprisingly assassinated. The name struck a chord with Myra. Xandered, she blurted out. The connection clicked in Kanata's mind with the force of a physical blow. He stammered, a horrifying realization dawning on him. I am the reason. Athena averted her gaze, her silence a damning confirmation of his fear. His mind reeled back to a broadcast, to a listener's request for love advice about my noble fiancé who is just a boy. Og, that was Lisa. The memory of his own words came flooding back. He had advised her to investigate, leading to the discovery that the fiancé's family was involved in the slave trade and the subsequent dissolution of the engagement. Athena's voice was soft. After that, Lisa began to see Lord Streamer as the one who saved her, the one who stopped her family's evil. The weight of the unintended consequence crushed Kanata. It's my fault, he whispered, but Maria cut through his despair. There's no time for that. Athena, get the horses ready, we move now. Kanata lunged forward, grabbing Maria's arm. Let me go too. His voice was raw with desperation. I haven't known her long, but I have to help. Please, he begged, even if I am unreliable, let me come. Maria and Athena exchanged a knowing glance, understanding the burden of responsibility he felt from his broadcasts. A faint blush touched both their cheeks. He must be feeling responsible. Athena murmured, I suppose. We can make an exception this one time, Maria conceded, unable to hide her own excitement. Their purpose set, the newly formed Lisa recovery team thundered out of the estate, Kanata leading the charge on a white steed, a makeshift flag held high. As they galloped, Maria laid out the strategy. If the Count was truly worried about recapture, he'd have acted immediately. That means he's not in his own country but somewhere here in the Principality. We have to cross the border before he escapes. Myra, consulting a map as she ran, reported her findings. I investigated likely hideouts and found faint traces of magic in some ruins. If only I'd checked the basement earlier. Maria praised her. You scouted an entire country in half a day, that's incredible. Before adding with a wry smile, though you being a little obvious about how much you enjoying this, Myra-chan. As they neared the ruins, the sound of their horses' hooves muffled by the soft earth, Maria turned to Kanata. Don't think this is your fault, she said, her tone serious. I don't condone the kidnapping, but the reason behind it, freeing slaves, is not an evil I can condemn. Still, his actions must be punished. Offered a small, teasing smile. Focus on what's in front of you. Return safely and then you can repent. If you were streaming now, you'd probably be thanking your viewers. The comment brought a flush of embarrassment to Kanata's face. Just then he spotted the structure through the trees. There it is. Lisa must be underground. His focus was shattered by an arrow whistling past his head as Maria became lost in a daydream of becoming his strict future wife, promising him 100 kisses a day. An ambush, a masked figure lunged from the shadows, blade aimed at Kanata, but Maria was faster, her own weapon intercepting the blow with a sharp clang. A Keidru assassin, the attacker hissed, shocked she knew his origin. Everyone stick to the plan, Athena commanded. Athena's voice was urgent. Kanata-san, use body strengthening on your feet, take the first chance you get to go underground. As he prepared, Maria exploded into motion, unleashing a crane attack, supreme flash stream. Got it, Kanata yelled, channeling magic into his legs, ready to spring into action. Watching him, Maria felt a wave of nervousness, her heart fluttering. He has endless magic reserves. He's the perfect match for a black magician. As his future wife, I should send him off with a smile, she thought, a blush rising to her cheeks. Athena realized their error as one of the bandits grunted in frustration. Damn, there are 3 humans, not 2. Nearby, Myra had another thug in a hold, whispering, I am only holding back because Lord Kanata is watching. Meanwhile, Maria's attack had sent her opponent staggering. She loomed over the defeated bandit, her voice cold as ice. A common thief who dares to try and kill us. You understand what that means, don't you? She brought her staff down with brutal finality. Your punishment is heavier than death itself. As the blow landed, Myra's sharp eyes spotted a signal flute on another bandit. To ensure Lord Streamer's escape, she thought with grim resolve, we must eradicate every last one of them. The sound of the flute echoed through the trees, and suddenly the forest floor erupted with dozens of hooded figures completely surrounding them. The defeated bandit coughed out a laugh. Fools. Did you think it would be this easy? Athena, Maria, and Myra stood back to back, undaunted. That's our line, Athena retorted coolly. As Kanata watched, the 3 women stood united against the horde. Athena's voice was a blade of ice, her warning echoing through the clearing. We'll make you understand what happens to those who cause harm to Lord Streamer and the pure Lisa. Her words were punctuated by the image of a magical missive, bearing the sneering face of Count Inclyde, the true puppet master behind the ambush. Amidst the carnage of a moonlit forest, Athena, flanked by her companions, beckoned to the hooded assassins with a taunting smile. What's wrong, she cooed, come here. Far above, Kanata streaked through the sky toward the enemy fortress, a silent scream etched on his face. The body-strengthening technique would save him from the fall, but it did nothing for the sheer terror of the flight. Below, a lookout sounded an emergency flute, his warning echoing through the stone corridors. Athena and her gang might have found us. Within the fortress, Count Inclyde sneered at one of the thieves. I never intended to risk my own life for my daughter's sake, he confessed, his gaze falling upon Lisa's still form. Now that the ritual is complete, a bodyguard is useless. When Lisa wakes, she will protect me. He dismissed the man's concerns with a wave. Prepare the reward, he commanded, turning away with a contemptuous mutter. Fools. I'll use my own black magic to deal with them. The Count's sinister monologue was shattered as Kanata burst into the chamber, a whirlwind of motion. He slid to a halt directly before the nobleman. Are you Count Inclyde? He demanded, his voice cutting through the air. The Count recoiled, his face a mask of shock and confusion. Athena, no, a kingdom knight, who are you? Kanata's eyes swept past the sputtering nobleman, fixing on the unconscious girl on the altar. Lisa. The recognition hardened his features into a mask of cold fury. He ignored the Countess' frantic questions, his voice dropping to a low growl, putting her into that state. Are you prepared to atone for your crimes? When the Count stammered again, demanding his identity, Kanata simply replied, wrong. I am just an ordinary student. It doesn't matter, you ray too late. The Count cackled, a dark aura swirling around him. Thanks to my black magic, Lisa has already been turned into my puppet. He gestured grandly. Lisa, awaken. Use that power and kill the man in front of you. Before she could move on Kanata, a grotesque, shadowy claw erupted from her back, lancing forward to impale the Count through the chest. He gasped, blood sputtering from his lips. The being wearing his daughter's face tilted its head, its voice a distorted echo. You answer my question. Kanata could only stare, frozen in horror at the ghastly turn of events. The shadowy appendages retracted slightly, framing the girl's body as the entity within fully asserted its presence. Just when I thought it'd been a while since I last woke up, it mused, a cruel smile twisting Lisa's features. I get this body as a vessel. Who are you? Kanata yelled, his voice cracking. You ray not Lisa. The entity held up the smoldering remains of the spellbook. I am the being who was once sealed within this book. A wicked, gleeful grin spread across its face, and I do remember having the urge to destroy this world. Images of the real Lisa, her gentle smile, the way she'd shyly spoken to him, flashed through Kanata's mind. That kind girl would never make such an evil smile. Give Lisa back, he roared. The entity's gaze swept over him. Humu. Now that I look at you, you have some rich magic. It lunged, shadowy claws extending like razors. In that case, have you become a little wake-up, warm-up human boy? Kanata threw his arms up, desperately trying to summon a defense. Magic shield. Remembering his blunder against Athena, Kanata abandoned the shield, instead pouring magic into his limbs. Body strengthening, he exploded forward, a blur of motion that caught the entity by surprise. He closed the distance in an instant, his fist flying towards its face, and then faltered. Damn it! Even as an enemy, she's using Lisa's body. The thought of striking that familiar face paralyzed him. His hesitation was met with a contemptuous sneer. What a gentleman! A shadowy tendril lashed out, sending him crashing into the far wall. The possessed girl sighed, a sound of utter boredom. Whatever, die. At her command, a torrent of dark appendages erupted from the ground, surging towards him with lethal intent. Panic seized him as he scrambled to raise a defense. My shield make it in time. Just as the shadows were about to converge, a brilliant light flared. An angelic winged figure materialized between Kanata and the attack, effortlessly halting the darkness with a delicate hand. Goddess, Kanata gasped. She turned to him with an exasperated look. Geez, Kanata, to have me stop time again. Don't overwork me. You were way too defenseless recently, she chided, poking his cheek. No matter how much I hate you being boring, being too interesting isn't good either. Kanata, there's no time, the angelic being said, her tone suddenly serious. I'll teach you a way to save Lisa. Desperate, he cried out, really? What should I do? She pointed a finger towards an imaginary microphone, her instruction both direct and bizarre. While you keep dodging her attacks, start streaming. Kanata stared, utterly bewildered, a joke, a witty remark. Ignoring his confusion, she elaborated, the scene shifting to a conceptual plane. As Lisa's soul is asleep inside her mind, she has no memory of anything that happened from being kidnapped until now. Her body has been completely taken over by a monster. Even so, the goddess continued, Lisa's soul is still unconsciously resisting. And thanks to that, the monster miraculously missed the Count's vital spots. If you give him first aid quickly, he might not die. The plan is for you to keep saying words directed at her soul. Once she wakes up, Lisa herself will take the initiative, take back her body, and lock the monster away in her subconscious. She gave him a sly look. If you can do it, do you want me to defeat the monster for you? He refused without a second's hesitation. No, he yelled, his voice filled with conviction. I am the one who brought about this disaster. I should be the one who puts an end to it. Slow smile spread across the goddess's face. To think his kindness extends this far. Great answer. With newfound resolve, Kanata's form shifted, his school uniform melting away into the dramatic coat and horned mask of his streamer persona. I'll do this for you, Lisa, he declared. Don't worry, once this is done, I'll return to my school uniform. Then. The angelic being wrapped her arms around him from behind, her wings enveloping him in a soft embrace. Good luck, Kanata, she whispered before her voice dropped to a menacingly low tone. It would be super troublesome if you fail now. Across the chamber, the entity possessing Lisa watched the sudden transformation, its eyes wide with surprise. Her next attack was deflected with impossible speed. The entity stared in disbelief. He dodged that attack. Before her stood a figure in a strange, horned mask. Yo, Lisa, he called out, his voice altered. The entity could only stare in confusion. What is with that mask? He removed the mask, his expression earnest and grateful as he spoke to an audience only he could perceive. Thank you for always listening to my streams. If I had no listeners, I wouldn't be able to continue. He gestured dramatically. That's why tonight, as thanks, I will dedicate this stream solely for Lisa's sake. Please listen to my stream. His words had an immediate, unseen effect. The entity controlling Lisa's body gasped and clutched its chest. "Gah, what is this?" Its control was slipping. Deep within the darkness of her own mind, a familiar voice pulled Lisa's true soul from its slumber. A gentle smile graced her lips as she awoke. "Good morning, Lord Streamer," she whispered to the void. "I was awoken by my husband's voice. This must be a wife's privilege. No matter when that unforgettable voice pulls me in. I love you today, as always." The battle began on two fronts. In the physical world, a monstrously transformed girl lunged at Kanata, her limbs stretching like shadows. In the mental world, two figures, Lisa and Myra, clashed with equal ferocity. "I have no memory of being kidnapped," the possessed girl snarled, her face inches from his. "Who are you? I am going to engrave the answer into your very body." From the ground below, Kanata's voice cut through the chaos, a beacon of encouragement. "Lisa, don't lose to that monster." His words became fuel in the mental plane, where Lisa drove a powerful blow forward. "You must overcome it," she yelled, "and reveal all of your family's evil deeds." Deep within their shared consciousness, the true Liz's simple, earnest desire surfaced. "I will take back my body, so I can listen to the streams again." This pure thought was a poison to the entity. In the real world, its power began to drain away, forcing a pained scream from its lips. Counting Clid watched, baffled by the sudden weakness. Kanata, however, felt a small, hard object in his coat and had an epiphany. To think the goddess put this inside the pocket. As the monster's sinister aura vanished, Liz's voice echoed from the mental plane, a clear signal for her champion. "Now's your chance, Lord Streamer." He didn't hesitate. "If I am gonna act, now's my only chance." Kanata surged forward, closing the distance to the staggering girl in an instant. "Close that annoying mouth," he commanded, his fist punching the air as he moved. He got right beside her, his voice a low confidence in her ear. "I weakened your body," he explained, "so that your attacks no longer hurt." With a swift, precise motion, he placed a small object into her ear. After taking a strike, he declared, his action complete, "I must return the favor in kind." The possessed girl sank to her knees, trembling and slick with sweat. "Boy, what did you put into my ears?" she demanded. Kanata held up his streaming device, revealing the thin wire connected to her. "Headphones, they were in my pocket." The screen glowed with a file name, Myra Test ASMR recording data. His thumb moved to press play. A voice, her own, yet filled with a desperate, heartfelt plea, flooded her mind. "You are an indispensable presence for me. Please keep living for my sake." The raw emotion acted like a physical force, shattering the spectral chains around her wrists into dust. Kanata held the device aloft, a strange new kind of weapon. "How is it, Lisa?" he asked coolly, the first broadcast of ASMR in the world. He stood over her, a dark silhouette against the rubble. "Did your will to resist surge from this bit of encouragement?" In the mental world, the power of that encouragement manifested, crackling in the space between Lisa and the entity. But instead of an attack, the energy resolved into an embrace. Lisa appeared suddenly behind the entity, wrapping her arms around her. The entity cried out, not from pain, but from a sudden, overwhelming sensation. It didn't just surge, it's overflowing. Lisa held her tighter, a faint blush on her cheeks as she whispered into the entity's ear, "Welcome to this side." Psychic feedback coursed through the girl's body in the real world, leaving her paralyzed. A strange heat bloomed in her chest as she trembled on the floor. "What is happening to me? My head won't turn. I know that all I have to do is break that machine, but for some reason I can move." From his vantage point, Counting Clid could only watch in disbelief. At first I thought his voice was the only good thing about him, but to think it was this good. Within their shared mind, Lisa's persuasion was a hypnotic murmur. "Doesn't it feel good? One you drown in pleasure with me." Streams are, without a doubt, the peak of entertainment in this world. Her voice rose with zealous fervor. "Believe in Lord Streamer and become another one of his followers. If you do that rather than fighting, you will obtain high-quality pleasure." The tempting offer swirled in the entity's thoughts, while in the real world, Kanata watched, confused. Is Lisa trying to convince the monster in her mental world? With a sudden burst of movement, the entity broke its paralysis. It lunged not at the device but at Kanata, tackling him and pinning him to the floor. "That was dangerous," he yelped. She leaned over him, her expression now playful. "Boy, let us take a break from fighting. Of course just resting will be boring." She lowered her face close to his helmet. "Whisper my name to me, please." Kanata stared up at her, bewildered. "You said you forgot your name." The spirit nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. I am the being who was once sealed within this spellbook. A sly grin spread across her face as she pointed a finger at him. In that case, I give you permission to give me a name. He thought for a moment, how does Pel sound? The name resonated, her eyes widening in surprise. Pel, she repeated softly. A jolt of energy shot through her. She leaped to her feet, striking a triumphant pose. Omu, my name is Pel, she declared before turning back to him with an eager grin. Come quick, whisper it to me. With a sigh, Kanata complied. Okay, Pel. The softly spoken name made her blush, her hands flying to her cheeks, so soft, she murmured, her aggression completely gone. Why don't we stop fighting and become good friends? Kanata, still reeling, agreed to truce. I will never understand what happened to you in the past, but we need to work together to ensure that such a tragedy doesn't repeat itself. As Pel considered his earnest words, Lisa's presence enveloped her again in the mental plane. What is this unfulfilled feeling? Pel wondered aloud. Like my solar plexus is on fire. Lisa's voice was serene. That feeling is called love. Lisa spoke with a strange, intimate knowledge. After sharing bodies, I understand you, Pel. You grew up without experiencing true love. The revelation struck Pel with the force of a physical blow. This is love. Lisa held her close as the world around them pulsed with raw emotion. Through the streams, we all deliver our feelings of love. The sensation was a deluge, an overwhelming torrent that poured into Pel's very soul. Serene smile graced Pel's lips as she finally understood. My body is, I am satisfied. He not only risked his life for others, he also respected his enemy's circumstances. Her body began to glow with a brilliant, warm light. I completely lost to the love of streams. To think I can rest in peace. In the space below, Lisa wiped away a tear, forming a heart with her hands. My love for Lord Streamer is victorious. In the real world, the girl's body went limp. Kanata lunged, catching her just before she hit the stone floor. Pel, he cried out in alarm. Her spirit floated up from the unconscious girl, her form translucent and fading. Boy, I will soon pass on to the other world, she said with a peaceful smile. Kanata could only stare, shocked. Who? She offered him a reassuring look. Don't worry. As soon as I disappear, that girl will awake. She'll also forget the events of tonight. As her form grew fainter, she added a final detail. Additionally, damage to everything except for her clothes will be undone. From some unseen plane, Lisa's voice acknowledged the information. I see, thank you for telling me. Overcome with emotion, Pel clutched her chest. Boy, have a long life and continue streaming, she managed, her voice thick with feeling. I will run into you with my love in my heart and soul. Her form dissolved into motes of light, her final words a soft farewell. Until then, this is farewell, boy, or rather, streamer. Kanata sat on the cold floor, cradling the sleeping girl in his arms as the last traces of Pel vanished into the air. He sat for a moment, processing the impossible events. I was able to attack the body of one of my followers using earphones and ASMR. In the end, she passed on peacefully. He let out a weary breath, but for some reason I seemed to have gained a follower. He looked down at the girl sleeping in his lap. Lisa, I am sorry for causing you trouble, he said softly. As if hearing him, she stirred, mumbling in her sleep. Tomorrow, definitely. Her voice, though sleepy, was clear enough to startle him. Lisa, he whispered, surprised she could speak at all. She snuggled against him, a peaceful smile gracing her lips as she dreamed. Lord Streamer is my hero. After gently laying her down, Kanata rose to his feet. He gazed up through a hole in the ceiling at the night sky, his expression hardening with determination. Let us go, he said to himself. It was time to move. To where the rest are. Elsewhere, under that same moon, another battle had reached its conclusion, with Maria, Myra, and Athena standing victorious over their bound captives. With the last of the thieves subdued, Myra let out a raw scream, her sword held ready. I am at my absolute limit, she yelled into the chaotic aftermath. Nearby, Athena and Maria watched, acknowledging they bought their Lord Streamer some time. Spotting a figure emerge from the building, Myra's concern cut through her exhaustion. Kanata-kun, Lisa, are you okay? He emerged from the dust, cradling an unconscious Lisa in his arms. Ah, everyone, he said, his voice calm despite the circumstances. It seems that you guys finished up over here too. The sight struck the three girls like a physical blow, their voices cracking in unison with disbelief. Lord Streamer's princess hug. A wave of intense, conflicting emotions washed over them. Athena covered her mouth, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. Maria clasped her hands together, her eyes wide with pure admiration, and Myra, tears streaming freely down her face, gave a shaky, heartfelt thumbs up. The moment of shared reverence shattered in an instant. A wicked, competitive grin spread across Athena's face. but she declared, her voice laced with playful venom, the one he is going to be hugging in the future will only be me. One of the subdued thieves, his voice surprisingly calm, addressed Kanata. Lisa-san's condition is not too severe, but just in case, you might want to get her checked out. Hurry and bring her to a hospital. As Kanata prepared to leave, the masked man who had been their adversary stepped forward, taking Lisa from his arms. Kanata-sama, please come along with us as well. If it becomes known that an academy student solved this incident, the man explained, you will receive a lot of unwanted attention which will hinder your academics. He then gestured to the tattered remains of Kanata's jacket lying on the ground. Also, there's that matter to attend to. Athena stepped closer, her gaze sharp. Do you intend to go back to your classmates without getting that injury healed? Kanata flinched, realizing she was right. Maria's expression turned to ice as she discussed the fallout with Athena. We must dispose of the Earl and his gang, she stated, her voice dangerously low. Their presumed crimes, kidnapping and insulting Lord Streamer. Athena nodded in grim agreement, her finger raised. We also have to make sure to clean up everything and provide an explanation as well. As the unlikely group made their way down a back alley, Kanata watched the pair walking ahead of him. Myra and the masked thief Kajiru were strolling side by side, both flashing peace signs. Am I the only one who finds that a bit weird? He wondered aloud. His thoughts were cut short as Maria and Myra flanked him. Kanata-kun, let us go, we're going to be flying home. He barely had time to agree before they were all breaking into a run. A dark winged silhouette streaked across the face of the moon, carrying them away from the city's chaos. Later, Athena held up the tattered remains of Kanata's jacket, inspecting it with an unnerving focus. Even at first glance, she murmured from the design, the length, width, and usability. This is definitely Kanata's. Maria stared aghast. Athena, with a low crouch and a predatory glint in her eye, Athena simply smirked. If you already figured that much out, then good. What have you done? Maria shrieked. Have you finally revealed your true self? Athena's expression was one of pure manic glee. Maria, this is but a suggestion. She held the shredded fabric aloft like a holy relic. I'll have the jacket replaced by morning, she declared, her tongue flicking out. So that leaves the remaining fragrance. How about we split it between the three of us? With the deal struck, she handed a piece to stoic Myra and draped another over a bewildered Maria. Welcome to the fan club, she beamed. And thank you both for helping free Lisa. In a quiet room in the mansion, Athena sat by Lisa's bedside. The Count and the bandits weren't in the greatest shape, she explained gently, but their injuries aren't life-threatening. Depending on their recovery, they'll be facing a just trial. Lisa reached out, her hand covering Athena's. Athena, don't apologize, she insisted, her voice firm. Neither you who sheltered me nor Lord Streamer who exposed my family's evil doings are to blame, Lisa stated, her silhouette stark against the window. The ones to blame are my own family, and my own naive self. Moved by her friend's conviction, Athena suddenly pulled her into a fierce hug. Lisa gasped in surprise, stammering, boo, but, as Athena held her tight. A single tear traced a path down Athena's cheek as she prepared to speak. She pulled back just enough to look Lisa in the eyes, her hands holding Lisa's tightly. Thank you, she said, her voice thick with emotion, for coming to save me. From the doorway, Maria and Myra watched the tender moment unfold, silent tears of empathy in their own eyes. A bright, genuine laugh escaped Lisa. Ha ha ha, I have no memory at all of last night, she admitted, a satisfied smile on her face. She gestured to her broken belongings. My doll is a complete mess and my badge and device are broken, but for some reason I am overflowing with this sense of fulfillment. Her eyelids began to droop. It is similar to when you and I stayed up all night listening to the streams, Athena, she murmured. Athena looked on with gentle concern. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd still be tired. As Athena stood to leave, she whispered, sleep well, I'll come back later. From the bed, a final, sleepy voice replied, Athena, thank you. Some time later, Athena sat alone, sipping a hot drink. Is it already 9? She mused. The graduates are supposed to depart at 11. Maria and Myra, now dressed in crisp maid uniforms, stood nearby. As Athena reflected on the time, a familiar, booming voice suddenly erupted from her device. Hello, time to stream. The shock sent her reeling, her cup flying as hot liquid splashed across her. HHH, she sputtered, staring at the device in disbelief. Lord Streamer, I thought he was asleep this whole time. Her mind raced, landing on a terrifying possibility. No way, is he streaming from within my mansion? She shrieked, her body rigid with panic. If that's really the case, she declared, launching herself from her chair and into a dead sprint. I must go straight to Kanata-san's room. She was stopped short by Maria and Myra, who blocked her path with expressions of utter betrayal. "Why didn't you wake us up?" they demanded in unison. "You hogged all the fun to yourself." "Athena, you are definitely the lowest-ranking member of the fan club," Myra jeered. Athena clutched her phone, a frantic look on her face. "I am tight on time," she thought, "but I should wake those two first." She tore down the hallway, sliding to a dramatic halt on the polished floor. Iv arrived at Maria's room. Throwing the doors open with a crash, she bellowed, "You two, wake up. Lord Streamer's doing a guerrilla stream." Her urgent cry fell on deaf ears. In the center of the ornate room, Maria and Myra were tangled together in a luxurious bed, fast asleep. Athena stared in disbelief. Not only were the girls dead to the world, but Kanata was also sleeping soundly in the same room. Everyone else asleep, what's going on? A confusing wave of jealousy washed over her. "My emotions are all messed up," she whimpered, clutching her phone. "I can't get in the mood to listen to the stream." Then a sudden thought cut through the emotional fog. "Wait." Her gaze snapped back to the peacefully sleeping boy. "If Kanata-san is sleeping right here." Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the live icon on her device. Then who the hell is streaming right now? The chilling possibility of another impersonator sent a shiver down her spine. A persistent buzzing dragged Maria from her sleep. She groaned, covering an ear against the racket. "What's making so much noise this early?" she mumbled, offering a sleepy apology to anyone who might already be awake. Her eyes snapped open, the screen of her transmission device reflecting a sudden, wide-eyed shock. A glance down confirmed the impossible, and a blush crept up her neck. "Wait, Lord Streamer," she gasped, a thrill running through her. "This is the best wake-up call." Her declaration hung in a room suddenly electric with confusion. There beside her lay not only the sleeping form of Kanata but also Myra, curled up on his other side. Across the room, Athena stood frozen, her own shock mirroring Maria's. The chaos wasn't contained to their room. Across the city, citizens stared at their own glowing devices, a murmur of disbelief rippling through the morning crowds. The rising commotion finally pierced through Myra's slumber. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Munya, you ray so loud," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's all the fuss about?" Her sleepy question hung in the air as a series of silent, urgent glances were exchanged, from a frantic Maria to a stunned Athena, whose gaze then shot to Myra before all eyes finally settled on the still unconscious Kanata. A bead of sweat traced a path down Myra's temple. Her fists clenched at her sides as the chaotic pieces clicked into place with terrifying clarity. "I understand," she declared, her voice sharp and certain. "I understand it all now." "Let us move," she commanded, already formulating a plan. "I'll explain everything once we race somewhere else." While Myra took charge, the other two were still reeling. "Why is there a stream active while Lord Streamer is asleep?" Athena demanded, clutching her device. Maria, blushing furiously, pointed a trembling finger at herself. "And why was I sleeping with Kanata-kun?" Myra cut through their panicked exchange. "Both of you please calm down and come with me," but Athena wasn't having it. "There was nobody else here when I fell asleep," she protested, gesturing wildly. Sometime later, under the light of a full moon, Myra began to unravel the situation. "I'll explain everything in order," she promised, "including what happened while you were hospitalized." She addressed a now-awake Kanata, who knelt on the floor, the weight of the world seemingly on his shoulders. "Kanata-sama," she said gently, "it's about time we returned to the mansion." Myra's face lit up instantly. "Yay!" she cheered, leaping into the air with a jubilant yippee as they stood on the moonlit rooftops. Her excitement was boundless. She launched herself forward, spinning around his leg in a dizzying, joyful hug. Her glee did little to clear his confusion. "But why so suddenly?" he asked, looking down at her. "Today was supposed to be a day of rest." A thought struck him. "Are you trying to create an alibi?" A knowing smile touched Myra's lips. "I understood everything," she confirmed, "the moment I met Lisa-san." He processed this, his hand rising to his chest as he grappled with the immense weight of the revelation. "Though I can believe it. My words affect my listeners' lives so greatly." Myra jabbed a finger towards him, her expression one of pure disbelief. You ray just realizing that now?" Kanata looked at his device, his voice quiet. "Streaming is a source of salvation and hope for tomorrow. That's why I thought to do it." Her frustration boiled over as she pictured the powerful figures he dissuaded, the very course of nations altered by his broadcasts. "There are cases where your words have changed entire countries," she cried, clutching her head in exasperation. Bringing the conversation back to the immediate problem, she asked, "Wait, are you going to stream without any of the equipment?" He shook his head. "The system is still incomplete, but it is possible to stream in 10-minute intervals. By using this sub-terminal," he explained, gesturing to the small device, "I can link it to the main terminal I left in the dorm and create a simple streaming source. Then, using magic as a remote control, I can link up with the main equipment and send out the radio waves." She processed this, her mind making a connection. "It's a bit similar to the Wi-Fi from your previous life then. As long as you can connect to the home terminal, you can stream from anywhere, right?" He nodded, arms crossed. "Yes, exactly. There's a complication I found during secret testing," he admitted. "In addition to the 10-minute limit, there's a stream delay of around 5 to 7 hours. The implication dawned on Myra immediately. "So, what you're about to say right now, the listeners will be hearing this in the morning." He stretched, running a hand through his hair as he concluded his explanation. "Well, that's about it. Thank you for all your help today." Myra had no intention of leaving. From thin air she materialized a listening horn and a chair, setting them up with practiced efficiency. "I always have these ready," she chirped. Kanata stared, momentarily baffled. Where did she pull that chair from, he wondered before acknowledging the truth. "This girl is one of my most dangerous listeners. It's beneficial for her to hear this before anyone else." Elsewhere, Athena leaned in close to a pale and trembling Maria. "Sue," she whispered, confirming her suspicions, "this is Lord Streamer himself, being streamed after a long delay. Therefore," she concluded, "even though he is currently sleeping, this isn't an imposter streaming." Just then Myra's cheerful voice echoed from the device. A wave of outrage washed over Athena and Maria. "So unfair," they shrieked in unison. "We also wanted to be there." Later, Athena held out a piece of fabric to a confused Myra. "This here is the scraps we prepared for you, Myra-chan," she announced brightly. "Scraps?" Myra questioned, eyeing the cloth. "You'll understand if you give it a sniff," Athena urged. "Here we go, ready." As they inhaled, the very essence of the broadcast washed over them, sending them into a state of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. The contents of the stream that had so enraptured them was a clumsy but heartfelt discussion about ways to eliminate prejudice and conflict. It was the very promise he had made to the spirit Pell. The public reaction was divided. Some dismissed it as a childish fantasy, while others took the message to heart, deeply thankful for his words. Rumors even began to circulate that, as a direct result of the stream, a ceasefire agreement had been reached in a war-torn country. For the girls, the experience was utterly overwhelming. Having completely lost themselves in the scent, the stream had ended long before they even realized it. Athena, having missed the live event, sat up with a frustrated sigh. "Well, I'll just listen to the archive later," she resolved. But her focus quickly snapped back to the more immediate problem. "The problem still lies with the bed," she cried out. "Right." Her agitation boiled over as she confronted Maria and Myra. "Kanata-kun absolutely did something to me while I was asleep, right?" she demanded. Nothing happened, the two insisted, their blissful laughter echoing. Their denial only fueled Athena's rage. "No," she screamed, pounding the ground. "There's no chance that's true." After the broadcast and a refreshing shower, Kanata's energy finally gave out. He was found dozing in a hallway, utterly exhausted. The other girls quickly gathered, their voices hushed with reverence. "Kanata-sama is taking a nap. So cute," Tilda-1 whispered. "Let us designate where he dozed off as a holy site." Myra sighed at their antics. "Geez, Kanata-sama, you'll catch a cold if you doze off here," she muttered, worried he might be accosted by some noble's daughter. With a grunt, she hoisted the sleeping streamer onto her shoulder. Recalling his room was on the 3rd floor of the west building, she carried him through the mansion and finally arrived at what she thought was his door. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. "My room is on the 3rd floor of the east building, same as Maria's, but the thought was lost to overwhelming fatigue. "I've been moving all day," she yawned, "and my tiredness is at its limit." She gently laid him down on the nearest bed. "I'll just take a quick 30-minute nap here," she decided, "and head to my room after." Sometime later the peace was shattered as Athena burst into the room. "You two wake up," she yelled. "Lord Streamer is doing a guerrilla stream." She then paused, taking in the scene. "And that's how we got here." Outside, Athena explained the mix-up to the others. So basically, both Myra and the asleep Maria didn't realize they were in the wrong room and just fell asleep. Hearing this, Maria approached Myra, a gentle expression on her face. The important thing is to learn from your mistakes, Myra, she said softly before leaning in close, her voice dropping to an eager whisper. Please do the same thing to me next time, too. Myra flinched, her mind instantly conjuring a horrifying scene. The others pointing, their accusations of being a pervert echoing in her ears, the weight of their judgment crushing her. Maria's voice was a gentle balm. With a soft touch to Myra's chin, she offered a comforting truth. Everyone makes mistakes, she murmured, leaning in closer, her expression shifting to one of sly conspiracy. Just, make sure you make the same mistake with me next time, all right? With a decisive turn, Athena announced her departure. Then, I shall take my leave, she declared, gesturing vaguely towards the others. I'll leave the rest to you all. In the background, Myra began to tremble, her body coiling like a spring about to snap. That subtle twitch exploded into a full-blown sprint as Myra bolted down the hallway. Huh, Myra, Maria called out, her hand outstretched in alarm just as a disheveled figure stumbled out from a nearby doorway. Ah, there you are. Kanata, his clothes in shambles and his face a mask of pure panic, staggered forward. Maria-sama, it's all a misunderstanding, he stammered, his voice cracking. Why was I sleeping in your room? I had no ill will, I am terribly sorry. His frantic gaze then landed on another figure, and his panic ratcheted up another notch. Ah, Miss Athena, you Ray here too. As he bowed deeply in apology, Alphina and the others rushed to intervene, their hands raised in a placating gesture. It's all right, just calm down, Kanata-san, Alphina soothed. You've got the wrong idea. Maria watched the assassin's retreating form with a knowing, slightly pained expression. She must have sensed Kanata's presence and fled, she mused, a tiny, weeping version of Myra in her mind confessing, I don't have the courage to face him today. Kanata paused his frantic apologies, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he touched his chin thoughtfully. I see, so Myra is, he began, the pieces clicking into place. I mean, I am actually at fault for falling asleep in the hallway originally. I did something bad. Athena snapped her fan shut with a flourish. Now, you know what they say, even crows fall from the tree. Alphina stared back, utterly bewildered. Do they now? Changing the subject, Kanata looked around with a new wave of concern. Oh, also, I dropped my coat in those ruins, have you seen it? I can't seem to find it anywhere. Their eyes fell upon a pile of shredded fabric on the ground nearby. With dawning horror, they recognized what was once his uniform. Athena hid a smirk behind her fan. It wasn't replaced already, she teased before smoothly taking control. The soldier who is looking after it is reporting for duty, so you don't have to worry. She then pivoted, a charming smile on her face. Why don't we get some breakfast whilst we wait? The others readily agreed, the suggestion breaking the morning's tension as they began to walk away. As the others departed, Maria lingered for a moment, a sly grin on her face as she carefully gathered the tattered remnants of Kanata's uniform. Nice one, Athena, she thought, now's my chance. As the group moved on, Athena glanced over her shoulder towards the city skyline where several dragon-drawn carriages were taking flight. A satisfied smile touched her lips. They were just in time. Before they could get far, two of Kanata's friends, Ron and Thomas, hurried over to intercept him. Kanata, where did you go last night? Ron asked, his expression etched with concern. We were worried. Before a flustered Kanata could stammer out a reply, Athena stepped in, a predatory glint in her eye and her tongue flicking out playfully. I am saved, Kanata thought as Athena mused to herself, it's a wife's job to get my husband out of any pinch. She calmly addressed his friends, weaving a plausible tale. I heard he was searching for parts for the magical device that Lisa gave him, she explained, gesturing towards the artisan's district. With the situation handled, she gently took Kanata's arm. Then, Athena-sama, I've been in your car, he began as she steered him away from his friends. Simone, boys, you get on first, she called over her shoulder. Once they were a few steps away, she leaned in close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Kanata-san, really, thank you so much, she murmured, her breath warm against his ear. Both me and Lisa were saved by you this time. Kanata froze, startled by her sudden proximity and the weight of her words. Elsewhere, Myra stood before a line of new recruits, her posture rigid. Next is training to win against drowsiness, she declared, much to their confusion. She was, in fact, requesting to stay another night to serve as their temporary instructor. Kanata, having overheard the request, gave a cheerful okay sign. That's completely fine, he replied with a grin. You can have her as long as you want. As they prepared to board the carriages, a flash of irritation crossed Athena's face. She watched with a simmering glare as Maria and the other girls gleefully claimed the seats in the back. Turning back to Kanata, her expression softened as she made a promise. Next time, I'll go and visit you in the royal capital, so. Her fan snapped open, pressing against his chin as she leaned in, her voice a low, intense purr. Let me stay in your dorm then. Kanata recoiled, sweating. Please stop with your jokes. Rather than my room, wouldn't the royal family be a much better choice? You ray close. She pressed closer still, their faces mere inches apart, her cheeks flushed with fervent purpose. So you'll let me stay with you, right? Completely overwhelmed by her intensity, Kanata could only stammer an agreement. Of course. At that time I will be sure to clean beforehand. He marveled internally at her dedication. To think that she would sacrifice her own comfort for the principality, she's quite a serious person. Inside one of the carriages, Maria slumped in her seat, utterly dejected as the two dragon-drawn vehicles lifted into the sky. Ooh, why must the boys and girls be separated? In the other carriage, Kanata sat across from Ron, jotting down notes. Through the people I met in the Principality of Randall, he confided, pausing his writing, I realized a lot of things. His mind drifted to the faces he encountered, those who adored his streamer persona and those, like the young inventor, who saw him simply as Kanata. It was through them, he realized, that he had started to grow. He gazed at his own faint reflection in the window. I thought I had lived in this other world for a while and understood it well, he murmured, but it seems I am still quite inexperienced. He recalled his old mindset, symbolized by the image of his empty streaming desk. His activities as a streamer were all that mattered. He was content with mediocrity in his personal life as long as he could make it big online. That belief stemmed from his past life where he'd seen that popular streamers were sociable, a stark contrast to his own nature. He remembered a disastrous attempt at a collaboration, the memory shattering as a voice called his name from the present. Kanata. He snapped back to reality where Ron and Thomas were chuckling at him. Even if you space out, the report won't finish itself. Ron teased. Kanata quickly tried to cover. I was just thinking about how to phrase it. Far away, an angelic figure gazed into a crystal ball, a pleased smile on her face as she polished it. Oh, what a happy ending. Within the orb, the image of Kanata and his friends laughing in the carriage was crystal clear. Kanata made a lot of discoveries and friendships through this time's trip, she observed. Her expression sharpened in an instant, a shadow falling over her face as she pointed a finger forward. You better not think that it's over. Her gaze drifted to a nearby fruit basket, where a small snow globe featuring a cheerful Kanata sat. Now, without you even realizing, streaming is the center of everyone's attention. Her words conjured images of bustling marketplaces. As we've seen several times, streams have changed personal views and de-escalated conflicts, but also its popularity is proven by the success of merchandise sales. Crowds of tourists filled the streets of towns he visited, a direct result of his influence. The tourism industry was booming, all thanks to fans eager to buy merchandise and experience the places he'd been. The phenomenon had grown so large that academics in mortarboards now lectured students on the theory of streaming and its economic impact, analyzing his influential power with charts and graphs. The goddess recalled her previous fixation, a memory of Athena's failed plot flashing in her mind. While talking about analysis, though this time it was unsuccessful, Athena's plan to conquer the unlimited magical power stole my attention as a goddess, but now her focus had shifted entirely. She watched dark, chaotic energies swirl around her. I am looking to seeing what Kanata does when he really gets conquered. She laughed, tossing enchanted apples into the air. Conquering him is such an impossibility, she declared with triumphant glee. Why? Because it's the power I gave him. In another corner of the world, a man sighed at his companion. Anis, your face is too loose, but Anis was lost in a daydream, her hands clasped. My Lord Streamer is wonderful today as well. Ah, Lord Streamer, hurry and come for me, especially if any danger comes your way. An imposing building, marked with a large cross, stood silent beneath a clear sky. Inside one of its dusty rooms, a small, strange creature with a television for a head stirred, waking from its slumber near the peacefully sleeping form of Kanata. The creature stretched, surveying its surroundings. It's quite the dusty place, it noted before a mischievous thought occurred to it. Is this heaven? It's much more entertaining if he encounters more Yandir followers. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, a city that was supposed to be a bastion of safety, Lady Shows and her demonic entourage looked down upon the streets with predatory smiles. The city was teeming with a palpable, dangerous energy. It was full of starved, obsessive fans, all waiting with feverish excitement for Kanata's return. Far from the chaos, the angelic goddess reclined with a playful wink. I wonder if anyone started taking action, she mused, a pair of cherries dangling from her fingers. I am looking forward to it. She brought the cherries to her lips, each one containing a perfect miniature image of Kanata and Maria. Haha, it looks like there are many days without boredom on the horizon, she purred just before taking a bite. Her gaze fell once more upon a small globe on her table. She leaned over it, her expression one of intense fascination. Inside, the image of Kanata stood alone, a figure from another world now known only as the streamer. With everyone else occupied, the graduate students returning to their duties, Maria to her official functions, I found myself with an unusual amount of freedom, Kanata began to explain. A freedom I chose to spend by slipping away to the back alleys, towards a local brothel. But just as he was about to disappear, a familiar voice cut through the air, Kanata-sama. Kana beamed, her voice full of cheer. Good work out there. Did you have fun in the Randall Principality? Myra, ever the strategist, gave a sly smile, a clever plan avoiding detection as the saintess. He looked up at them, flustered as Kana apologized, sorry for not coming to get you. He held up a flyer for a customer thanks festival, explaining with a sigh that her request for leave had been denied. Her cheerful demeanor then vanished, replaced by a chilling shadow. Actually, we had plans to get food this evening, didn't we? She clung to him, her voice a mix of disappointment and desperation. It is such a shame I must leave, but I am so happy I got to see your face, instead of lunch. I want to visit you as a customer. In the background, Myra winced, muttering, it's tough being a member of society. With a final teasing wave, she called back, geez, this person really likes to mess with the innocent. All the best with your work. Leaving a bewildered Kanata pleading, please Dante leave. Turning from the chaotic departure, Kanata's gaze landed on Alphina. Hey Alphina, sorry but it has been piling up for me, I really want to release it. A deep blush crept up Alphina's neck as her mind raced. Alone with Lord Kanata, is this what they call a date? If you are fine with me, she stammered. At a nearby table, Myra nibbled on a pastry, her mind twisting Kanata's words. When he said it was piling up, she thought only to see him diligently scribbling in a notebook. Hard work is respectable, he muttered, but it's due next week. You don't have to do it now, do you? From across the table, Alphina seethed, I've been waiting for Lord Kanata for so long. They had found a quiet table at an outdoor cafe, the gentle clinking of cups a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing in Alphina's heart. Myra's imagination spiraled into madness. She pictured them in how to escape from ropes training, then how to sit on one chair together training, and finally, the horrifyingly intimate human-assisted toothbrushing training. Gah, she thought, clutching her head, if only I could throw logical thinking away. The fantasy escalated to self-defense training and a counter-assassination training that looked suspiciously like a massage. The sheer absurdity of it all finally shattered her delusion. I am sorry, Alphina, she blurted out, I finally finished my report. In reality, the scene was far more sedate. Kanata calmly ate a pastry while Alphina sat rigidly in her chair, steeling her resolve. I can do that, I am the saintess. I must be prim and proper in front of Lord Streamer. He looked up from his work, offering a small smile. Thank you for waiting for me. It's fine, she replied, her heart fluttering despite her best efforts. Taking a sip of his drink, Kanata's expression grew serious. I want to talk about what happened at the park. The case about Bell, but he trailed off, shaking his head slightly. Well, he has since passed. I guess there isn't any point in talking about it now. A somber mood settled over the table. A lot has happened, yes. Alphina thought, realizing she needed to steer the conversation to lighter shores. Her eyes landed on a nearby statue of the goddess, now bizarrely clad in a modern sweatshirt. We have got permission to recreate it, she explained, presenting a folded hoodie and made one that is of your size, Lord Kanata. She mused that while a custom order might sell, the goddess sometimes makes bad use of knowledge from her previous life. She pointed dramatically at the monument. Oh, that's right. This morning the goddess statue was wearing something new again. That goddess, she did something. He thrust the hoodie at her. Leave your jacket with me and go ahead and try it on quickly. The others think I am a cringy fan, she protested but relented. As she held his jacket, a familiar scent wafted up to her and her mind went into overdrive. Lord Kanata's scent is rather thin. Did he change his detergent? No, the quality and scuffing are different from that of 2 days ago. This jacket is an exquisite replica. Her frantic analysis was cut short as he returned, now wearing the hoodie himself. Wah, it's a perfect fit, he exclaimed, striking a pose. How do I look? Her composure was a fragile thing. To calm her nerves, she considered getting another coffee, smugly thinking how a normal person would have immediately gone for the indirect kiss via his cup, but she, a saintess, was above such things. And then her eyes locked onto it, Lord Kanada's cup, left unattended on the table. Before the saintess's thoughts could stop her, instinct took over. She launched herself across the table, a blur of motion. Before she even realized it, her lips were touching the rim of the cup, a wave of pure dopamine flooding her mind. It was an indirect kiss, the first great historical achievement for all of Lord Streamer's believers. When he returned, she feigned confusion, trying to appear nonchalant. Where did my coffee go? The staff must have cleared it, he stretched, his report finally done. Well, since I've finished. Her eyes lit up, her previous frenzy forgotten. Yes, I would go anywhere with you, Lord Kanada. He returned to the table, giving a small wave. Thanks for waiting. Surprisingly, it fits quite well. He looked up, considering their options. I might wander around the castle town, if that's all right with you, Alphina. And so the three of them, with Myra now also sporting a new hoodie, ventured into the bustling city streets. Isn't this ice cream good? Kanata said, taking a bite. It's the first time I am trying it, and it's really good. While Myra was captivated by a street performer, Alphina only had eyes for him. He extended his hand towards her, so that we don't lose each other. Her eyes widened, a blush rising to her cheeks as she looked from his outstretched hand to his face. Just for the moment, could you hold my hand? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Their fingers intertwined, a spark of warmth passing between them. As they walked, hands clasped, he laughed nervously. This place is really good, yeah. The beautiful lady I guided here previously had lots of fun, too. The air turned to ice. A terrifying aura erupted from Alphina, her smile a mask of pure menace. Did you just say that you came here with another girl before me? In that split second, Kanata had stepped on a landmine. Hey Alphina, it's my bad, Kanata began, his voice hesitant, for not telling you about my exchanges with the demon tribe. She didn't look at him, her face a mask of shadow as she held up two fingers, as if counting his transgressions. Lord Kanata is too kind, too defenseless, she thought, a wave of exasperation washing over her. It was a frustrating trait, but an understandable one. Suddenly, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him in a crushing embrace. Being friendly with those demon girls is one thing, she murmured, her voice tight with a strange mix of anger and concern, but what are we to do if something were to happen? After his apology for hurting her, her response was completely unexpected. She patted her lap with a sharp, commanding slap. Lay on my lap, she ordered. When he hesitated, she repeated the command with an intensity that bordered on a threat. Just lay on my lap. He complied, resting his head awkwardly on her lap. Looking down at him, a small, triumphant snicker escaped her lips. Well, I am sorry, she murmured, the apology sounding anything but sincere. I am sorry, I was just joking, she confessed with a light laugh. Kanata blinked, completely taken aback. I thought she was really angry. Your acting skills are amazing. She admitted, I was just a little jealous of your demon tribe friends. Then with a blush spreading across her face, she declared, I am letting you etch my warmth into your mind so that you won't cheat on me. Internally, however, she was overwhelmed. I can feel Lord Kanata's head, body weight, and breath right on my lap. Paradise is right here. He sat up, a small smile on his face. You could have kept the act up for longer. Even though it was a performance, your lecture came from the bottom of your heart. No, thank you so much for your care and concern for me. Both of you acknowledged me when I was alone at school, he explained, his voice sincere. You guys are not only my friends but also my benefactors. So on the other hand, if either of you were to encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to depend on me. His words struck a chord deep within her, and her hands began to fidget with the hem of her dress. I also think that Lord Kanata is a very important person. He noticed her silence, her head bowed. Alphina, he asked gently. She didn't respond immediately, only whispering from the bottom of my heart. When I heard what happened in the country, I was really scared. He confessed, his voice rising with emotion as he recounted his recent perils. As he spoke, tears welled in Alphina's eyes. Helping others is a good thing, but please take care of your own body, she pleaded, her voice thick with sorrow. If you can do that, stay in the kingdom forever. Is she crying? He wondered, but her sorrow was already twisting into something far more unsettling. As you go farther away, I am terrified of you encountering any danger, she sobbed before her expression snapped. A wild, unnerving laugh erupted from her. If you refuse, she declared, her eyes wide with manic glee, I will tie you here so that you won't be able to go anywhere. Unfazed by her threat, he slowly raised his hand. "Excuse me," he said softly, his fingers gently brushing her cheek to wipe away a tear, even when saying something so extreme. "You are truly too kind." He then patted her head reassuringly as from a distance Myra watched the scene unfold. "Lord Kanata, one of your hands is missing. What should I do?" The simple, kind gesture seemed to break the manic tension in an instant, leaving them both slightly flustered. A soft laugh escaped them both, the conflict melting away into a moment of shared warmth. "I am sorry for making you worry, Alphina," he said, his smile genuine. She sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Geez, you'd better be." He leaned against the railing, his tone firming. "Despite that, I will still continue my streaming activities. To make the next streams even better. No, as a human of this world, I believe I have to experience many things. The growth of the stream is dependent on my own growth. Therefore, even if everyone tells me not to go, I will still go where I need to. And if anything were to happen to me," he concluded with a soft smile, "that just means that is the kind of man that I am." He turned to her, his expression gentle. "If you are still upset with that, then I would understand if you chose not to support me as Lord Streamer anymore." Her gaze was distant as she processed his words. "Not as Lord Kanata, but as Lord Streamer." "Initially I held feelings for Lord Kanata," she began, her voice quiet but clear. "But through meeting and spending time with you, I came to want to know more about you. No, my feelings are for Lord Streamer." Her cheeks flushed as she took a step towards him, her voice filled with emotion. "That's why Lord Streamer I." Taking another step, her voice trembled as she finally pushed the words out. "I love you." The confession hung in the air between them, raw and vulnerable. She immediately clutched her face, flustered and overwhelmed. At that exact moment, the sky opened up in a torrential downpour. Elsewhere, Athena and Myra were caught by surprise. "It's suddenly raining," Athena noted, looking up at the sky. Lord Kanata, Alphina whirled around, finding only empty space where he had stood moments before. Disappeared. In the shadows of the city, the demon Lucia cradled his unconscious form. I thought this would happen." A trio of women cornered him. One, a blonde with a chillingly serene smile, introduced herself as Alphina, a founding member of the Lord Kanata fan club. Another, the winged demon Lucia, declared she was part of Lady Shruza's capture squad, but it was Shruza herself, holding him in an iron grip, who delivered the verdict. Starting from today, she announced with a triumphant wink, he will be staying in the demon realm. Below them, Alphina held up a small, sharp tool, her smile widening into something unsettling. "Please, grit your teeth." As 5 minutes prior, the demon Lord Shruza was drowning under a mountain of paperwork, her pen scratching furiously. "Geez, being a functional member of society is truly tough," she grumbled, lamenting the work she'd neglected since learning of Kanata's location that morning. Just as she was about to give up, Lucia burst in, cheerfully adding another towering stack to the pile. "Once you finish this up, let us go see Lord Kanata." And so the kidnapping was executed with blinding speed. Caught in a sudden, powerful gust of wind as Shruza took to the sky, Kanata passed out completely. He awoke to the sensation of being held tightly. Shruza's face was pressed against his, her gaze intense and possessive. "I will never let you escape," she vowed, her voice a low growl. Groggily, Kanata raised a hand to his head, his vision swimming. "What happened to me?" His eyes finally focused, and he jolted with recognition. Shruza. She reminded him of a past conversation, a memory flashing between them. "You mentioned previously that you were curious about the demon realm, no? So I am here to bring you there." His head was a swirl of confusion. "Did I say that? My head is all fuzzy, I can't exactly remember." Ignoring his confusion, she held him tighter as the world began to blur around them. "Wasn't I just talking to Alphina," he thought, but Shruza's voice cut through the haze. "Don't mind that, prepare yourself. We are about to warp." With a final, shouted apology to the priestess she'd left behind, Shruza rocketed into the sky, a streak of light tearing across the heavens. Kanata might soon be dyed in the colors of the demon realm, his scream was lost in their wake. Back on the ground, Lucia fretted while Athena stood calmly in the rain. "I believe that all members of the fan club will have a fair chance," Athena stated, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Suddenly, Athena's demeanor shifted entirely. She struck a wild, energetic pose, her placid expression replaced by a manic grin. "Fan club rule number 1, seek the agreement of Lord Streamer. It doesn't say we can approach him." Lucia could only stare, realizing this person was nothing like the calm woman from the Aurora stream. Kanata found himself in a desolate landscape crackling with lightning. Gnarled buildings clawed at the sky as winged demons, including one on a broomstick, soared through the air. "So this is the demon realm," he whispered, horrified. Having landed on a craggy path littered with massive skulls, Shruza gestured expansively. "Welcome, Kanata, this is the realm that I reside in." He instinctively pulled his hood tighter, letting out a choked gasp as he took in the menacing scenery. Shruza then introduced him to one of her subjects, a towering, muscular demon with a single, unblinking eye in the center of its forehead. "Cyclops," Kanata yelped, "these guys often appear in games." With a casual wave, Shruza dismissed his alarm. "Is he your guest?" she asked rhetorically. "I got to know him while I was in the capital." After the Cyclops had nervously agreed to her terms, Shruza turned to another subordinate. "When Russia arrives," she commanded, "tell her to come to the castle." The Cyclops could only watch in silence as the two cloaked figures walked away, his single eye wide with lingering terror. A flashback revealed the truth of their acquaintance. Shruza, radiating pure menace, had leaned in close to the terrified creature. "Hide my true identity from my guest," she had hissed, "and change how you approach me." As they walked, Lucia concocted an elaborate fiction for Kanata's benefit. "I am her childhood friend," she began, posing like a studious professional, "and I am the chief financial officer of the Demon Lord's castle." Kanata, thoroughly impressed, nodded along. "Job holders are certainly trustworthy, regardless of any world, huh?" The sharp click of her heels on the stone floor signaled a shift in tone as she formally addressed the Demon Lord. "Lady Shruza, I have returned." A new demoness made a grand entrance, sweeping a dark gown with a flourish of her tail. "It seems Lady Shruza has cooled down," she observed, before turning her full attention to Kanata. "Pleased to meet you, honored guest. I am Russia, a succubus from the Office of External Affairs. My hobby," she added with a wink, "is to listen to Lord Streamer." She then flashed a sharp-toothed grin, raising a finger as if sharing a secret, and squeezing men dry. Russia leaned in conspiratorially, her eyes sparkling. "People told me I act more boy crazy around others, but since you praised me, Kanata, I might just continue behaving like this," she cooed, completely captivated. Watching them, Shruza's face contorted with irritation, a fist clenching at her side. "Ahem, both of you," she interrupted, "it's almost time for dinner." Later, seated at a grand table, Kanata politely finished the grotesque, amorphous creature on his plate. "Thank you for the meal," he said with a strained smile. "It was really delicious." Looking around the opulent hall, Kanata marveled, "I never expected a human to have a seat at the Demon Lord's table." Shruza explained coolly, "This is all thanks to Lord Streamer's suggestion to stop the war." The revelation hit Kanata like a physical blow. His influence had reached even the Demon Lord. He stammered, trying to deflect. "Ms. Shruza, I apologize for disrupting your meeting, but I want to refrain from discussing the demon realm." Just then, a bespectacled demon approached their table. "There is an urgent discussion about your work." Shruza stood, placing a hand on the table. "I understand. I will head over soon." The moment Shruza was gone, Russia slid closer, her voice a seductive purr. "It's rare for us to have proper guests. As a succubus, I simply cannot resist the opportunity to squeeze out that infinite magical energy." Suddenly, he was swarmed. A half-dozen succubi surrounded him, their eyes hungry. Russia, holding a glass of wine, leaned over his shoulder and made her proposition. "So, if you were to so desire, my friends and I can keep exchanging. Yay." The overt suggestion was too much. "The stimulation is too strong," he thought, crying out. "Rue Russia." Fanning herself, she feigned being flustered. "All this talk has got me hot and bothered. Could you help me cool down my body? Think of it as helping the succubi." He recoiled, shouting, "Hold up, I'm still an underage student." In a flash, a horned, light-haired demon appeared from nowhere, effortlessly lifting Kanata into the air. "Yo, it's been a while, huh, brother from the capital?" The newcomer grinned. Kanata gasped, "Wait, you Ray the one that took Aguila?" From a nearby balcony, Shruza's eyes blazed with incandescent rage. "Think about your timing, you bird bastard," she snarled. "Can't you see that I am talking to Kanata?" She landed on the railing like a predator, her wings flared wide in fury as she screamed his name. Garura. In an instant she was on him, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. "The Chief External Affairs Officer is looking for you. Get your ass there quickly," she seethed. Garura merely smirked. "Why would I want to meet with this shitty bitch without a reason?" He casually brushed her off, turning to Kanata. "Well now, let us stop fighting. That aside, Kanata, come with me for a bit." The scene shifted abruptly. Kanata found himself sitting in a large, steaming bath, completely bewildered. "Why the bath?" he stammered. His companion grinned. "Well then, once again, I am Garura, an executive officer in the Demon Lord's army. My race is what is known as a birdman." Garura moved in, his face a hair's breadth from Kanata's, a predatory grin spreading across his lips as he shattered the boy's fragile cover story. Kanata, you Ray the streamer Aaron T.U. Kanata splashed nervously, trying to maintain the facade. I am Kanata, just a student from the capital. Hey, I completely booked the bathhouse for today, there is no one around and there is no reason to lie. I always had my suspicions about your magic levels, the four-horned demon stated, his gaze unwavering. After that stream in Aurora, my suspicions were confirmed. Me the streamer, what are you talking about? Kanata stammered, waving his hands in a frantic, dismissive gesture. The demon was unmoved. Dante looked down on me. Upper-class demons can perceive magic power. But rest assured, he added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, I intend to keep it a secret from the demon lord. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched field of flowers, Rushka daydreamed aloud, plucking a petal. I want to give Lady Shruza a fated encounter. I will meet Streamer today, I will meet him tomorrow. Watching from the shadows, the four-horned demon smirked. It's rather impressive, really. They've found Kanata even without the detection of magic power. Kanata, the demon's voice cut through the steam of the bathhouse, sharp and cold. There is nothing more unsightly than a man looking for excuses. If you don't trust me, how about we sign a contract? The moment I rat you out, I die in an explosion. Cornered, Kanata finally broke. I get it. Yes, I am the streamer. He looked up, panicked. Dante, tell me a few others in the demon realm have found out. The demon scoffed. Only I have noticed so far. The other two are lower-tiered demons, so they haven't teach. If it's just Lady Shruza, I would be more than glad to cover for her. But why must I do the same for Russia? You owe me for this. The demon Garura pointed a sharp finger directly at the boy. Why are you keeping it a secret even from the demon lord? Before Kanata could process the question, Garura's expression shifted. Ain't that obvious? I want to be friends with you, that's why. And I have no intention of selling out a friend of mine, not even if the demon lord herself came asking. Garura's demonic wings unfurled behind him, casting a dramatic shadow across the bath. That is why I rented out this place. I am going to teach you techniques to prevent you from getting exposed by other upper-tiered demons. Consider it the least I could do for the streamer, the person responsible for stopping the war. Magical power is like this bath right now, Garura explained, gesturing to the bubbling water. It constantly overflows. To be able to control it is like turning a tap on and off. He saw the utter confusion on Kanata's face. That magical power, what are you? Garura just grinned. If it's you can surely acquire this. Focus up. With a determined shout, Kanata agreed. Garura then added a quiet warning, an image of Kanata's powerful female companions flashing in his mind. That being said, this doesn't protect you from getting exposed by methods aside from magical detection, though I believe you've already accounted for that. As they relaxed in the water after the lesson, Kanata offered his thanks. Garura smiled back. Don't forget that sensation. It might be of help to you one day. Garura tilted his head back, his gaze distant. By the way, what did the demon tribe as a whole focus on after the war? Elsewhere, buried under a mountain of documents, Russia threw her hands up in despair. I am so tired, I want to meet the streamer. Lady Shruza, ever the pragmatist, didn't look up from her own stack. That's because as an isolationist country, the realm is focused on reaching the same level of cultural development as the human realms. We have to research each country. Back in the bath, Kanata's voice echoed slightly. Is it the same for you, Garura? Well, once the realm has settled down, Garura confessed with a sly grin, I want to find a tall human girl to be my girlfriend. Honestly, they ray more my type than the girls down here. Kanata's eyes lit up with the fire of shared conviction. That's great, tall girls are amazing. It's even better if they ray muscular. In the midst of their newfound camaraderie, Garura's expression suddenly hardened as he sensed an approaching energy. The door slid open to reveal Lady Shruza and Russia, their clothes artfully tattered. Oh no, sorry, Russia cried with theatrical distress. The cleaning appliance was too strong and destroyed the guest room. Shruza's predatory smirk, however, told the real story. As Kanata stared at the two women, a horrifying realization dawned. Wait, was this originally a mixed bath? Repair fees, Russia lamented before Shruza cut in with a brilliant predatory smile. That is why, as an apology, all three of us can sleep in my house. Together, she leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. For a member of the demon tribe, the highest level of hospitality is to sleep with their guests. It was, of course, a complete fabrication. In a desperate gambit, Kanata turned to his only ally. If that is the case, I would rather go to Garura's place. Now then, Shruza declared, effortlessly hoisting a protesting Kanata over her shoulder. I will bring Kanata to my place and show you around. Kanata's desperate, pleading eyes met Garura's, who could only offer a look of profound, tearful apology. Sorry, Kanata, now that it has come to this, there is no longer any escape. The best I can do as a friend is to just pick up your bones for you. Before Garura could offer any further condolences, Russia tackled him back into the water with a shriek. Roo, Russia, we have got to disinfect ourselves completely. A short time later, Kanata found himself kneeling in the center of a vast, ornate bed in a room far too opulent for his comfort. He trembled, trying to rationalize the escalating absurdity of his situation. This is hospitality, he muttered to himself, sweat beading on his brow. This is the norm here in the demon realm. I am an underage student in this world. Door opened and in walked Shruza and Russia, now clad in diaphanous, revealing nightgowns. Kanata should be feeling the effects of the stimulating cooking by now, Shruza mused to herself. With his body burning with desire, the effect of our battle dresses will be unstoppable. A flicker of supreme confidence crossed her face as she reached for the door. Do you think that an ability to stop time would affect me at all? As her hand touched the frame, a figure of radiant light and angelic wings materialized before her, blocking the path. Shruza recoiled, her confidence shattering. Who the hell are you? She demanded. How unfair, the angelic being whispered, her form shimmering. Shruza stared, bewildered. What? The angel's frustration erupted. Just because I cannot fully manifest myself, you unfair demon lord, you idiot, you huge idiot. From a hidden vantage point, Garura watched in stunned silence. What is up with this human spirit? Is it bound to Kanata? Shruza's composure returned in an instant, her eyes narrowing with cunning. Oh yeah, you just said that it was unfair. She raised a single accusatory finger. You are in love with Kanata, aren't you? The question struck the angel like a physical blow. As the spirit flinched, Shruza's own form began to flicker and distort as if time itself was unraveling around her. Ah, the time. The accusation sent the angel into a flustered panic. Huh, in love with him, me a goddess with Kanata? Not really, she shrieked, waving her hands frantically. I just thought it was interesting. I don't even love people in that manner. The moment reset. Shruza and Russia stood at the doorway again, a flicker of confusion on their faces. What with this woman? What was I doing? The thought vanished as quickly as it came. Their gazes locked back onto Kanata and they advanced into the room. The night's still young, Russia cooed. Prepare yourself. Kanata clutched his head, his face flushed. For some reason my body has been warm since just now and my head feels all fuzzy. I think it's best that I sleep in another room. Shruza's eyes gleamed. A cold? That's horrible. Then we have to perform the demon tribe-style cold treatment method, Don Tiwi. His mind raced, desperately trying to cling to logic. Those pajamas are normal here. This is just goodwill, but as they pressed against him from both sides, their whispers destroyed his rationalizations. The demon tribe gets rid of bad bacteria like this, Shruza murmured into one ear. You can kill those bacteria. You got this, Russia purred into the other. His sanity frayed, but I think I am about to go crazy. Will Kanata's sense of rationality hold in this battle, or will the seduction of the Yandir demon girls prove victorious? Far away under a starry sky, Lisa clutched a cross. Tonight we will find out the results of this battle, she prayed. May Lord Kanata not get sullied. Her prayer was a shield forged from the fan club's first and most sacred rule. Do not go with the flow without the agreement of Lord Streamer himself. A cold sweat traced a path down Kanata's temple. He awoke to find himself pinned, two succubi pressing in from either side, their whispers slithering into his ear. This, he realized with a jolt of panic, was their idea of deepening bonds, a far more aggressive approach than he had ever anticipated. Russia shifted, her weight pressing down on him as she purred her intentions. They would wait, she explained, until his own excitement reached its zenith and then they would act. But Kanata's flushed face and ragged breaths were in tea from arousal. A strange, unfamiliar cold was seeping into his bones, causing his own desires to surge beyond his control. As he struggled, Lucia leaned in, her voice laced with knowing amusement, asking if he was finally feeling the effects of the demon realm's unique methods for breaking a fever. His mind raced, connecting the dots. The cold, it had only started after his arrival here. It had to be an effect of the demon realm's very air, its mana. A memory surfaced, Garura's voice, echoing from the steam of a hot spring, explaining the fundamentals of magical power. The lesson became clear. Mana was a shield. If he allowed it to leak, he'd be vulnerable, but if he could contain it, he could form a protective membrane around himself. Focusing his will, Kanata forced his own energy outward, a shimmering aura erupting around his body. An armor of magical power, just as Garura had described. Russia recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her seductive influence had been dismissed, utterly nullified in an instant. To purge the last vestiges of arousal, he conjured the purest image he could think of, his mother's gentle smile. The mental exertion was the final straw, his consciousness frayed and he wilted into the mattress, utterly spent. An hour drifted by in silence. Lucia glanced at the still form of their leader. Lady Shruza, what should we do? He is completely asleep. Russia, however, frowned, recalling the strange, strained pattern of his breathing just before he passed out. You were just imagining things, Lucia dismissed. With a sigh of resignation, Russia conceded. I suppose it can be helped. We should get some sleep too. But for a succubus, sleep is no truce. As Kanata lay vulnerable, Russia loomed over him, her true, predatory form emerging from the shadows. Her assault was far from over. Hold up, Lucia's sharp voice cut through the darkness, her hand clamping down on Russia's shoulder. What was the point of all our hard work if you were just going to claim him for yourself? As Kanata rolled over in his sleep, Lucia's expression softened. It is the saying of my tribe, to be bound to the one we love so much. From the doorway, Lady Shruza's cool voice emerged. I don't mind being the second lady, she declared with a sly smile, dismissing the night's events as a mere first attempt. She was, after all, the light of the demon tribe, a revolutionary who had reshaped their world. The flick of her tongue, Shruza announced, I will begin the preparations. She beckoned to Lucia. Now then, let us go together. Russia watched them aghast. Wait, are we intending to go against the rules established in the fan club? Rule number 1, do not act without the agreement of Lord Streamer. Shruza simply embraced Lucia, whispering loud enough for Russia to hear, and for that person, a private reward is waiting right in front of her eyes. Infuriated, Russia cast aside all pretense. To hell with the fan club. A shadowy, clawed hand materialized above the sleeping youth as she vowed internally, Kanata will belong solely to the demon realm. Her ambition was cut short by a swift, precise karate chop to the back of her head. You can Garura declared, her expression unamused. As Kanata slumbered on, blissfully unaware, Garura admonished the stunned Russia. I do hope you can forgive your foolish superior. Nearby, Shruza watched the scene unfold, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. For her, simply being at Kanata's side was happiness enough. In another room, Lisa clutched at the fabric of her nightgown, her heart aching. It wasn't his body she craved, not truly. It was his heart, his love. She imagined him returning to her, not as the revered leader, but simply as a woman, stripped of all accolades and accomplishments. Her deepest wish was for them to be together, not as streamer and fan, but as lovers. A memory of her friends surfaced, the fan club, the very people who had accepted her despite her demonic heritage, raising their glasses in a shared toast. Glory to Lord Streamer. Their bond was precious, yet a part of her was willing to betray it all. Her thoughts returned to the present as she gazed down at Kanata's sleeping form. A soft sniffle escaped her. Sigh, I can calm down, she whispered, admitting to her own foolishness. She was just a naughty woman who could only resort to kidnapping the one she loved. He turned in his sleep and the simple sight sent a pang through her chest. A sad smile touched her lips, a prelude to the storm brewing within. Her expression twisted, sorrow melting into a dark, possessive intensity. Tears streamed down her face, now cast in shadow, as she made a silent, fervent vow. Eventually, Kanata will share the same feelings as me. You will love only me, look only at me. That sleeping face belongs to no one else. And one day it will be mine. Leaning close, she began to whisper a frantic, desperate mantra, I love you, I love you, I love you, before pulling back. She would be patient just for tonight. For now, she would simply hold him tightly as he slept. From another plane, 2 angelic figures observed the proceedings. One let out a massive sigh of relief. I am so relieved that nothing actually happened. Her companion stared, utterly bewildered. What are you relieved about? The smaller angel could only stammer and nothing, just relieved that it's peaceful in the mortal realm today as well. As the sun rose, Kanata stood on a balcony outside the school's back door. Shruza, thank you for sending me here. As Kanata let out a massive yawn, wondering why he'd fallen asleep so suddenly, Shruza appeared beside him. Don't yawn, idiot, he turned, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Are you okay? She just laughed. No worries. I was the one who invited you, after all. If you like, you could come live in the demon realm. A sudden chill made him sneeze, and she noted the revealing nature of demon attire before playfully suggesting he could manage a succubus brothel after graduation, an idea he quickly shot down. He held out a folded shirt. I got this from my streamer fans. There were so many I felt bad. I tried one on, but it's not for me. Shruza accepted it with a nod. I will take this for our research and development, she said, eyeing his frame. Your physique is still somewhat underdeveloped. As their escorts arrived, she informed him it was time for their morning meetings. It's unfortunate, but I'll see you soon, Kanata. From a distance, Garura watched their parting with a low growl. Deciding to head back to the dorms, Kanata's path was suddenly blocked. From the direction of a waiting carriage, an attendant was ordered to halt as 2 figures lunged forward with terrifying speed. Alphina and the elf Princess Maria, their eyes wide and manic, shouted in perfect, chilling unison, "I found you." Kanata-kun, the morning calm shattered as Alphina and Maria descended upon him like a whirlwind. Before he could fully register their presence, Alphina had him by the collar, her face inches from his. "Were you abducted by the demon realm? I heard it from you yourself, is it true?" Maria pressed in just as close, her own voice laced with panic. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "It can only be held by those who have kept their purity," Alphina explained, presenting a simple wooden cross. "If touched by one who is unworthy, it will shatter into pieces." With radiant, confident smiles, she and Maria held the holy relic together, their faith in him absolute. Kanata could only watch, bewildered, as the cross remained perfectly intact. "Well then, we'll be heading back to our work." With his purity seemingly confirmed, the girls' tension vanished. They skipped away with cheerful waves, leaving a baffled Kanata in their wake. The carriage rumbled away, carrying the two girls far from prying eyes and ears. The moment they were safely inside, the facade crumbled. Alphina and Maria collapsed against the seats, the morning's stress finally catching up to them. "It's a relief," Kanata-kun wasn't sullied. Alphina gasped, while Maria clutched her chest, admitting, "I was scared out of my wits this time." Alphina let out a long sigh. "Phew, I suppose Shruza-san had some common sense after all." Maria looked up, incredulous. "The one who kidnaps people in the middle of their confession has common sense." "Don't be so anxious," Alphina advised, a thoughtful look on her face. "From his behavior, it seems Lord Kanata doesn't remember the latter half of our date." She then leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that sent a jolt through Maria. "Aside from that, you are aware, yes, that Lord Kanata's jacket has been duplicated." Miles away in the heart of the demon realm, Lady Shruza hummed a happy tune as she diligently worked at her desk. She snuggled into the collar of the jacket she wore, blissfully declaring to herself, "Right now, I am in what is known as my boyfriend clothes." Lightning cracked across the perpetually dark sky, illuminating the jagged spires of the demon lord's castle. One of her subordinates, Lucia, approached the desk, her arms laden with a towering stack of documents. "Demon lord, that's it for today." Shruza, however, was a whirlwind of productivity. "Now then, what's next?" She snapped her fingers, papers flying. "What about the leftover work from a week ago?" Her subordinates could only stare, dumbfounded. "What? You finished it instantly without eating, remember? You didn't realize." Shruza froze, stunned by her own efficiency. "Work went so well. Is this the power of these clothes?" A sudden glance at the clock made her gasp. "It's already nighttime." A stream. As Lucia excused herself for the evening, the scene shifted to Kanata, settling in before his monitor at home. "We are back to our usual schedule today," he announced to his unseen audience. "Although it's only been a few days, it certainly feels like it's been a long while since I streamed from home." Watching the broadcast, Alphina was overcome with emotion, clutching a piece of memorabilia to her face. "Aw," she whimpered, "I had to cut my scraps in too." As Kanata began thanking his donors, Alphina shot up, pointing a trembling finger at her screen. "Wait, don't thank other super chatters aside from me." Maria, meanwhile, simply knelt before her own screen, hands clasped to her cheeks in pure adoration. "Today's stream is amazing too," she whispered. Kanata scanned the flood of comments, his eyes landing on a peculiar message from a first-time donor. "Where do you think is the best place to propose or be proposed to?" The question made him pause and reflect. Ultimately, the scenery was beautiful there. Unlike my previous life, there weren't any night views in Hawaii though. An image of a sun-drenched meadow filled his mind. Ah, but a field of flowers would be nice too. He pumped a fist, getting caught up in the hypothetical. Instead of being troubled by the place, if a beautiful girl were to confess, any guy would fall for her. The words sparked a fire in his most devoted fans. "All right," Alphina declared, grabbing Maria by the arm, "let us go make a field of flowers in the capital." In her dark castle, Shruza listened intently, the static of the broadcast filling the room. "A field of flowers, huh?" she mused, her gaze drifting towards the window. She pictured the desolate, blood-soaked plains of her kingdom, a land so barren not a single blade of grass could grow. I wonder what it would look like if such a desolate place were to overflow with flowers. Kanata's voice continued from her phone. "If you were to have a fight, just go back there and make up." Shruza held the device, her expression thoughtful as she posed a quiet question to his image. "You wouldn't think about fighting in such a beautiful place, would you?" The stream's chat scrolled by with comments calling the streamer naive and cute, but one message stood out. "Please be my marriage planner." The idea resonated deeply. Sudden brilliant smile lit up Kanata's face on her screen as he exclaimed, "'Cause you truly are a very interesting person." The words, though meant for his audience, struck Shruza like a bolt of lightning. A fantasy bloomed in her mind. A a future where humans could visit the demon realm, where she and Kanata could reveal their true identities and confess their feelings. Clutching her phone, her eyes burned with newfound resolve. I have decided. I will make the demon realm flourish with greenery and flowers. To start, I will fill this very field with flowers, and once I am done, I will introduce it to Kanata. Elsewhere in the castle, Garura erupted in booming laughter. Gehehaha, what you guys, I am free to imagine whatever I want. Kikiki, buried under a pile of paperwork, looked over with a pained expression. Garura, our work is not done, you know, I want to catch the live stream too. Nearby, Lucia simply sighed at their antics. Garura's teasing tone vanished. I said that I would help. Kikiki blushed furiously at his sudden earnestness. You sure say some cringy things. On second thought, I am going home. He leaned closer, his voice now a sincere murmur. You've gotta get the guy you fell for, not with your body but your heart. Shruza's daydream reached its peak. She stood in a flowing white wedding gown, a massive bouquet of roses in her hands. Her phone lit up with a message from Garura, framed as a super chat. I didn't give you a super chat, but rather an early celebration gift. For you, the fantasy chat buzzed with questions. How many tens of kids do you want? The vision was so powerful it spurred immediate action. The very next day, at a human world florist, a line of unprecedented length had formed, with a determined demon lord at its head. Can I have a lot of flower seeds? In the bustling streets of the Ruado Republic, whispers followed the toymaker named Rumiu. She is still at it, they murmur, never seen her make a single sale. Clutching one of her creations, a card with a small bear emblem, despair swirled in her hypnotic glasses. Not a single one sold. Her thoughts drifted to the one person who gave her a sliver of hope, a streamer she followed. A month prior, she had stood in the Kaminoka toy store, pleading her case. This time is different, I swear, she insisted. With her hands clasped to her chest, she poured her soul into her words. It is my dream, for my products to bring joy and happiness to everyone. The shopkeeper scoffed, gesturing dismissively. Forget that nonsense, he grumbled, outlining his cynical philosophy. Make simple toys to trick the kids. As long as the store is profitable, that's all that matters to me. Desperate, Rumiu bowed low, her forehead nearly touching her knees. Please, just give me a chance, she begged, her voice trembling. You can even lower my dividends to a minimum. My toys won't have a chance unless they are sold in stores. His patience snapped. I've had enough, he roared, shoving her backward, sending her cards scattering. Such semantics can feed anyone. I thought you'd eventually make something of worth, but I have hit my limit. The door slammed shut, leaving her crumpled on the pavement outside. The finality of his words echoed in the silence. Dante, come back. Back in the present, Rumiu sat alone in her sparse room, a notice demanding the month's rent mocking her from the wall. As she stewed in her anxiety, a familiar voice crackled from her small communication device. Yo, it's the streamer. Taking a shaky breath, she typed out her plea. It was a long shot, a message in a bottle tossed into a vast digital sea. He might not even read it, she thought, but her finger pressed the send button anyway. Her jaw dropped, he read it. The streamer's voice came through, acknowledging a message from a dreaming creator who couldn't sell her products. His advice was shockingly simple. If that's the case, then you might as well sell them on the roadside. Taking his words as gospel, she sold all her furniture for a 1-month business license. Now, sitting on a street corner surrounded by her meager stock, she sighed, her hope beginning to fade once more. Just then, a figure cloaked in the dark, practical gear of an assassin approached her small display, her footsteps silent on the cobblestones. Excuse me, miss, the stranger asked, her voice curious, what kind of store are you running? The dark-haired girl Myra picked up one of the cards, a genuine smile gracing her lips. It's amazing that you can make toys. I am usually only capable of destroying things. Rumiu, taken aback by the comment, could only stammer, it's 3 copper pieces. Finding her voice, Rumiu explained, I was inspired by tarot cards, but most people don't know how to play, so they aren't selling well. Myra's eyes widened at the price, but this is handmade, isn't it? That's way too cheap. Before Rumiu could protest, Myra pressed a small handful of coins into her palm. Here, she said, her voice firm but kind, have more confidence. Rumiu stared at the 5 silver pieces gleaming in her hand, an amount far beyond what she had asked for. Tears welled in her eyes. My creation, for this much. She whispered, a renewed fire kindling in her heart. All right, tomorrow is my last day and I'll give it my all so I have no regrets. As the sun set, she watched families walk by, a bittersweet ache in her chest. At 26, while her friends were raising children, she was still chasing a dream that felt impossibly far. A sudden thought struck her and she paled. I forgot to teach her how to play. Kanata looked up from his book, startled by the figure spinning gleefully in his desk chair. Myra, why are you back in my room? Weren't you supposed to be in the Randall Kingdom for a week? She just giggled, waving a dismissive hand. Don't get caught up in the details. Instead of details, Lord Kanata, I have a souvenir for you, Myra declared, hopping off the chair and striking a pose on his bed. Here you go, your rights to make me into your body pillow. A vein throbbed on Kanata's forehead as he lunged, trapping her in a fierce headlock. I do not have such interests, he yelled. If you have time to mess with me, then just go home. He quickly let go, adding, I am joking, as she pointed to his desk. The actual souvenir is over there. He picked up the small, unfamiliar box and slid out its contents. His hands fanned out a deck of cards, his thumb brushing against a familiar shape. This is. His eyes shot wide with disbelief and a wave of powerful nostalgia. Whoa, how nostalgic, he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. It's exactly the same as the poker cards from my previous world. His mind raced with possibilities. De Fugo, two-person poker, the games of his past life suddenly within reach. Seeing his excitement, Myra leaned in close, her expression hopeful and earnest. If it is okay with you, she asked, her voice soft, I would love to play and learn in person with you. Can I use that idea? As twilight settled over the city, the neighboring shopkeeper watched Rumiu pack up her unsold wares with a smug look. Just as I thought, he mused, she has no talent as a maker or a seller. Rumiu herself sighed, admitting she'd only made a single sale, yet felt a strange gratitude for even that. Just as she was about to leave, her device buzzed to life, announcing an evening stream. Her eyes widened in shock as the stream began. It was broadcasting from the exact same location as the Aurora stream she'd seen before. Which means, this is a live broadcast, she gasped, staring at the screen where the masked streamer held up a familiar-looking box. A new figure appeared on screen, a woman in a fox mask and simple guard attire. Hello, I am a guard, she announced with a cheerful V sign. To ensure the safety of the princess, today's stream will be done with the four of us. Princess Alphina then waved to the audience. Today my guard gave me a souvenir, she chirped before realizing, wait, where did she get that mask? As the chat flooded with comments dismissing the item as a child's plaything, Rumiu winced. But the streamer's voice cut through the noise, cool and confident. Just a toy? You sound so sure of yourself. Let me enlighten you then on what a good toy is. It's something that can rekindle the spirit of childhood in adults. He held the deck of cards aloft for the camera to see, shuffling them with a practiced flick of his wrist. I don't know what the proper name of these is, he admitted, so I will just call them cards. With a dramatic flourish, he struck a pose, flanked by his companions. And now I will show you the true appeal of these cards, he declared to his captivated audience. Let the game session begin. Right before we begin, let us go over the rules, the streamer announced, his voice echoing slightly in the grand hall. Seated around the polished table, Alphina, Maria, and Myra listened intently as he prepared to introduce the first game, Old Maid. I've dealt 53 cards at random, he explained, gesturing to the scattered deck. The first step is simple. Find any pairs of the same number in your hand and remove them, and whatever you do, don't let anyone see your cards. With a theatrical flourish, he produced a single ominous card, and this is the crux of the game, the one card that cannot form a pair, the Joker. He held it up for all to see. For this first round, it begins with me. The game progressed swiftly, culminating in Maria deftly plucking the final card from the streamer's hand. As the moment was broadcast, he threw his hands up in a victory pose. And with that, my last card is gone, he declared to his audience. Victory is mine, the viewers erupted, captivated by the unexpected psychological battle. The Joker, now passed from Maria, was clutched to Alphina's chest. Her eyes burned with a terrifying resolve. Thank you for entrusting me with your will, she whispered to Maria, her voice low and serious. I will see it done. From his seat, the streamer could only watch in bewilderment, wondering if they'd fundamentally misunderstood the point of the game. I am so jealous, Alphina, Maria cried, suddenly throwing her arms around her in a fierce embrace. You've done so well in defending Lord Streamer. Alphina, caught completely off guard by the praise, could only manage a confused A. Maria pulled back, her eyes sparkling with a sudden, brilliant idea. Lord Streamer, I have a suggestion, she announced. How about we call this game Guardian? The streamer gestured weakly from his chair, trying to cut through their excitement. As I've been saying, he interjected, his voice laced with confusion. In the actual game of Old Maid, Alphina lost. His correction was completely ignored. That was so much fun. The girls cheered in unison, already clamoring, let us have another match. As the three girls huddled together, Alphina clutching the Joker card like a hard-won trophy, the streamer sighed. They were clearly frustrated, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I guess it's fine. He then turned his attention back to his broadcast, holding up a small, colorful toy box. Now then, as for this toy, I am sure everyone would like to know who the maker is. He read the name aloud, Ms. Rumieu from the Ruado Republic. In that instant, a woman with spiral glasses let out a strangled cry of shock. Standing amidst the chaos of her own toy stall, Rumieu stared at her phone, utterly bewildered by the flood of praise for her creation. Please, she stammered to no one in particular, sell me some cards. I want to play Guardian too. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy streamed down Rumieu's face as she clutched her phone. Thank you, streamer kun, she whispered, wiping her eyes. Thank you, girl from yesterday. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, the second round was already beginning, with Myra vowing fiercely not to lose again. Rumieu's mind reeled, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. This is the first time a man has ever praised my work. A wild thought took root, her eyes widening in shock. He loves my work. Does that mean he likes me too? She clutched her phone tighter, vowing to treasure his cards forever. Love is amazing, she breathed, a slow, unnerving smile spreading across her face. She had always found romance to be a drag, but this feeling was intoxicating. My inspiration is flowing. Her eyes gleamed behind her spiral lenses. My next creation will be a card game based on a newlywed life with streamer. She let out a soft, private chuckle. And just like that, Rumieu, the catalyst for a nationwide card boom, was discovered. Her house was located by the fan club the very next day, and she became a licensed toymaker under their banner. For a woman who had just fallen in love, it was only the beginning, as royalties and commissions began to pour in. 2 weeks after the fateful stream, a clandestine meeting was held under the roof of a church. Alphina, Maria, Myra, Athena, and Lisa gathered around a long table, all wearing matching fan club shirts. We are a completely healthy fan club, one of them insisted, but the palpable tension crackling between Alphina and Athena told a very different story. At that very same moment, high above the Capitol, a woman with long, pale hair stood silhouetted against the sky. A sneer twisted her lips as she sniffed the air. So this is the Capitol. It smells of that hateful woman. Her eyes narrowed. What happened to Pell? He was supposed to be dead. Far below, Kanata slept on, completely oblivious to the new danger converging upon him. The plan was ambitious, its reach extending from the royal capital and the duchy all the way to the demon realm itself, where Maria, with a triumphant smile, unveiled the latest line of fan merchandise. T-shirts emblazoned with Kanata's face, to be sold alongside a set of official badges. The girls, already clad in the new apparel, erupted in a chorus of praise. Myra, hanging upside down in sheer delight, voiced their collective sentiment: to wear the streamer's presence on your very body, it's pure bliss. From her chambers, Lady Shrasa observed the fervent display through a scrying orb. Those who love the streamer so deeply can occasionally become unhinged, she mused. That's what we call Yandir listeners. Her gaze remained fixed on the orb as she considered the Supporters Guild, a group that often planned the streamer's future without his consent. But as for who holds the title of true wife, only one may claim that throne. Beside her, Garura twitched nervously. The rivalry is fierce and cutthroat, she muttered. I just pray no blood is spilled. Shrasa, however, stifled a giggle, lost in a private fantasy. I can wait to see the streamer wearing my pattern, she thought before catching herself with a flustered ahem. Clearly, that should be my design. The fans' minds raced with possibilities, from simple swaps of clothing to more intimate, self-censored fantasies. Back in the meeting hall, Myra leaned forward conspiratorially. Have you ever heard of student marriages? She chirped, only for Maria to dismiss the notion with a wave of her fan. That's not a thing in the demon realm, you know. Garura, meanwhile, tried to restore order. We raced still in the middle of the meeting. With a confident wink, Maria seized the floor. Well, if we ray being real, I am the most qualified to be the main wife. She then clapped her hands, her tone shifting back to business. Now then, the order's a bit mixed up. Let me properly introduce our newest members. A succubus with fishnet stockings and a playful pose stepped forward. I am Russia of the succubus clan, she announced, striking a pose. My sponsor is Lady Shruza. Next, a woman with a cool demeanor and a fan held gracefully introduced herself. I am Athena, a noble of the Randall Duchy, and my sponsor is Maria. Myra covered her mouth, impressed. As expected of the streamer, we've got some heavy hitters here. Beside her, Lisa looked downcast, murmuring, kinda hard to stand out as a humble courtesan in this crowd. Maria's voice cut through the chatter, sharp and clear. This guild, blessed by the streamer himself, is more dignified than any other organization, she declared, earning nods of agreement. And with that prestige, the rules must be strictly upheld. Her gaze swept across the room, her tone leaving no room for argument. Therefore, you must never disobey the wishes of streamer Sama, nor should you ever harm him in any way, and etch this into your hearts: whoever is chosen by the streamer is the true wife. She leaned forward, her shadow falling over the table as the new members twitched under her intense scrutiny. Is that clear? A chilling intensity flashed in her eyes, a silent threat that underscored her words. The two new members could only manage a meek yes. This is necessary, she thought, her grip tightening on the cross she wore. We must not trouble the streamer. We must suppress all potential rebels before they act. Then she announced to the room, that concludes today's meeting. Silhouettes of the members filed out of the hall and down the stone steps, their business concluded. As the group dispersed, Russia wondered what to do next, her eyes landing on Lisa. Lady Lisa, she called out, hurrying to catch up. Russia, what's wrong? Lisa asked, turning. The succubus's eyes were wide with awe. That charm power, Lady Lisa, you a succubus too, aren't you? Not once in my life as a succubus have I ever seen a woman with such overwhelming charm power, she exclaimed, completely starstruck. Lisa gave a wry smile, pointing a thumb at her own chest. Flattered, but I am just a regular human courtesan, you know. The revelation only deepened Russia's admiration. Overcome, the succubus dropped to one knee. Please, she begged, take me as your disciple. Lisa stood frozen, completely taken aback by the sudden, fervent request. Elsewhere, Lady Shruza approached Garura with an exasperated sigh. Geez. I heard, she began, her voice low and accusatory, you brought Kanata-sama to the demon realm. A tense aura flared around Garura. Yeah, I did, she admitted defensively, but I never laid a hand on him. Her demeanor shifted in an instant, the tension vanishing as she bounded over to Myra with wide, hopeful eyes. Demon realm cuisine, I heard it's amazing. Can I please join you for dinner tonight? I'll do the dishes or anything. As Myra looked on, surprised, Maria called out, oh hey, Athena, you should come too. With that, Maria and Lisa started to leave, urging the others, let us head back to the dorms now. As they walked, Lisa remarked, now that you mention it, she really was kind of dark earlier. Maria nodded in agreement. Yeah, like she was totally zoned out. Unseen, a shadowed figure watched from the trees as they departed. Later, Maria and Lisa, still in their fan shirts, presented the merchandise idea to Kanata. I am fine with the clothing launch, but he trailed off, looking at the design critically. Couldn't they have picked a better one? Maria threw her hands up in exasperation. There's literally no other option here. Oh, I know, Lisa chirped suddenly. She leaned in close, presenting her chest. Kanata-kun, since you here, sign my shirt. A flustered Kanata stammered, I will, but can I sign lower down? Just then a sharp knock-knock echoed from the door, startling them. Huh, who is that? Athena's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, she whispered urgently. Please wait, Kanata whispered back, holding up a hand. I cast a ward on this room earlier. No one should be able to knock on that door, but it was too late, the door swung open. A blur of motion, and Athena was struck on the back of the neck. Maria met the same fate a second later, a swift chop silencing her. Maria, Athena, Kanata cried out as they crumpled to the floor. A calm voice emerged from the doorway. Don't worry, streamer Sama, she's only unconscious. Standing in the doorway was Lisa, a kitchen knife held casually in her hand and a chillingly cheerful grin on her face. I tapped her neck gently, with the butt of a kitchen knife. Kanata stared in disbelief. Risa-san. Why are you doing this? He demanded, stumbling back over the unconscious forms of his friends. Weren't you back in the duchy? He held his hands up placatingly as she advanced. See, could you maybe put that knife down before walking toward me, please? With a small, unsettling laugh, she simply let the weapon clatter to the floor. In a flash, she was on him, pressing the cold steel of the blade against his cheek. Bringing another girl into your room, that's so cruel of you. Her gaze flickered to the unconscious girls on the floor. This totally counts as cheating, right, even though you have me? Actually, she added, her eyes narrowing at his microphone, the fact that you broadcasting your voice to random girls is kinda cheating too, isn't it? She leaned in, her face inches from his, her breath warm against his skin. If you want forgiveness, you'll have to stream just for me from now on, every night, whispering into my ears, again, and again, and again. The knife pressed harder, the wall cracking behind his head. So tell me. His expression hardened, a realization dawning. Who's really to blame? The Count, he asked, testing a theory. Number that's not it, she hissed, straddling him and pressing the knife to his chest. It's you for making me feel this way, that's why I have to teach you the hard way, she smiled. Turns out pain helps me think real clear, even if it hurts you, streamer Sama. Suddenly his hand shot up, grabbing her face with surprising force. You repel Aaron T.U., he snarled, cut the damn act. Even if they were mentally unstable, real fans would never actually hurt someone, he declared, pointing a finger at her. Besides, the real Risa doesn't T even know who I really am, the imposter giggled. Hehe, as expected of my streamer. To think you recognize me despite my disguise, as expected of my husband. Looming over him was a woman with wild, light hair, a familiar braid, and a tattered dress. A possessive glee shone in her eyes as she licked a drop of blood from her finger. You really are worthy of being my darling. Lying on the floor, Kanata could only stare up in utter confusion and shock. Wait, didn't you pass on already?